Chapter 2597. The few of them discussed for a while, and decided to return. Tongshi then took out the interstellar battleship and activated it. The few of them then entered the interstellar battleship. Swoosh! The interstellar battleship shone and shot up into the sky. However, just as the interstellar battleship reached the atmosphere, a terrifying saber radiance slashed down from above and landed heavily on the interstellar battleship. Boom! The interstellar battleship roared and shook violently. Not good. Lu Ming and the rest had a change of expression. Through the interstellar battleship, they could see a burly man in the sky. He had a single horn on his forehead. He was an expert from the rhinoceros man. His body exuded a terrifying aura. His eyes were cold as he slashed out with his saber. Swoosh! The snow-white saber radiance lit up the sky and struck the interstellar battleship. The interstellar battleship shook violently and roared continuously. Fortunately, the interstellar battleship's defense was strong enough. Otherwise, it would not be able to travel in the starry sky. The other party would not be able to break through the defense in a short period of time. However, even if the other party could not break through the defense, he could still stop them. When the other experts arrived, they would be like a turtle in a jar. Turn around, Lu Ming said. Tongshi controlled the interstellar battleship to turn around and fly back to the ground. In the sky, the rhinoceros man chased after them relentlessly. This man's cultivation was shockingly high. He was definitely above level 6 Empty God Realm. He might even be a level 7 Empty God Realm expert. Obviously, this man had been patrolling in the sky because he knew that Lu Ming and the others would escape in the interstellar battleship. If there were experts in this area, there might be experts patrolling in other areas as well. They stayed close to the ground and did not leave the interstellar battleship. Instead, they steered the interstellar battleship to fly. The interstellar battleship's speed was shocking. It was much faster than the rhinoceros man. Soon they shook him off. After shaking off the rhinoceros man, they left the interstellar battleship and flew on their own. The interstellar battleship flying above the 10,000 gold star would cause a huge commotion and attract too much attention. If they continued to fly there, they would undoubtedly be courting death. Not only would they attract other experts, but they would also attract the powerful metal desolate beasts. However, their luck seemed to have run out. They did not fly for long before they met a group of people. As soon as this group of people saw Lu Ming and the rest, their eyes lit up. It's them. Kill them and take their treasures. This group of people dashed towards Lu Ming and the group. The one in front was a level 5 Empty God. There were also a few who were at level 4 Void God Realm. Go smash him to death. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. With a wave of his hand, the metal ball flew out and smashed towards the level 5 Empty God. With the metal ball's current ability, it would not be a problem to block a level 5 Empty God Realm expert. As for Lu Ming and the others, they rushed towards the remaining people. Being chased all the way, Lu Ming and the others also had a belly full of anger. Now was the perfect time to go on a killing spree. Boom! The metal ball collided with the level 5 Empty God Realm expert. Xian Yinjuan swung his long sword and split it into rays of sword light, enveloping the two level 4 Empty God Realm experts. On the other hand, Xian Yinqing charged towards the last level 4 Void God. Lu Ming activated double combat strength and fought the rest together with Tong Shi. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, as long as he did not encounter a level 4 Empty God Realm expert, he could protect himself. Although the other party had more people, Lu Ming defended with all his might. The other party could not do anything to Lu Ming. As for Xian Yinqing, he could completely suppress a level 4 Empty God Realm expert. Swoosh! Swoosh! Xian Yinqing had devoured the memories of his previous life. His combat experience and combat awareness were not much weaker than Xian Yinjuan's. His sword radiance flashed and forced the other party to retreat. Poof! After dozens of moves, the other party was almost cut into two by Xian Yinqing's sword radiance. He was frightened and retreated frantically. Swoosh! Swoosh! At that moment, Xian Yinqing's sword aura suddenly changed. He was like a flying immortal as he charged towards the people who were fighting with Lu Ming. Poof! Poof! As the sword radiance flashed, a few heads flew out. One level 3 Empty God Realm expert, and 2 level 2 empty god realm experts were killed instantly. Such swordsmanship, such combat skills. Lu Ming was secretly astonished when he saw this. Xian Yanqing's and Xian Yanjuan's swordsmanship came from the same source. They were very similar and they were amazing. Lu Ming did not think that he could achieve it. Especially after Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan had broken through to the martial god realm. They had reached a shocking level. This was not a divine skill but a simple use of the sword. It was a skill and experience. With their current strength, it was difficult for them to use a divine skill. Normally, one would have to reach the peak empty god realm to cultivate a divine skill. Swoosh. After killing the 3 experts, Xian Yanqing's sword aura changed again, and another 2 people were killed. Oh no. The remaining people were shocked. They had so many people but they were still no match for Lu Ming and the other 3 young men. This shocked them. Swoosh. Swoosh. Just then, there was a loud piercing sound from afar. More than 10 streamers shot towards them. Another group of experts had arrived. Those people were overjoyed. It's them. They have the treasure. Let's join forces and kill them. Those people yelled. It's them. Kill. When those people saw Lu Ming and the others, they charged towards them. Let's go. Lu Ming shouted and kept the metal ball. He turned around and left with Tong Shi, Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan. Another group of people had arrived, and there were level 5 empty gods among them. It would be unwise for them to stay and fight. Where are you going? Behind them, a group of people chased after them. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled a few thousand miles. As something is not right. Why is there not a single metal desolate beast in this area? Suddenly Lu Ming frowned. They had traveled a few thousand miles. Logically speaking, they should have encountered many metal desolate beasts. However, they had not encountered any metal desolate beasts. This was not normal. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a loud roar from afar, and the ground shook violently. Furthermore, the vibration was not coming from a single direction. Instead, it was coming from all directions. What's going on? The expressions of those who were chasing after Lu Ming and the rest changed. Roar. 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 Then there was the sound of beasts roaring. The ground around them shook more and more violently. Then, they saw countless metal desolate beasts rushing towards them from all directions like a tide. Beast tide, desolate beasts, beast tide. Run. Fly to the sky. Those who were chasing Lu Ming and the others were panicking and exclaiming. However, there were desolate beasts in all directions. With so many desolate beasts rushing towards them, they would definitely be wiped out. Many of them soared into the sky and tried to escape. However, in the next moment, they were in despair. Chapter 2598. G. In the sky, there was a sharp cry as flying desolate beasts appeared in the sky. Everyone's faces turned pale. What should we do? Tong Shi's face was also pale. Let's risk it. Little guy, we're counting on you. Lu Ming looked at the metal ball. The metal ball could deter those metal desolate beasts. Now they could only rely on the metal ball. Rumble. Countless metal desolate beasts approached. Their terrifying auras pressed down like a landslide. Some people had already been engulfed by the beast horde. They let out miserable cries, but in a blink of an eye, there was no sound. The metal ball in Lu Ming's hand expanded in size. It opened its mouth and began to bite. Its eyes stared angrily at those metal desolate beasts. When those metal desolate beasts saw the metal ball, they revealed a look of fear. They actually went around Lu Ming and company, and did not attack Lu Ming and company. It's effective. Lu Ming and company were overjoyed. This scene was also seen by others. Charge towards them. They are fine. Bring them along and we can leave one jinxing. The remaining people who were not dead rushed towards Lu Ming and company. Let's go. Lu Ming and company would not stand there foolishly. They used the metal ball to open a path, and charged into the beast horde. You are not going to save us. You will die a horrible death. When those people saw Lu Ming and company charging into the beast horde and about to disappear, they began to roar crazily. Lu Ming and company despised them. These people wanted to kill them just now. They were not fools. Why would they save them? To say that they were not going to save them was simply laughable. Behind them, there were screams and rumbling sounds. Soon there was no sound. Lu Ming and company used the metal ball to open a path. It was very safe. They passed through the beast horde without any mishaps. However, after traveling for some time, they encountered another beast horde. They were running through the forest and roaring like thunder. I heard that in the 10,000 gold star, there will only be a beast tide once every 10,000 years. I didn't expect that we would encounter it this time. There was a look of lingering fear on her face. This time, if they did not have the metal ball, they would also be in danger. Most likely, they would not have survived. They used the metal ball to pass through the beast tide and entered a forest. Roar! Roar! Not long after they entered the forest, they heard the roars of desolate beasts. At the same time, there were sword beams and saber beams that shot up into the sky. Clearly, someone was battling a desolate beast. The next moment, they saw a group of people rushing over, followed by a bunch of desolate beasts. It's him. The expressions of Lu Ming and the others changed. One of them was the bald, bulky man from the Yuan Luo Palace. The other person was the old man from the Storm Hall. At this moment, they were all in a sorry state, being chased by a group of desolate beasts. It's them. It's those bastards. The bald, bulky man from the Yuan Luo Palace also saw Lu Ming and the others. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. Then, the bald, bulky man from the Yuan Luo Palace directly rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. The others followed the bald, bulky man and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Clearly, they wanted to drag Lu Ming and the others down with them. They are courting death. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Let's bring them to the beast tide. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xian Yanqing and the others. Xian Yanqing and the others' eyes lit up. They understood what Lu Ming and the others wanted to do. They turned and ran towards the beast tide from before. The bald, bulky man and the others chased closely behind Lu Ming and the others. They had just passed through the beast tide, so they were not far away. Soon, they saw a large group of desolate beasts. Lu Ming immediately kept the metal ball into his storage ring. Roar! Roar! When the desolate beasts saw Lu Ming and the others, they rushed towards Lu Ming and the others in a frenzy. Not good. Damn it! The bald, bulky man and the others turned pale with fright. As for Lu Ming and the others, they turned and rushed towards the bald, bulky man and the others, bringing a large group of desolate beasts with them. Damn it! All of you deserve to die. A bunch of lunatics. The bald, bulky man and the others roared. They thought that Lu Ming and the others would not be able to escape, and would drag them down with them. All of you get lost, get lost. The bald, bulky man roared angrily. Weren't you chasing us just now? Why are you telling us to get lost now? Lu Ming sneered and continued to chase after the bald, bulky man and the others. The bald, bulky man and the others revealed a look of despair. There was a large group of desolate beasts behind them. There were even more desolate beasts in front of them. In the sky, there was also a dense group of flying desolate beasts. There was simply no way out. At this moment, Lu Ming and the others suddenly stopped. Then the metal ball in his hand appeared again. With the metal ball out, the desolate beasts automatically avoided Lu Ming and the others and pounced towards the bald, bulky man and the others. Enjoy it, Lu Ming sneered. Then, together with Xian Yanqing and the others, they rushed into the group of desolate beasts and were safe and sound. Ah! The bald, bulky man, the elder from Storm Hall, let out a furious roar. They were aggrieved, indignant and scared to death. They understood that they had been tricked by Lu Ming. They wanted to rush towards Lu Ming and the others, but countless desolate beasts had already drowned them. A few level 5 Void God Realm desolate beasts rushed towards the bald, bulky man. The bald, bulky man tried his best to block a few moves before he was torn apart and died on the spot. The elder from Storm Hall could not withstand more than a few moves, and was also torn apart by the desolate beasts. Lu Ming and the others left the place. Now that there is a beast horde, be it on the ground or in the sky, there are terrifying desolate beasts. There shouldn't be any experts blocking us in the sky. Let's leave now. Lu Ming said. Everyone nodded. Those experts had probably left Wan Jinxing when they saw the beast horde. However, with so many desolate beasts in the sky, They naturally could not take out their space battleships to fly. They had to pass through the desolate beasts before they could leave. They flew towards the sky. Caw. Suddenly, there was a sharp screech. A silver-white large eagle that looked like it was made of silver flew over and stared at Lu Ming and the others. A terrifying aura emanated from the large eagle, causing the hearts of Lu Ming and the others to beat faster. Terrifying. So terrifying. The large eagle gave them an extremely terrifying feeling. It was even more terrifying than the level 7 Void God Realm desolate beasts that they had encountered previously. This was definitely an existence that surpassed level 7 Void God Realm. Such an existence was too shocking. Lu Ming felt that the other party only needed one move to kill him. The large silver eagle's cold eyes stared at them, causing Lu Ming and the others to tense up. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Crack. Crack. Metal Ball opened its mouth and stared at the large eagle. The large silver eagle's eyes landed on Metal Ball. Unlike other desolate beasts, there was not much fear in the large silver eagle's eyes. Chapter 2599. Seeing the silver condor's cold and fearless gaze, Lu Ming and company could not help but feel their hearts tighten. It can't be. This silver condor was not afraid of the Metal Ball. Then wouldn't they be doomed? Being ignored by the silver condor, the Metal Ball was enraged. It seemed to feel that its dignity had been challenged. Its body swelled as it attacked. Its eyes were wide open as it revealed a mouthful of fangs. It bit down with a loud crunching sound. At the same time, two tentacles extended from its liquid metal-like body. They waved as if they were threatening the silver condor. Lu Ming, Xianyanqing, Xianyanjuan, Tong Shi'er and company did not even dare to breathe loudly. They stood there motionless. Now they could only rely on the Metal Ball. If the Metal Ball could not scare it away, they would be in danger. Thankfully, the silver condor finally reacted. Its cold eyes swept across Lu Ming and company before it turned around. With a long cry, it flapped its wings and left. Not only that, even the other flying desolate beasts in the surrounding area also left. It's gone. Lu Ming and company let out a long breath. They felt a chill run down their backs. They were already drenched in cold sweat. Crack! 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 The Metal Ball shrank and turned back into a round metal ball. It jumped around in front of Lu Ming, as if it was showing off its battle results. Let's go! Lu Ming grabbed the Metal Ball and flew into the sky. This time they were safe. They flew above the atmosphere and only stopped when they were close to outer space. There were no more desolate beasts here, nor were there any other experts. Tong Shi'er took out her interstellar battleship. After entering it, the battleship transformed into a beam of light and flew out of the atmosphere into the vast cosmos. After entering the cosmos, they heaved a sigh of relief. Many things had happened on this trip to Wanjingxing, but they had finally left without any mishap. We'll come again when our cultivation levels are higher. Lu Ming muttered. This was a treasure trove that could allow one to hunt for large amounts of desolate metal beast cores. Furthermore, Lu Ming had a treasure like the Metal Ball, which allowed him to hunt for desolate metal beast cores with astonishing efficiency. However, they definitely wouldn't be able to come in the near future. It wasn't just because of the beast tide. After the beast tide, the experts of the other forces would return to Wanjingxing, and they would probably still come looking for them. In a few years, when my cultivation is higher, I'll come again. After that, they sorted through the storage rings they obtained from their enemies, and found some beast cores and divine crystals. After organizing these things together and returning to the righteous army, he would sell the beast cores and divide them equally. Time passed quickly. A month later, they returned to Just Sky Planet. Within the righteous army, it was a place that specialized in buying, selling, and even exchanging treasures. After returning to Just Sky, Tong Shi'er brought Lu Ming and the others to this place and sold all the metal beast cores. Including their spoils of war, they had a total of 120,000 divine gems. 120,000 divinity crystals, 30,000 each. Lu Ming smiled and began to divide equally. No, I only want 10,000. This time, it's all thanks to you guys. I didn't do much. Tong Shi'er hurriedly refused, her face slightly red. This time she indeed didn't do much. Whether it was Lu Ming, Xianyanqing, or Xianyanjuan, they were all stronger than her. She had contributed the least, so she was a little embarrassed to take 10,000 divinity crystals. We agreed to divide the divine gems equally. Since we agreed to it, we naturally have to do it. Lu Ming pushed 30,000 divinity crystals to Tong Shi. Lu Ming was already very satisfied with obtaining the metal ball this time. If Tong Shi hadn't brought them there, he wouldn't have been able to obtain it. However, Tong Shi still refused and only accepted 20,000 divinity crystals in the end. Lu Ming, I'll return the interstellar warship. You guys go ahead and chat. Tong Shi said goodbye and left. There's still 100,000 divinity crystals left. Lu Ming took out the remaining divinity crystals. Just give me 30,000 divinity crystals. Xian Yinjuan waved his hand, took a storage ring with 30,000 divinity crystals, and flew away. Only Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing were left. The two of them didn't split the loot. Xian Yanqing took 30,000 divinity crystals, while Lu Ming kept 40,000. With these divinity crystals, my cultivation should be able to break through quickly. Xian Yanqing smiled. She had devoured the memories of her previous life, which allowed her to cultivate at an astonishing speed. Her comprehension of the Tao of cultivation was especially natural. Therefore, as long as she had the resources, she would be able to break through very quickly. However, Xian Yinjuan had a greater advantage. She had merged with her past life, which was equivalent to her past life coming back to life. She didn't need to comprehend it again, so her breakthrough was faster, and there were almost no bottlenecks. The two of them chatted for a while, then returned to their rooms to cultivate. During this trip to Wanjingxing, after a series of battles, Lu Ming had made great progress. His comprehension of the battle character formula and the path of sovereign had taken a big step forward. Lu Ming had a feeling that he would be able to break through soon. Lu Ming placed the metal ball in his room and focused on cultivating in seclusion. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Lu Ming's body, which had been meditating for a year, suddenly emitted a powerful suction force. The divine qi between heaven and earth gathered crazily towards his body and rushed into it. Then Lu Ming waved his hand, and a pile of divinity crystals appeared. They kept exploding, turning into rich divine qi, which was absorbed by Lu Ming. The power of the world and the power of the master in Lu Ming's body began to soar and rapidly became rich. A few days later, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed and then slowly disappeared. Swoosh! Lu Ming opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light burst out from his eyes, which were dazzling. 4-star Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming revealed a smile. After training in Wanjingxing for a while, and coming back to cultivate for a year, Lu Ming broke through once again. Of course, this was because Lu Ming's cultivation was still low in the Heavenly Emperor realm. Moreover, the cultivation environment of the chaotic universe was really much better than the Heaven realm. That was why he broke through so quickly. If it was in the Heaven realm, it was absolutely impossible to break through in such a short time. Of course, if he reached the Void God realm in the future, it would not be so easy to break through. Reaching the Void God realm, every breakthrough was very difficult, unless it was a heaven-defying genius with the help of some rare treasures. Reaching the 4-star Heavenly Emperor, Lu Ming's strength had undoubtedly increased by another level. Now if he triggered double combat power, killing a level 3 Void God realm existence would be a piece of cake. Even if it was a level 4 Void God realm, he could also contend for a while. Lu Ming got up and stretched his back. There were dense explosive sounds coming from his body. This guy. Lu Ming opened his eyes and saw that the metal ball was lying on the ground softly, with a listless look, almost turning into a pool of liquid. This guy, could it be that he didn't eat and is like this? Lu Ming guessed, and then a metal beast core appeared in his hand. Previously, Lu Ming still had dozens of scattered beast cores in his hands that had not been sold. Chapter 2600. As soon as the metal beast core appeared in Lu Ming's hand, the metal ball immediately bounced up and shook vigorously like a piece of jelly. A large mouth and a pair of eyes appeared on the metal beast core. The eyes shone brightly as they stared at the metal beast core in Lu Ming's hand. Swish! The metal ball directly jumped over, opened its mouth, and swallowed the beast core in one gulp. Then it began to chew. After a while, the metal beast core was completely eaten by the metal ball. Then, it looked at Lu Ming eagerly. Lu Ming took out a few more, but they were all eaten by the metal ball in a few bites. This can't go on. Where can I find so many metal beast cores for it to eat? Lu Ming furrowed his brows. Metal beast cores are actually a type of forging material. I wonder if this fellow will eat other metal-attributed forging materials? At the thought of this, a piece of forging material appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It shone with different colors. They were all metals of different attributes. Gotcha! As soon as Lu Ming took it out, it was swallowed by the metal ball in one gulp. It seemed to be eating with relish. It really ate it. This fellow's teeth are really good. Then will it eat a combat weapon? Lu Ming thought for a while, and took out a great emperor weapon. The metal ball stretched out 2 tentacles, and grabbed the great emperor weapon. Then it chewed it into pieces. Then, its round body shook as if it was saying that the combat weapon's grade wasn't high enough, and it wasn't tasty enough. Lu Ming was speechless. In the next moment, a bow and arrow appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This was the Fallen Star Bow, a damaged heavenly Dao weapon. When Lu Ming's cultivation was still weak, it had helped Lu Ming a lot. The metal ball grabbed it and swallowed it in a few bites. Only then did the metal ball reveal a hint of satisfaction in its eyes. I'll give you a few more. Lu Ming took out a few more heavenly Dao weapons, including the Great Desolate Spear. The Great Desolation Spear had been damaged in the battle with the outsider sacred ancestor. Furthermore, to the current Lu Ming, heavenly Dao soldiers were useless. He could shatter them with a wave of his hand. The metal ball did not reject them. It chewed and swallowed the heavenly Dao soldiers one by one. After swallowing them, the metal body emitted a layer of light. It then looked at Lu Ming eagerly. This guy's appetite is too big. Lu Ming had a headache. Then he gritted his teeth and took out 2 weapons, a saber and an axe. They were both divine artifacts, but they were only low-grade Tier 1 divine artifacts. They were all Lu Ming's spoils of war from the enemy. In Wan Jingxing's battle, Lu Ming and the others had all obtained several divine items. However, the highest was a low-grade 3rd-tier divine item. They hadn't obtained anything higher than a low-grade 4th-tier divine item. Seeing the 2 low-grade 1st-tier divine items, the metal ball's eyes shone. It grabbed them and started chewing. This was a divine weapon. Although it was only a 1st-tier inferior grade divine weapon, it was extremely sturdy. Even with Lu Ming's current ability, it would take him some effort to destroy it. However, the metal ball could bite off a large piece of it with just one bite. It ate with a delicious sound. The metal ball ate a little slower. After half an hour, the metal ball finally destroyed the 2 divine artifacts. Its entire body glowed, and it had a satisfied expression on its face. This guy won't eat divine items often in the future, right? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's face darkened. Each divine item was expensive. If he continued eating like this, he would definitely go bankrupt. However, thinking that the metal ball would level up if it ate too much, Lu Ming's heart began to burn. As long as there were enough metal materials and weapons for the metal ball to eat, the metal ball would continue to level up. It would be of great help to him in the future. Let's eat some low-grade ones first. I'll think of something. Lu Ming pondered. Then he took out some of the refining materials he had collected over the years. He had collected too many refining materials over the years. In the past, he had given some to the Dragon League for them to refine, but there were still a lot left. However, their grades were not high. Although he had only taken out a portion of it, it was still piled up like a small mountain. Seeing so many metal materials, the metal ball's eyes lit up. It pounced into the pile of materials and began to eat them in big bites. In the next half a month, Lu Ming stabilized his realm while observing the metal ball's situation. In this half a month, the metal ball had eaten almost all of the refining materials Lu Ming had collected. However, the metal ball showed no signs of leveling up. It seems that the grade of the refining materials is too low. They can't provide enough energy for the metal ball. Lu Ming sighed. Lu Ming guessed that after the metal ball swallowed the materials, it would be able to absorb the spiritual essence of the materials to level up. Only when it had absorbed enough spiritual essence would it be able to evolve and level up. To the metal ball, which was already at level 2 empty god realm, the energy contained in the low-level crafting material was too little. What should I do? Do I have to keep feeding the weapon? How can I afford to feed it? Lu Ming sighed. Wait. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If he couldn't afford to feed the weapon, then he would feed the weapon fragments. In the chaotic universe, there were countless people killing each other every day. There were also countless people who went to various forbidden lands, dangerous lands, and unknown planets to take risks. Every day there would be magical weapons that would break. When the weapons broke, there would be magical fragments. The metal ball only needed the spiritual essence of the metals. In that case, eating the magical fragments was the same as eating the weapons. However, the price of the magical fragments was much cheaper than the weapons. The price of the magical fragments was even cheaper than refining materials of the same grade. This was because refining materials could be used to refine weapons directly. However, if he wanted to use the magical fragments again, he would have to extract the materials from the magical fragments first. However, when refining a god artifact, all kinds of different materials were completely intertwined and mixed together. It was very difficult to extract them. The cost of labor was also high. This resulted in the price of the magical fragments not being very high. Let's go and buy the magical fragments. At the thought of this, Lu Ming was overjoyed. He grabbed the metal ball and walked out. The metal ball was like a lump of liquid metal. At this moment, it moved along Lu Ming's palm and turned into a golden bracelet. It was worn on Lu Ming's wrist. Not bad, this is not bad. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It turned into a bracelet on his wrist to avoid attracting attention. Let me give you a name, Lu Ming said as he looked at the bracelet on his wrist. A pair of eyes appeared on the bracelet and looked at Lu Ming expectantly. You're so round like a ball. I'll call you Qiu Qiu. What do you think? Don't you think it sounds nice? Lu Ming said. The blinking eyes of the metal ball seemed to like the name. Dandan Bubbles Qiu Qiu. Lu Ming thought of Dandan Bubbles and the others and smiled inwardly. He was quite satisfied with his ability to come up with names. Outside, Lu Ming soared into the air. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at the place where the righteous army traded their treasures. Chapter 2601. Half an hour later, Lu Ming walked out of the place where the righteous sky army traded their treasures with a frown. He had bought some fragments of divine artifacts, but not a lot. It was only equivalent to 10 divine artifacts, and they were all low-grade divine artifacts. He had spent 200 divine gems. These fragments aren't enough. Where should I buy them? Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming. Suddenly, a crisp voice sounded. Lu Ming looked up and saw Tong Xie. Lu Ming, are you here to buy treasures? Tong Xie flew over with a smile. Yes, but I'm here to buy some fragments of divine artifacts. However, there aren't enough fragments here. Lu Ming said. Buy fragments of divine artifacts. Tong Xie's eyes flickered as she thought of the metal ball. The righteous sky army isn't big, and they lack powerful refining materials, so they don't have many fragments. Even if they have fragments, they won't sell them here. Tong Xie explained. Oh, Miss Xie, where can I buy a large number of fragments? Lu Ming asked. If you want to buy a large number of fragments, you can only go to Cloud Peak City. Tong Xie said. Cloud Peak City, you mean Cloud Peak City where the Cloud Peak Pavilion is located? Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he said. The chaotic galaxy was extremely vast, and there were many planets with life. In addition, there were many planets without life. There were countless planets of different sizes. Therefore, there were many forces of different sizes. For example, there were at least 800 if not 1,000 forces like the Righteous Sky Army and the Yuan Luo Palace. However, among the many forces in the chaotic galaxy, the most powerful force was undoubtedly the Cloud Peak Pavilion. This was because the Cloud Peak Pavilion had a heavenly god. There were many forces in the chaotic galaxy, but only the Cloud Peak Pavilion had a heavenly god. It was undoubtedly the most powerful force. Cloud Peak City, where the Cloud Peak Pavilion was located, was the most prosperous place in the chaotic Star River. There were many things that one could buy here. Yes, I'm also going to Cloud Peak City to buy some pills to break through to the next realm. We can go together. Tong Xie said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. When he went to Cloud Peak City, he also wanted to sell a good weapon. During this period of time, Lu Ming had been using the divine artifact battle sword that White Fang had given him. However, after using it for a long time, Lu Ming still felt that the spear was more comfortable. Although cultivating the battle character secret art would allow one to use any weapon with ease, Lu Ming had only started cultivating not long ago. He had started using a spear, so he was used to using a spear. Furthermore, White Fang's divine artifact battle sword was only a low-grade third-tier divine artifact. It was still a bit low-grade. Lu Ming wanted to buy a higher-grade spear. Just now he had asked around in the righteous army, but he hadn't been able to find anyone suitable. Immediately, the two of them stepped onto the righteous army's teleportation array and rushed towards Cloud Peak City. Upright Sky Planet was very far away from Cloud Peak Planet, where Cloud Peak City was located. They had to cross the boundless starry sky. Even if they took a teleportation formation, they couldn't reach it in one go. They had to be teleported several times. Furthermore, with such a long teleportation, even if they took a teleportation formation, it would still take a long time. After 3 days of continuous teleportation, they finally arrived at Cloud Peak City. What a majestic city! Walking around the streets of Cloud Peak City, Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim. After coming to the primitive universe, Lu Ming finally felt that the primordial realm of the Heaven Realm was too small. The surface area of Dark Underworld Planet was equivalent to 10,000 Heaven Realm, Primordial Realm, and Evil God Realm combined. The surface area of Upright Sky Planet was several times larger than Dark Underworld Planet. However, Cloud Peak Planet, where Cloud Peak City was located, was at least 10 times larger than Upright Sky Planet. Heaven Realm, Primordial Realm, and Evil God Realm were simply dust compared to Cloud Peak Planet. Just the surface area of Cloud Peak City was probably equivalent to the surface area of hundreds of Heaven Realm, Primordial Realm, and Evil God Realm combined. One could imagine how huge it was. Cloud Peak City was extraordinarily lively. All the major and minor forces in the chaotic galaxy could come here. The chaotic galaxy was very chaotic and killings could be seen everywhere. However, Cloud Peak City was an exception. Cloud Peak Pavilion had a rule that Cloud Peak City was a place for business, and killing was not allowed. If one wanted to kill, one would have to go to a specific battle stage. Whoever disobeyed the rule would be hunted down by Cloud Peak Pavilion. Hence, Cloud Peak City was very safe. This was the only way to attract countless people to do business, to trade, to buy, or to sell treasures. If it wasn't safe, who would dare to come here if they could kill and steal treasures at any time? Hence, the two of them were more at ease and strolled around casually. 2 days later, the two of them came to the biggest market in Cloud Peak City. There was a sea of people and shops. There were all kinds of shops. Refining materials, various divine elixirs, sacred weapons, and sky treasures were available. There were even divine skills for sale. Lu Ming went in to take a look. The prices were shockingly high. Even the lowest level 1 divine skill was not something that Lu Ming could afford. It started at least tens of thousands of divine gems. At a divine elixir shop, Tong Shi bought the divine elixir that she needed. She had accumulated enough. When she returned, she would be able to break through to level 2 Empty God Realm. Then they came to a sacred weapon shop. "Sir, how can I help you?" Immediately, a beautiful young lady came up to them. "Hello, I am looking for a long spear sacred weapon." Lu Ming smiled. "A long spear sacred weapon? What grade do you need? I can recommend it to you." The young lady smiled. "A lower rank 5 sacred weapon or above." Lu Ming said. "All right, please follow me." The young lady brought Lu Ming to a room. There were all kinds of long spears sacred weapons hanging in the room. This is a lower rank 5 sacred weapon Hurricane Spear. It costs 3,000 divine gems. This is a lower rank 6 sacred weapon, Roaring Flame Spear. It costs 7,000 divine gems. The young lady introduced the items to Lu Ming. "What an expensive price!" Lu Ming exclaimed. A lower rank 5 sacred weapon cost 3,000 divine gems. A lower rank sacred weapon corresponded to a Void God Realm. Generally, Void God Realm people used lower rank sacred weapons. True God Realm people used middle rank sacred weapons. So on and so forth. Divine King Realm people used supreme rank sacred weapons. One had to know that hunting for Metal Beast cores in Myriad Gold Star A level 5 Void God Realm Wild Beast Core was only worth 80 divine gems. But a lower rank 5 Sacred Weapon Long Spear cost 3,000 divine gems. Of course, refining a sacred weapon, the refining materials used could not be just one type. It required a combination of many materials, and also the refining cost. In the end, Lu Ming chose a lower rank 6 Sacred Weapon Long Spear, Meteor Spear. It cost 7,000 divine gems. These divine gems aren't enough. Lu Ming sighed. Previously, when he broke through to 4-star Heavenly Emperor, he used around 5,000 divine gems. Now he spent another 7,000. 40,000 divine gems, only 28,000 remained. Chapter 2602. Miss, do you have divine weapon fragments for sale here? Lu Ming put away the meteor spear and asked again. Of course we do. What grade of divine weapon fragments do you need? Different grades of divine weapon fragments have different prices. The young woman said. Low-tier divine artifact shards. Any grade will do. Lu Ming said. Then, with the young woman's introduction, Lu Ming bought a large number of divine weapon fragments. As expected of Cloud Peak City, there were so many divine weapon fragments here that they could be piled up like a mountain. Moreover, the price was indeed cheap. Not to mention divine weapons, it was much cheaper than divine weapon materials. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and spent another 10,000 divine gems to buy a large number of divine gems of various grades. It was enough for Qiuqiu to eat for a while. Lu Ming's divine gems shrunk again, leaving him with only 18,000 divine gems. I have to think of a way to earn some divine gems. Lu Ming muttered. 18,000 divine gems were simply not enough for him. As his cultivation increased, he would need even more divine gems when he broke through in the future. The two had bought everything they needed. They walked out of the shop and planned to take the teleportation formation back. Tongxier and you brat. Suddenly, an ear-piercing and resentful voice sounded. Lu Ming turned around to take a look. He could not help but reveal a cold smile at the corners of his lips. What a coincidence, he ran into an old acquaintance. Behind him were two young men. One of them was the young master of Yuan Luo Palace, Kong Long. At this moment, Kong Long was staring at Lu Ming with resentment. Back then, he had been captured by Lu Ming and handed over to the righteous army as a hostage. This matter was a great humiliation to him. He hated Lu Ming to the core, and always wanted to take revenge on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was hiding in the righteous army, and he could not do anything. He did not expect to meet him in Cloud Peak City. Kong Long, Situ Xiao. Tong Shi, Er's eyes flashed as she recognized the two. Brat, I'll tear you to pieces sooner or later. Kong Long's eyes were cold and full of cold killing intent as he stared at Lu Ming. If it wasn't for the fact that killing was prohibited in Cloud Peak City, he would have killed Lu Ming long ago. A loser like you dares to spout nonsense here? Who doesn't know how to brag? Lu Ming glanced at Kong Long, full of contempt. You. As soon as Kong Long thought about being captured and imprisoned by Lu Ming for several months, his anger soared to the heavens and he gnashed his teeth. Seeing Lu Ming's contemptuous look, he wished he could slap Lu Ming to death. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from Kong Long's body and pressed down on Lu Ming. Level 1 Empty God Realm. It was apparent that Kong Long had broken through to Empty God Realm from Demigod. The commotion attracted the attention of the passers-by, who looked over to watch the show. You want to fight? Come on. Lu Ming hooked his finger. He didn't believe that Kong Long would dare to fight in Cloud Peak City. If he did, he would be digging his own grave. Brat, I'll challenge you to a fight in the fighting ring. Kong Long stared at Lu Ming angrily. You? Loser, I'm not interested. Lu Ming curled his lips and Kong Long was furious. After taking a few deep breaths, Kong Long forced himself to calm down and said, You're the one who doesn't dare. Previously, he had been defeated by Lu Ming because he had been careless. Now that he had broken through to level 1 Empty God Realm, his combat strength had increased tremendously. He was confident that he could easily suppress Lu Ming. You don't have to provoke me. I'm not interested in a loser. If there's nothing else, get out of my way. Lu Ming waved his hand casually. He was telling the truth. Kong Long's cultivation was only at level 1 Empty God Realm, and he could suppress him easily. He was not interested. However, Lu Ming kept calling him a loser. In Kong Long's ears, this was simply the greatest insult to him. Kong Long's face turned red and he gritted his teeth. Since you're not going to fight with Brother Kong, I'll challenge you. Do you dare to fight? At this moment, the young man beside Kong Long spoke. He had a fair complexion, and he was fanning himself with a fan in his hand. He had a confident smile on his face. Lu Ming, this is the young sect leader of Walkabout Sect, Situ Xiao. He's at level 2 Empty God Realm. Tong Xier sent a message to Lu Ming. Walkabout Sect was a force that was similar to Yuan Luo Hall and the Zhengtian military. You want to challenge me? Lu Ming looked at Situ Xiao. That's right. Do you dare? If you don't, I won't make things difficult for you. Situ Xiao said with a fake smile. To be honest, I'm not interested in you either. With your cultivation, I can suppress you easily. Lu Ming curled his lips. Situ Xiao's eyelids twitched and he stopped fanning himself. A cold killing intent shot out from his eyes. Lu Ming actually said that he could suppress him with a flip of his hand? What a joke. He could clearly feel that Lu Ming was only at the Transformation Void martial stage. A Transformation Void martial stage martial artist dared to speak so arrogantly. He was simply courting death. However, if you dare to make a bet with me, I can fight with you. Lu Ming paused for a moment and continued. Bet? How? Situ Xiao asked. 20,000 divine gems. Each of us will take out 20,000 divine gems. Whoever wins will take the other party's 20,000 divine gems. How about that? Lu Ming said. 20,000 divine gems. Situ Xiao's face changed slightly. 20,000 divine gems was not a small amount. What? You don't dare to bet? Then forget it. Lu Ming's face was full of contempt as he turned around to leave. I'll bet 20,000 divine gems, Situ Xiao said. He did not think that he would lose at all. Hence, he agreed without hesitation. All right. Let's go to the fighting ring, Lu Ming said. Immediately, Lu Ming, Tong Xier, Kong Long, and Situ Xiao headed to the fighting ring nearby. Let's go and have a look. That young man is only at the Transformation Void martial stage. He dares to challenge a level 2 Empty God Realm genius. Interesting. The people nearby followed Lu Ming and the others. Soon they arrived at a fighting ring nearby. The fighting ring was surrounded by people. Take out 20,000 divine gems. I need a middleman to prevent you from reneging on your debt. Lu Ming looked at Situ Xiao. How can I lose? Ridiculous. Situ Xiao sneered. That's hard to say. How would you know if we haven't fought? Lu Ming smiled faintly. He then looked around and said, which senior can be the middleman? I'll do it. A silver-haired elder walked out and a powerful aura exuded from his body. Level 9 Empty God Realm. Many people's faces changed. In the chaotic galaxy, a true God Realm expert was definitely an expert. A level 9 Empty God Realm expert was the backbone of many forces. All right. Thank you, senior. Lu Ming handed a storage ring to the silver-haired elder. There were 20,000 divine gems in the ring. Lu Ming did not have enough divine gems to pay 20,000 divine gems. On the way, he borrowed another 2,000 from Tong Xier. Chapter 2603. That's good too. Situ Xiao snorted. He took out a storage ring and passed it to the silver-haired elder. The silver-haired elder scanned the storage ring with his spiritual senses and said, there are 20,000 divine gems in each ring. The winner will get the divine gems. Young man, come up, Situ Xiao said coldly as he stepped onto the fighting ring. Lu Ming flew onto the fighting ring and stood opposite Situ Xiao. That young man is only at the Transformation Void martial realm, and he dares to challenge a level 2 empty god. Does he have something to rely on? I can't figure it out. The difference between the Transformation Void martial realm and the Empty God realm is too big. Even if he is a supreme talent, it would be hard for him to challenge someone of a higher realm. His opponent is Situ Xiao. I have heard that he is also a supreme talent with royal grade divine force. Does that mean that the young man is going to lose? I don't know. I can't figure it out either. Let's wait and see. Many people were discussing among themselves. However, most of them felt that Lu Ming was no match for Situ Xiao. After all, the Transformation Void martial realm was the first step of cultivation, and the empty god realm was the second step of cultivation. It was only a step away, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Unless he was a supreme talent, he would not be able to overcome it. However, the chaotic galaxy was such a small place. How could there be such a supreme talent? However, some of them felt that Lu Ming was confident. Since he dared to accept the challenge, he must have something to rely on. They were curious about what Lu Ming was relying on. Everyone stared at the two of them on the fighting ring. "Young man, I will make you kneel down in 3 moves." There was a strong murderous intent in Situ Zhao's eyes. His figure swayed, and he appeared in front of Lu Ming like a fleeting shadow. He lifted one hand and pressed it down. Divine power whizzed and pressed toward Lu Ming like a mountain. He wanted to force Lu Ming to kneel down on the spot. Situ Zhao was full of confidence. He was a supreme talent, and he had royal-grade divine force. His strength was much stronger than those at the same level as him. Even a level 2 empty god would not be able to withstand his attack. However, Lu Ming's expression did not change. He pointed his finger like a sword and stabbed it towards Situ Zhao's palm. "You are courting death. Then I'll break your fingers." Situ Zhao grinned malevolently and added more strength. Bang! Lu Ming's finger collided with Situ Zhao's palm, causing a violent explosion. Force chi spread out in all directions, and a figure was forced to retreat 5 or 6 steps before he could stabilize himself. The one who retreated was naturally Situ Zhao. How is this possible? Many people around them were shocked. Lu Ming actually repelled Situ Zhao in 1 move. This simply exceeded everyone's expectations. It was unbelievable that a transformation void martial stage martial artist could defeat a level 2 void god stage genius with 1 move. Situ Zhao probably underestimated his opponent and didn't use his full strength, but this is still extremely shocking. Someone sighed. "You." At this moment, Situ Zhao was also extremely shocked. His palm was pierced by Lu Ming's finger, and he felt waves of pain. Earlier, he had indeed underestimated his opponent. He had only used 70% of his strength, but it was still extremely shocking. One had to know that he was in control of king-grade divine power. "This brat is a demon. Today I'll destroy him." Situ Zhao roared in his heart. He unleashed all of his strength and charged towards Lu Ming. Good timing. Lu Ming was fearless. He unleashed all of his strength as well. His entire body was filled with dazzling purplish gold radiance as he charged towards Situ Zhao. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them clashed continuously and fought fiercely. For a moment, it was hard to determine the victor. Although Situ Zhao's cultivation level was at level 2 void god stage, his divine power was king-grade divine power. It was extremely dense and his attack power was strong. His strength was enough to fight against a level 3 void god stage existence. As for Lu Ming, he was a 4-star heavenly emperor. Without activating the battle character manual to double his combat power, he could also fight against a level 3 void god stage existence. Hence, for a moment, it was hard to determine the victor. It seems like there's a difference in strength between king-grade divine power. As they fought, Lu Ming pondered. Tongxi also controlled king-grade divine power. However, Lu Ming felt that Tongxi was stronger than Situ Zhao when they were at the same level. There was a difference in strength between king-grade divine power. Bam, bam, bam. The two of them exchanged more than 10 blows, but it was still hard to determine the victor. How can this be? How can he be so strong? Situ Zhao roared in his heart. At that moment he was anxious. He no longer wanted to make Lu Ming kneel down. He only wanted to win. Otherwise, the 20,000 divine gems would be gone. Below the fighting ring, the one who was most shocked was Kong Long. His face was pale without a trace of blood. He could not stop muttering. How can this be? How can this brat be so strong? Damn it, D***M in it. At the same time, he was scared. Luckily, Lu Ming did not agree to fight with him. Otherwise, he would lose badly. I hope Situ Zhao can defeat him. Kong Long prayed in his heart. It was a pity that his wish was destined to fail. Is this all you've got? Let's end this. Lu Ming's voice resounded. At the same time, his power suddenly surged. The battle character manual had activated the double combat strength. After activating the double combat strength, Lu Ming's combat strength was enough to fight with a level 4 empty god realm martial artist. Situ Xiao was no match for him. Boom. Lu Ming threw out a punch. The terrifying force of the punch was like an avalanche as it pressed down on Situ Xiao. Crack. Situ Xiao's arm was broken by Lu Ming's punch. Situ Xiao's body retreated and he vomited blood. Bam. Lu Ming took a step forward and continued to attack. Situ Xiao took out a sacred weapon to counterattack. However, he was sent flying by Lu Ming in a few moves. Kneel down. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He lifted his hand and pressed it down. The sovereign's power formed a huge palm and pressed down on Situ Xiao. Situ Xiao roared and resisted with all his might. However, he was no match for Lu Ming. He could not block Lu Ming's power. Boom. A powerful force acted on Situ Xiao's body. His body arched and with a loud thud, he knelt on the ground in front of Lu Ming. Ah! Situ Xiao roared like a madman. He, the dignified walkabout sect young lord, was actually kneeling in front of Lu Ming. He was so mad that he could not wait to grind Lu Ming's bones into dust. What are you shouting for? A defeat is a defeat. What's the use of shouting? Lu Ming shouted. Situ Xiao's body was sent flying out of the fighting stage. He vomited blood and could not get up for a long time. Lu Ming did not kill Situ Xiao because there was no need to. Furthermore, if he really did kill Situ Xiao, the walkabout sect would probably go crazy and attack the righteous army with all their might. Defeated, Situ Xiao was defeated. A transformation void martial artist can defeat a level 2 empty god realm genius. How is this possible? Sovereign's power. It's the sovereign's power. He controls the sovereign's power. What? It's the sovereign's power. No wonder. The scene was noisy. Many people recognized Lu Ming's power. It was the sovereign's power. Chapter 2604. Once the sovereign power was converted into divine power, it would be the sovereign divine power. This was a divine power. Even in the vast chaotic universe, it was a rare divine power. It had never appeared in the chaotic galaxy before. Now there was actually someone who could control the sovereign power. No wonder it's so terrifying. He can actually defeat an empty god realm martial artist as a transformation void martial artist. This is too shocking. The sovereign power. Which superpower is he from? It's a pity that his cultivation is too low. Otherwise, it would be terrifying. Many people looked at Lu Ming, their eyes filled with shock. I was still recognized. Lu Ming himself was speechless. When he fought just now, he had already done some tricks to hide it. However, he was still recognized as the sovereign power. The main reason was that once the sovereign power was used, its characteristics were too obvious. It was easy to be recognized. It seems like I still have to find a way to hide the characteristics of the sovereign power. Otherwise, I will be recognized the moment I fight. It will be too eye-catching. Lu Ming thought to himself. Before he was strong enough, it was not a good thing to attract too much attention. Sometimes it might even lead to a fatal disaster. Senior, I won. Lu Ming walked towards the silver-haired old man. Little brother, you are really a rare talent. If there's a chance, I will treat you to a drink. The silver-haired old man smiled and took out 2 storage rings and passed them to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took them and smiled. I still have things to do now. If there's a chance in the future, I will treat you to a drink. After exchanging some pleasantries, Lu Ming and Tong Xie left the place together. Lu Ming, I will definitely take revenge. Below the fighting ring, Situ Xiao struggled to get up. He looked in the direction that Lu Ming had left. His face was pale and filled with resentment. Lu Ming and Tong Xie did not stop. They went to the transportation array of Cloud Peak City and headed towards Upright Star. After a few days, Lu Ming returned to Upright Star. This time he had won 20,000 divine gems from Situ Xiao. Lu Ming was in a good mood. This trip to Cloud Peak City was not in vain. Lu Ming now had 38,000 divine crystals, which was a few thousand more than he had before. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming took out a pile of divine tool fragments for Qiuqiu to eat. Qiuqiu was immediately excited. It hugged a large pile of divine artifact fragments and munched happily. At this time, Lu Ming looked in a certain direction. There was a powerful aura coming from that direction. A huge tortoise appeared in the air, surrounded by countless runes. Dandan. With that, Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared on top of a mansion in the city. This mansion used to be Dandan's residence. Dandan was trying to break through to the martial god realm. It had been cultivating in seclusion since it came to the primitive universe. Now it was finally beginning to break through. Big brother Lu Ming. A figure flashed and bubble appeared beside Lu Ming. It grabbed Lu Ming's hand and shook it with all its might. After not seeing it for a while, Bubble's cultivation had improved a lot. It had already reached the peak of the Heavenly Emperor realm. Needless to say, Bubble's talent was definitely top-notch. Furthermore, the cultivation environment in the primitive universe was too good. In addition, Lu Ming had given some resources to it. It was normal for its cultivation level to improve by leaps and bounds. However, after so many years, Bubble still looked like a 6 or 7-year-old. Its growth speed was shockingly slow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Figures appeared nearby. They were all attracted by Dandan's breakthrough. This old tortoise actually broke through faster than us. The Titan Longhorn Beetle sighed. Ching Tsong, 9 Lives Demon Silkworm, and the others also sighed. They had broken through to the demigod realm around the same time as Dandan. However, they were still some distance away from the martial god realm. On the other hand, Dandan had already broken through. Boom. In Dandan's mansion, the aura was even stronger. A huge tortoise figure was suspended in the air. Between heaven and earth, endless energy gathered towards Dandan. This guy's breakthrough is really big. Lu Ming's eyes moved. Although the commotion caused by Dandan's breakthrough wasn't as great as Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan's, it was much greater than other breakthroughs. The world turtle originally came from the primitive universe. It is indeed extraordinary. At this moment, ancestral Gragon also appeared not far away. The world turtle came from the primitive universe? Lu Ming was puzzled. Titan Longhorn, 9 Lives Demon Silkworm, Ching Tsong, and the others also looked at ancestral Gragon curiously. They did not know about this. That's right. Ancestral Gragon nodded and said, back then, most of the top 10 battle beasts in the heaven realm were mutations of various divine beast races. They had unique talents, but there were also a few that came from the primitive universe. The world turtle was one of them. The other one is this little guy. Ancestral Gragon then looked at Bubbles. Bubbles also came from the primitive universe? Lu Ming muttered. In addition to these two, the Holy Spirit Ant also came from the primitive universe. Unfortunately, it fell in the ancient war. Ancestral Gragon sighed. At this moment, Dandan's aura was even more shocking. It was like a black hole, absorbing the divine chi from the outside. The divine chi is not enough. Go. Lu Ming immediately realized that Dandan's breakthrough was not enough to absorb the divine chi from the outside. He immediately waved his hand and 3,000 divine gems flew towards Dandan. The divine gems shattered and turned into divine chi, which was absorbed by Dandan. After absorbing the divine gems, Dandan's aura reached its peak. Then it retracted it. Ha ha ha, I've finally broken through and reached the martial god realm. A savage voice was heard. Dandan soared into the sky with divine force all over its body. It was insufferably arrogant. It felt like it was filled with an inexhaustible amount of energy. It glanced around and saw Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, come. Fight with me. I won't let you surpass me. I'll show you how powerful I am. Dandan shouted arrogantly. Oh sure. Lu Ming bared his teeth and smiled. He stepped into the air and slapped him. A purple gold giant hand was formed and pressed down on Dandan. Ah, Lu Ming, you. As soon as Lu Ming struck, Dandan's expression changed. She tried her best to resist, but it was useless. The big hand pressed down and Dandan fell to the ground like a meteorite, stirring up dust in the air. Ah, Lu Ming, you tricked me. In the next moment, Dandan rushed out with a dusty face. It was as pathetic as it could be. Ha 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 ha. The Titan Longhorn Beetle and the others were laughing and crying. You're the one who wanted to fight with me, Lu Ming said innocently. You pervert. Dandan held back for a long time before he could say that. He originally thought that after his breakthrough, his strength had skyrocketed, and the divine force he controlled was extraordinary. He thought that he could compete with Lu Ming. Now it seemed that he was completely wrong. He made up his mind that unless he was completely confident, he would never fight with Lu Ming again. Old Turtle, aren't you going to treat us to a drink after breaking through to the martial god realm? Let's go and drink. Ching Tsang, the Titan Longhorn Beetle, and the others pulled Dandan and asked him to treat them to a drink. As the strength of the people coming out of the heavenly realm became stronger, everyone felt a lot more relaxed. Chapter 2605. When he returned to his residence, he saw that Qiu was still gnawing on a pile of divine item fragments. The divine item fragments weren't ordinary, so Qiu naturally didn't digest them that quickly. Moreover, every time it ate, it would have to stop and digest them. Lu Ming didn't bother with Qiu and cultivated by himself. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Qiu had eaten all of the divine item fragments Lu Ming had bought. It had finally evolved once more, and its cultivation base had risen to the 3rd level of the Void God realm. However, Lu Ming didn't have any more divine item fragments to give it, so he could only give it some ordinary metal-attributed refining materials. As for Lu Ming, he continued to cultivate. Just like that, 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. After cultivating bitterly for 5 years, Lu Ming had made great progress in all aspects. His cultivation base had risen again, and he had become a 5-star heavenly emperor. Of course, he had also used over 10,000 divine crystals. In addition, his comprehension of the battle character art had become deeper and deeper. Now, when he used the battle character art, the increase in his attack power had become greater and greater. Moreover, the chances of activating the battle character art had become higher and higher. On average, he could succeed after activating it twice. However, the battle character art seemed to have reached a bottleneck at this point. Lu Ming hadn't made any progress in a while. Just cultivating bitterly isn't enough. I still need to go out and temper myself. Lu Ming thought to himself as he ended his cultivation. If he didn't encounter a bottleneck and cultivated bitterly, it was fine. However, once he encountered a bottleneck, just cultivating bitterly wasn't very effective. Cultivating and tempering oneself required killing to trigger inspiration and make a breakthrough. This was also the reason why many people would go out and adventure. Not only could they obtain fortuitous encounters, but they could also temper themselves and break through bottlenecks. Let's go take a look at the righteous army. Lu Ming walked out and headed towards the righteous army. No one stopped him when he arrived at the righteous army's headquarters. Although Lu Ming and the others hadn't officially joined the righteous army, the righteous army already treated them as part of it. There was a mission hall in the righteous army's headquarters. Actually, most factions would have a mission hall like this. Senior, are there any people who are suitable for the empty god realm? Lu Ming came to a counter and asked a white-haired old man. Recently, the most important task is naturally the battle with the Yuan Luo Palace and the Walkabout sect. The white-haired old man said. Yuan Luo Palace and Walkabout sect? Lu Ming frowned slightly. That's right. In the past few years, the Yuan Luo Palace and the Walkabout sect have joined forces to attack some of the vital planets controlled by our righteous army. Our righteous army has also been sending experts to fight against them. Anyone who kills a member of the Yuan Luo Palace or the Walkabout sect will be rewarded, the white-haired old man said. The Yuan Luo Palace and the Free and Unfettered sect are joining hands? Could it be that it was caused by me beating up that Situ Shao last time? Lu Ming couldn't help but think so. The Walkabout sect has long wanted to join forces with the Yuan Luo Palace to deal with the righteous Sky Army. Sure enough, they've made their move. Little guy, do you want to accept this mission? If you do, I'll register you, the white-haired old man asked. All right, then I'll accept this mission. Lu Ming nodded. It seemed that the two forces weren't attacking him because he had beaten up Situ Shao, but because the Yuan Luo Palace and the Walkabout sect had long planned to join forces. Soon, the old man finished the formalities for Lu Ming. I've registered you. Recently, many people have accepted this mission. Tomorrow morning, gather with the others and head to Northern Shang Planet. The white-haired old man gave Lu Ming a black iron token. Lu Ming took it and left. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Lu Ming returned to the mission hall. Those who are going to Northern Shang Planet to carry out a mission, gather here. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, he heard someone shouting in the mission hall. Lu Ming walked over. Brother, are you going to Northern Shang planet to carry out a mission? A large man looked at Lu Ming. Yes. Lu Ming took out the black iron token. All right, then we'll wait here first. When almost everyone is here, we'll set off, the large man said. Lu Ming nodded and walked to the side. As time passed, more and more people gathered. Half an hour later, more than 200 people had gathered here. They were all going to Northern Shang planet to carry out a mission. They were all in the Void God realm. All right, almost everyone is here. Let's go, the large man said. Everyone headed toward the teleportation array. A teleportation array couldn't teleport so many people at once. They had to take turns. Groups of people went up and stepped into the teleportation array, disappearing from the array. Soon it was Lu Ming's turn. Lu Ming also stepped into the teleportation array. The next moment he appeared on a flat ground. This is an island. As soon as he appeared, Lu Ming heard the sound of waves crashing from all directions. There was also a salty sea breeze blowing over. He felt refreshed. Lu Ming rose into the air and looked around. He found that this was indeed an island. The island wasn't big. At a glance, he could see the boundless ocean. Soon, everyone passed through the teleportation array. Follow me. Let's go to 7 Stars Island first, and then we'll assign the specific missions. Also, I'll explain the current situation of Northern Shang planet to you on the way, the large man said. Everyone followed the large man and flew out of the island toward the vast ocean. The large man's name was Panjiang. He had been guarding Northern Shang planet. This time he had specially gone to pick them up. On the way, Panjiang introduced the current situation of Northern Shang planet. The situation of Northern Shang planet was rather special. It was located at the intersection of the Zhengtian army and the Yuan Luo Palace. Therefore, Northern Shang planet had become a place that both forces had to fight over. Therefore, half of Northern Shang planet was occupied by the Zhengtian army and the Yuan Luo Palace. The mainland and the ocean each occupied 50% of Northern Shang planet. The Zhengtian army occupied the ocean and islands of Northern Shang planet and exploited the resources in the ocean. On the other hand, the Yuan Luo Palace occupied the mainland part of Northern Shang planet and exploited the resources there. The two sides often fought and killed each other. Experts of the Zhengtian army would often sneak into the mainland of Northern Shang planet to kill people of the Yuan Luo Palace and seize the resources there. Sometimes, people of the Yuan Luo Palace would sneak into the islands of the ocean to kill experts of the Zhengtian army. In short, the fighting between the two sides had never stopped. However, in the past 2 years, the Yuan Luo Palace had increased their forces on Northern Shang planet. The fighting between the two sides had become more frequent. The Zhengtian army had also been increasing their forces on Northern Shang planet. 7 Stars Island was the headquarters of the Zhengtian army on Northern Shang planet. They flew across the vast ocean and passed by many islands. 3 days later, they finally arrived at 7 Stars Island. 7 Stars Island was incomparably large. Although it was called an island, it was no different from a mainland. At least from Lu Ming's point of view, 7 Stars Island was no smaller than the Grand Clear Sky domain in the Heaven domain. There were many people coming and going on 7 Stars Island. All of them were experts. At a glance, there were at least a few thousand people, and all of them were Void God Realm experts. Lu Ming was inwardly shocked. There were so many experts on 7 Stars Island. One could imagine the strength of the entire Zhengtian army. Chapter 2606. One had to know that the Zhengtian army had occupied more than a dozen planets with life. There were also some planets that had no living beings but were guarded by experts who were mining resources. How many empty God Realm experts were there in the Zhengtian army? There were probably tens of thousands of them. In the entire chaotic galaxy, there were at least 800 forces that were not weaker than or stronger than the Zhengtian army. It was hard to count how many empty God Realm experts there were in the chaotic galaxy. No wonder the primitive universe was also called the Divine World, the world of the gods. They stopped at an empty space on the 7 Stars Island. Wait for me here. I'll go ask where we're going to station. After Panjiang finished speaking, he flew into a large hall. Soon, Panjiang came out of the hall and said, "The island we're going to station is Chunjindao. Follow me." Pan Jiang took the lead and flew in a direction. Everyone followed. On the way, Pan Jiang explained the situation of Chunjindao. Chunjindao was north of the Seven Stars Island. It was an island with veins. There was a large vein of Chunjindao on the island. Chunjindao was a kind of refining metal. Although it was not very precious or rare, it had a wide range of uses. Normally, when refining low-grade divine weapons, a portion of Chunjindao would be added as a supplementary material to increase the toughness of the divine weapon. Therefore, Chunjindao was often attacked by the Yuan Luo Palace. Chunjindao originally had 600 empty God Realm experts guarding it. But now, with 600 empty God Realm experts, it was getting more and more difficult to defend it. Therefore, they needed reinforcements. They were here to reinforce Chunjindao. A day later, they arrived at Chunjindao. Chunjindao was not very big. There was a large vein on it. There were caves around the vein. Each cave was guarded by an empty God Realm expert. In the vein, there were tens of thousands of living beings below the empty God Realm who were mining day and night. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, they were naturally received and assigned caves. Soon Lu Ming was assigned a cave. It was quite spacious and the divine qi was quite dense. Lu Ming was just about to sit down and rest. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, the sound of war drums came from outside. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Loud roars echoed throughout the entire island. What a coincidence. Lu Ming was also a little speechless. They had just arrived, and they had already encountered an enemy attack. Without much time to think, Lu Ming rushed out of the cave in a flash. Boom, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Deafening booms came from the sky above the island. Saber light and sword light illuminated the sky. Divine power of various colors collided in the sky. Many people were already fighting intensely. Kill. Lu Ming soared into the sky, charging towards a big man with a wide mouth and sharp fangs. Each of them came here with a black iron command medallion, which was both a mission medallion and an identity medallion. It was bound to their life aura. Once they died, the black iron command medallion would shatter. They could distinguish each other's identity through the aura emitted by this black iron token. This way, it would be easy to tell if they were from the Yuan Luo Palace. Brat, a transformation void martial realm dares to fight with me. I will eat you. The big man with a wide mouth and sharp fangs charged towards Lu Ming. His aura was not weak as he was at level 2 empty God realm. Boom. Lu Ming activated the battle character secret art to double his combat strength. At the same time, he took out the meteor spear and thrust it out. The meteor spear seemed to have turned into a meteor, flashing past. The big man with a wide mouth and sharp fangs was pierced through, and he died on the spot. Kill. Lu Ming held the meteor spear and charged towards another expert from the Yuan Luo Palace. That expert was at level 3 empty God realm, but he could not withstand Lu Ming's spear and was stabbed to death by Lu Ming. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to a 5-star heavenly emperor, his combat strength had increased by another level. When Lu Ming was a 4-star heavenly emperor, with the battle character secret art, he could fight against a level 4 empty God realm expert. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation level, coupled with the double combat power of the Battle Word Sutra, Lu Ming was able to kill a level 4 void god. Of course, if he were to fight against a level 5 empty God realm expert, he might not be a match. The main thing was that every time a heavenly emperor's cultivation increased by 1 level, it would not be as long as the empty God realm. If he wanted to fight against a level 5 empty God realm existence, Lu Ming would need to break through to a 6-star heavenly emperor. Brat, you are courting death. Seeing that Lu Ming had killed 2 people in a row, a purple-skinned big man targeted Lu Ming and charged towards Lu Ming. Rip. The purple-skinned big man used a pair of halberds. When he waved them around, the power was terrifying. Peak level 4 empty God realm, come at me. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He waved his meteor spear and charged over. The long spear vibrated and rays of dazzling spear radiance burst out, fighting with the purple-skinned big man. Dang. Dang. The two of them fought wildly, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Phew, the purple-skinned big man could not resist and was suppressed by Lu Ming. He kept retreating. How is this possible? The purple-skinned big man was shocked. Lu Ming was only at the transformation void realm. How could he have such strong combat strength? The purple-skinned big man was at the peak level 4 empty god realm, but he was not a match for Lu Ming. Instead, he was suppressed by Lu Ming. It was like a fantasy story. The purple-skinned big man burst out crazily and waved his halberd wildly, fighting with Lu Ming. Not enough, not strong enough. Lu Ming muttered to himself. His long spear did not stop, forcing the purple-skinned big man to retreat. A level 4 empty god realm martial artist could not give Su Mo too much pressure. It was of limited use to him in training. Bam! After a few more blows, the purple-skinned big man was hit by Lu Ming's long spear. He retreated and vomited blood. Die! Lu Ming said coldly and stabbed his spear towards the purple-skinned big man's forehead. The speed was unbelievably fast. Not good. The purple-skinned big man was shocked and retreated frantically. However, his speed could not keep up with Lu Ming's speed. Swoosh! At this moment, a snow-white blade radiance flashed. It was extremely fast and accurately hit Lu Ming's long spear. Wang! The long spear vibrated crazily, and a terrifying blade energy followed Lu Ming's long spear and rushed towards Lu Ming's arm. Lu Ming felt a sharp pain in his palm, as if it was about to be cut open. Lu Ming crazily unleashed the power of the master to block the saber force. In the next moment, a skinny old man with purple hair and 3 eyes appeared in front of the purple-skinned big man. Evil God Tribe. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This old man was very similar to the Evil God Tribe in the Evil God world. It was very likely that he was from the same tribe as the divine ancestor of the variant tribes. Lu Ming had looked up a lot of information in the Righteous Army and knew that there was a tribe in the primitive universe called the Three-Eyed Tribe. The Evil God Tribe might belong to the Three-Eyed Tribe. Chapter 2607. This burly man was obviously a member of the Three-Eyed Tribe. However, he was much more powerful than the divine ancestor. Level 5 empty god realm. Lu Ming muttered. The sovereign Tao. Lad, you must be the ant that escaped from the small thousand world. My tribesmen in that small thousand world have all died at your hands. Today, I will turn you into ashes. The Three-Eyed Tribe elder's eyes were cold as he stepped out. Divine force surged as the war saber in his hand vibrated, forming a terrifying saber chi that pressed down on Lu Ming. Come on! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. Level 5 empty god realm. Only such an expert could give him such a strong pressure. Lu Ming's sovereign Tao force and sovereign Tao force surged within his body. The meteor spear shone brightly, raising his combat strength to the maximum. Kill! The Three-Eyed Tribe elder roared as his war saber sliced through the air at an extremely fast speed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming brandished his long spear and met the attack head-on. Dang! 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 In an instant, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 blows. Lu Ming felt that his opponent's saber chi was like an avalanche as it surged towards him in waves. The power was shocking. The long spear vibrated and his arm went numb. Lu Ming was pushed back by the force of the attack. Powerful. Level 5 empty god realm. I am no match for you. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Previously, he had estimated that he was no match for a level 5 empty god realm expert. Now that they had exchanged blows, he realized that the combat strength of a level 5 empty god realm expert had exceeded his expectations. The gap between each level of the empty god realm was huge. The higher the level, the greater the gap. However, this had stimulated his fighting spirit. Again. Lu Ming stepped into the air and merged with his long spear, turning into a ray of spear radiance that shot towards the Three-Eyed Tribe elder. This lad. Shock flashed in the eyes of the old man from the Three-Eyed race. The killing intent in his heart intensified as he slashed out with his saber, aiming for Lu Ming. The two of them continued to fight. However, Lu Ming was no match for the old man. He was suppressed by the old man from the Three-Eyed race and kept retreating. However, Lu Ming's tenacity was amazing. He blocked the old man from the Three-Eyed race, and it was not easy for the old man to kill him. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Awesome, awesome. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Deep in his bones, he was still fond of fighting. He longed to take risks and kill. At this moment, his blood was boiling once again. This kid is too terrifying. He must be eliminated. He must be eliminated. The more he fought, the more terrified he became. Lu Ming was too strong. He was only at the transformation void martial stage, but he actually had such a strong battle strength. Not to mention seeing it, he had never even heard of it. With such battle prowess, if he were to become a god, how terrifying would he be? Quick, attack with me and kill this kid. The old man from the three-eyed divine palace sent a message to the surrounding experts of the Yuan Luo Palace. At this moment, the sky above the Chun gold mine was filled with intense fighting. There were 600 to 700 people from the Yuan Luo Palace who had launched a sneak attack. They were all empty god realm experts and were locked in a fierce battle with the experts of the Zhengtian army. There were many people fighting around Lu Ming and the old man from the three-eyed divine palace. Naturally, there were some experts who had noticed Lu Ming. Instantly, the experts from the Yuan Luo Palace shook off their opponents and charged towards Lu Ming. The experts of the Zhengtian army wanted to stop them, but they could not catch up. At this moment, at least 3 experts charged towards Lu Ming. The 3 of them were all at the level 5 empty god realm. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 level 5 empty god realm experts attacked at the same time. Furthermore, the purple-skinned man that Lu Ming had previously suppressed was also included. With so many experts attacking at the same time, Lu Ming would definitely not be able to block them, and would be killed instantly. Qiu. Lu Ming waved his hand and the bracelet on his wrist flew out. This bracelet was naturally formed by Qiu. Qiu flew out and rapidly expanded. Its liquid metal body started to wriggle and turned into a huge shield that blocked in front of Lu Ming. Dong, dong, boom, boom. All the attacks were blocked and Lu Ming was unharmed. Then Qiu's body moved and turned into a metal ball with a diameter of 10 meters. It smashed towards the purple-skinned man's face. Poof. The purple-skinned man's body was like a watermelon that was smashed into pieces by Qiu. He died on the spot. Now that Qiu had advanced to the level 3 empty god realm, its combat strength had increased tremendously. When Qiu was at the level 1 empty god realm, it could already fight against a level 4 empty god realm expert. Now it could even fight against a level 6 empty god realm expert. The purple-skinned man was only at the level 4 empty god realm, and naturally could not block Qiu's attack. After killing the purple-skinned man, Qiu's body shot out and smashed towards a level 5 empty god realm expert. Bam! That expert was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of monster is this? The others felt their hair stand on end. This metal ball did not look like a divine weapon, but its power was shocking. A level 5 empty god realm expert was sent flying and spitting out blood. The power of the ball was too terrifying. Swoosh! The metal ball smashed towards the three-eyed holy tribe elder. Let's work together. The three-eyed holy tribe elder shouted. He and the other 3 level 5 empty god realm experts worked together and blasted out their strongest attack against Qiu. Boom. There was a loud boom. The three-eyed holy tribe elder and the other 3 level 5 empty god realm experts trembled violently and retreated. Blood flowed out from the corner of their mouths. Qiu's current strength was comparable to a level 6 empty god realm expert. A level 6 empty god realm expert was much stronger than a level 5 empty god realm expert. Even if the three-eyed holy tribe elder and the other 3 joined forces, they could not block Qiu's attack. Qiu, continue. Lu Ming called out to Qiu. At the same time, he rushed over and attacked with all his might. His attacks were aimed at the injured level 5 empty god realm expert. Qiu also rushed out and swelled into a metal ball with a diameter of 10 meters. It bombarded the enemy continuously. At this moment, the experts of the Zhengtian army had arrived and attacked the three-eyed holy tribe elder and the others. In this way they could not block the attacks. Instantly the three-eyed holy tribe elder and the other 3 were injured. The one who was injured by Qiu was even more severely injured. Qiu, smash him. Lu Ming transmitted a message to Qiu. Boom. Qiu stared at the injured person and smashed him with all his might. The other party was already injured and could not block the attack. Half of his body exploded and he almost died. How could Lu Ming miss such an opportunity? The meteor spear pierced through the body and killed the other party. Lu Ming used the sovereign's power and took the storage ring. Of course, the other party's weapon was also kept by Lu Ming. The other party was a level 5 empty god realm expert, and he must be rich. How could he miss such an opportunity? Retreat, retreat quickly. The three-eyed holy tribe elders were frightened when they saw one of their own being killed. They did not dare to fight and retreated quickly. Chapter 2608. However, Lu Ming and the others would not let them off so easily. Lu Ming and the other experts from the righteous army worked together to hold back the three elders from the three-eyed divine tribe. Ball smash! Lu Ming stared intently at the elder from the three-eyed race, calling for Qiu to smash his head and face. I'll fight you to the death. The three-eyed divine tribe elder roared as he slashed his war blade at Ball. A huge mouthful of sharp teeth suddenly appeared on Qiu's round body and bit down on the three-eyed old man's saber. Crack! A section of the three-eyed divine tribe elder's war blade was bitten off. The three-eyed divine tribe elder was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded and his mind was in a mess. His war blade was a lower rank 5 divine weapon and was extremely hard. How could it be broken so easily? However, it had been bitten off by Ball. He was dumbfounded. At this moment, Lu Ming seized the opportunity and stabbed his spear through the three-eyed divine tribe elder's forehead, killing him instantly. With a wave of his hand, he kept the three-eyed divine tribe elder's storage ring. Crack! Crack! Qiu opened its mouth wide and swallowed the other party's saber in a few bites. Then, it chewed with satisfaction, making crunching sounds. Even the experts from the righteous army were stunned. The other 2 experts from the Yuan Luo Palace seized the opportunity and rushed out of their encirclement. Retreat, retreat. At this moment, a voice rang out from the sky. It was a terrifying existence from the Yuan Luo Palace. The aura he emitted was shocking and unfathomable. Lu Ming estimated that he was a rank 9 empty god realm expert. However, the righteous army also had someone of such a level. The 2 of them had been fighting, and now that they had separated, the Yuan Luo Palace gave the order to retreat. Swoosh! Swoosh! The experts from the Yuan Luo Palace retreated and turned into rays of light, disappearing without a trace. The righteous army did not chase after them. They understood that they should not chase after a cornered enemy. Moreover, their mission was to guard Qinjindao. The people of Yuan Luo Palace retreated. The righteous sky army counted the casualties and cleaned up the battlefield. Then, they all returned to their cave residences. After a great battle, some people were injured, and some people suffered heavy losses. All of them needed time to recover. Lu Ming also returned to the cave, then took out some divine crystals, and began to recover. Activating the battle incantation to double one's combat strength consumed a lot of world energy and ruler's power. Half an hour later, Lu Ming had fully recovered. Then, a black iron token appeared in his hand. It was the mission token. At this moment, the black iron token was emitting a faint glow. Lu Ming guessed that he had obtained it because he had killed an expert from the Origin Luo Hall. However, if he brought this token back, the people of the mission hall would probably be able to find out about Lu Ming's accomplishments and reward him accordingly. After putting away the token, Lu Ming took out a few more storage rings. These storage rings were obtained by Lu Ming after he killed his enemies. Among them, there were 2 5th-level Void God Realm experts. Lu Ming was looking forward to it and began to count them. After counting, Lu Ming was grinning from ear to ear. There were a total of 60,000 divine crystals. In addition to the divine crystals from before, Lu Ming had close to 100,000 divine crystals on him. In addition, there were more than a dozen divine artifacts of various grades. The highest grade divine artifact was a low-level 5 divine artifact. The others were all level 3 and level 4 divine artifacts. Together, they were worth a lot. Lu Ming casually threw 2 low-level 3 divine artifacts to Qiu to eat. Qiu grabbed them and ate them quickly. Lu Ming smiled and closed his eyes to cultivate. In his sea of consciousness, Jingyu's picture scroll opened and emitted a strong ruler's intent. Lu Ming calmed his heart and started to comprehend. He cultivated for 10 days. During these 10 days, it was very peaceful. The Yuan Luo Palace did not attack. After finishing his cultivation, Lu Ming stood up. Where's Qiu? Lu Ming looked around and did not find any trace of Qiuqiu. Lu Ming scanned the cave abode and soon he made a discovery. Other than the hole, the cave dwelling was sealed on all sides. It was made of special rocks from the ore vein and was extremely hard. But now there was a cave in the depths of the cave dwelling. Looking at the marks, it was clearly gnawed. There were teeth marks on both sides of the cave. Could this be gnawed by Qiuqiu? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then his muscles and bones began to wriggle. Finally, his entire body shrank and he rushed into the cave. The cave was very long. Lu Ming walked for a few thousand meters before he saw Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu was opening its mouth wide and gnawing on the surrounding rocks. The rocks here were actually the Chun gold or vein. The Chun gold ore mixed with the rocks and became extremely hard. Normally, if one wanted to mine Chun gold, they had to be extracted from the ore. The process was very complicated. However, Qiuqiu directly swallowed the mineral vein in large mouthfuls. After a while, it spat out some powder and impurities. This guy, could it be absorbing the Chun gold inside? How is that possible? Lu Ming was surprised. Qiuqiu discovered Lu Ming and glanced at Lu Ming before continuing to eat. It ate at an extremely fast speed and soon, a huge cave had been created in this area. Lu Ming watched with interest. After eating for half a day, Qiuqiu's body had swelled up. Then it stopped and rolled to the side like a rubber ball. It even burped and stopped moving. Obviously, it had eaten too much and was starting to digest it. This guy, Lu Ming smiled and did not care about it. After all, this ore vein was extremely huge. Qiuqiu would not be discovered if it ate some secretly. Lu Ming returned to the cave dwelling and continued to cultivate. Occasionally, Lu Ming would walk out of the cave dwelling and ask about the situation outside. During this time, no one from the Yuan Luo Palace had come to attack Qinjindao. After a few more days, a piece of news came. The Yuan Luo Palace had sent out a large number of experts to attack the Seven Stars Island. Could the Yuan Luo Palace's real target be the Seven Stars Island? Was their previous attack on Qinjindao just a cover-up? Maybe they want to break through the Seven Stars Island and completely drive the Zhengtian army out of northern Shang planet and monopolize it. Very likely. Many people were guessing. As time passed, the Yuan Luo Palace's attacks on the Seven Stars Island became more frequent. The pressure on the Seven Stars Island increased greatly, and they started to transfer experts from the surrounding islands as reinforcements. Qinjindao originally had around 800 people guarding it. After 400 people were transferred, there were only 400 people left. Lu Ming was not transferred away and continued to guard Qinjindao. Soon Lu Ming arrived at Qinjindao. A month had passed since then. On this day, Lu Ming felt a wave of energy coming from the tunnel that Qiuqiu had created. Lu Ming's figure flashed and charged into the tunnel. In the depths of the tunnel, Qiuqiu had already created a huge underground space. Qiuqiu had devoured a large amount of ore veins. At this moment, Qiuqiu's body was emitting waves of light. It was about to level up again. Chapter 2609. Qiuqiu was about to advance again. During this period of time, it had swallowed a large amount of Chunjin ore. Although Chunjin was not considered precious, it was in large quantities. Qiuqiu had swallowed a huge hole in the underground space of this area. No one knew how much Chunjin it had swallowed. Light spread out from Qiuqiu's surface. It swelled and shrunk for a while before stabilizing. Success. Lu Ming sensed that Qiuqiu had reached the 4th level of the Void God realm. Even Lu Ming was shocked by this speed of improvement. When Wan Jingxing had obtained Qiuqiu, it was only at the 1st level of the Void God realm. In just a few years, it had reached the 4th level of the Void God realm. It was not easy to advance in the Void God realm. It was not something a heavenly emperor realm could compare to. However, Qiuqiu did not seem to have any bottlenecks. As long as it had precious metals, it could continue to advance. The primitive universe is really mysterious. There are even such creatures. However, the more abnormal they are, the better. Lu Ming was grinning from ear to ear. Qiuqiu bounced a few times in the air and flew to Lu Ming's side. It shrunk rapidly and turned into a bracelet, wrapping around Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming smiled and was about to go out and ask for information. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, violent war drums sounded, and even the cave residents shook. Enemy attack. A loud roar came from outside. Whoosh. Lu Ming did not hesitate, and rushed out of the cave residence. So many people. As soon as he rushed out of the cave residence, Lu Ming was shocked. In the sky above the Orvane, figures were flying and emitting powerful auras. The experts of the Yuan Luo Palace were all experts of the Yuan Luo Palace. This time, the number of experts from the Yuan Luo Palace was shocking. There were at least 1,000 of them. And now, the righteous army had only left behind about 400 experts to guard the Chunjin Orvane. Kill. 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 The densely packed experts of the Yuan Luo Palace dove down and attacked the righteous army. Puff. Puff. Blood splattered everywhere. Immediately, a few experts of the righteous army were killed. There were too many people from the Yuan Luo Palace, almost 3 times the number of the righteous Sky Army. With 2 or 3 of them joining hands to deal with one person from the righteous Sky Army, the battle was completely one-sided and unstoppable. Kill. As soon as Lu Ming rushed out, 2 people attacked him. However, one of them was a level 3 Empty God Realm martial artist while the other was a level 4 Empty God Realm martial artist. Lu Ming was not afraid of them. Lu Ming directly rushed over. The meteor spear appeared in his hand and stabbed out. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 dazzling spear lights pierced out. Puff! The level 3 Empty God Realm expert was pierced by the spear radiance and died on the spot. Although the level 4 Empty God Realm expert managed to block the spear radiance, he was forced to retreat. So strong! The 4th level Ethereal God Realm existence was shocked. Previously, when he saw that Lu Ming was only at the Transformation Void martial stage, he thought that he could easily kill him. He did not expect that he would kick an iron plate. Kill! After Lu Ming forced the 4th level Ethereal God Realm expert to retreat, he raised his spear and continued to attack. The long spear vibrated and spear radiance pierced out. The 4th level Ethereal God Realm expert tried his best to defend himself, but he was still unable to defeat Su Mo. He kept retreating and was in danger. That brat is still here. We must kill him. Kill. At this moment, not far away, a few people flew over and glared at Lu Ming. It's them. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. 2 of them were the level 5 Empty God Realm experts who had escaped from him and Qiu previously. This time, the 2 of them had brought 2 other experts to kill Lu Ming. The other 2 experts had terrifying auras and were stronger than the level 5 Empty God Realm experts. They were level 6 Empty God Realm experts. This brat is extremely talented. We must kill him. One of them stared at Lu Ming. Today he will definitely die. A level 6 Empty God Realm expert said. The 4 of them charged at Lu Ming with all their might. Before they arrived, they had already launched their attacks at Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not take the attacks head-on and retreated rapidly. Where are you going? The 5 of them were in hot pursuit, closing in on Lu Ming at lightning speed. Qiu smash. Lu Ming waved his hand and Qiu flew out. It turned into a huge metal ball with a diameter of 10 meters, and smashed towards a level 5 Empty God Realm expert. Not good. The level 5 Empty God Realm expert knew how powerful Qiu was and retreated rapidly to avoid Qiu's attack. Be careful. This metal ball has the strength of a level 6 Empty God Realm expert. A level 5 Empty God Realm expert warned. It's alright. I will block this metal ball. You guys go and kill that brat. A level 6 Empty God Realm expert held a steel whip and charged towards Qiu. As he lashed out with the whip, the space whistled and the power was shocking. Qiu also smashed towards the expert. Boom! There was a terrifying explosion. As a result, the level 6 Empty God Realm expert spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated rapidly. Now that Qiu had advanced to level 4 Empty God Realm, its combat strength had increased tremendously. It was not something a level 6 Empty God Realm expert could compare with. How can this be? The other 3 experts' faces changed drastically as disbelief was written all over their faces. They originally wanted to kill Lu Ming, and were not prepared for the metal ball. Boom! After injuring the level 6 Empty God Realm expert, Qiu smashed towards the 2 level 5 Empty God Realm experts. The two of them were not prepared at all, and were hit directly. After two blood-curdling screams, they died on the spot. Not good. Retreat. The level 6 empty god realm expert's face changed drastically as he retreated rapidly and distanced himself from Qiu Qiu. Retreat, retreat. At this moment, a roar came from the sky. It was from a level 9 empty god realm expert from the Zhengtian army. The Zhengtian army was no match for Yuan Luo Hall. The difference in numbers was too great. Once they exchanged blows, many experts died. In just a short while about 100 experts had died. You want to leave? Today none of you will leave. A cold voice sounded as several terrifying figures charged towards the level 9 empty god realm expert from the Zhengtian army. Boom. The two sides collided. The figures from Yuan Luo Hall were all level 9 empty god realm experts. There were a total of 3 of them. 3 against 1. There was no suspense at all. In just a few moves, the Zhengtian army expert let out an unwilling roar and was killed in the air. Kill, leave no one alive. A level 9 empty god realm expert from Yuan Luo Hall gave the order. Charge, charge out. Gather together and charge out. Someone from the Zhengtian army roared. The remaining 300 or so people charged in one direction and gathered together. Qiu Qiu, let's go. Lu Ming waved his hand and called Qiu Qiu as he charged towards the group. Right now they could only survive if they worked together. Otherwise they would all die. Lu Ming and Qiu Qiu charged towards the Zhengtian army. Kill that brat. You must kill him. The level 6 empty god realm expert who had been injured by Qiu Qiu roared. His killing intent was like a blade. Whoosh. Then a terrifying blade light slashed towards Lu Ming. Baidu search 81 Chinese networko. No advertising message. Chapter 2610. Lu Ming was just about to fly toward the righteous army when a terrifying saber light slashed at him. The saber light was deathly pale. Before it even arrived, Lu Ming's heart was already pounding and his hair stood on end. Danger, extreme danger. This was definitely the attack of an extremely terrifying existence. Their strength far surpassed the 6th level of the Void God realm. And perhaps even the 7th level. A terrifying figure had set his eyes on Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming could only think of one thing. It was already too late to defend. At this moment, Qiu Qiu appeared on Lu Ming's left side and turned into a shield. Boom. The blade light slashed Qiu Qiu's body and directly pierced through the shield that Qiu Qiu had transformed into. However, Qiu Qiu had already absorbed the majority of the saberlight's power. The remaining power was very limited, and its speed had greatly decreased. Lu Ming finally reacted. His meteor spear swept out and blocked that saber light. Qiu Qiu. Lu Ming's heart tightened. Qiu Qiu had been pierced through. Would it be all right? In the next moment, Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief. Qiu Qiu's body turned back into a ball. With a leap, it returned to Lu Ming's shoulder as if nothing had happened. This fellow is truly amazing. Lu Ming sighed inside. Then he increased his speed and charged toward the righteous army. There's such a treasure? Not far away, a silver-haired elder stared at Qiu Qiu with a blazing gaze. This silver-haired elder held a silver saber in his hand. That saber attack just now had been unleashed by him. With a swift movement, he dashed toward Lu Ming at high speed. At this time, Lu Ming had already met up with the righteous army. Nearly 300 people had gathered together. They were like a sharp saber as they charged forward with all their strength. Kill, kill, kill. Around them, more than 1,000 people from the Yuan Luo Palace surrounded Lu Ming and the rest, attacking them continuously. Terrifying attacks were launched at them. Lu Ming was also in the crowd, brandishing his spear to block the attacks. Brat die. That silver-haired elder stared at Lu Ming and continuously slashed his saber at Lu Ming. Luckily, Qiu Qiu had turned into a shield and protected Lu Ming's vitals. This was how he was able to block the opponent's attacks. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have been in danger. Charge! 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 The righteous army charged forward with their lives. Some people had even burned their divine power. Although the righteous army's people continued to die in battle, it was effective. After a while, they finally broke out of the encirclement and flew towards the ocean. Don't chase, that matter is more important. A 9th level Kayukia 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 Kayu, it should be here. Kukiukwikwikukia's group. A level 9 empty god realm expert instructed. Over 1,000 people from the Yuan Luo Palace gathered and attacked at the same time. One attack after another was directed at Qin Jinghuang. The Chen gold mine exploded and shattered rocks flew everywhere. A large amount of the mine was sent flying and scattered everywhere. However, the people from the Yuan Luo Palace did not even look at it. Their target did not seem to be the Chen gold mine. Lu Ming and the others flew at top speed. They only slowed down when they realized that the people from the Yuan Luo Palace were not chasing after them. Damn it! Damn it! Many people roared. This time, they had suffered a great loss. Out of more than 400 people, only about 200 were left. It was a great loss. This time, they did not expect that the Yuan Luo Palace would suddenly mobilize such a strong force to attack the Chen Jinghuang vein when they were initially concentrating on attacking the Seven Stars Island. Send the news to the Seven Stars Island. We must take revenge. Someone gritted his teeth and sent the news to the Seven Stars Island. Boom. At this moment, a beam of light shot up into the sky and pierced through the clouds. That is, everyone looked in that direction in shock. That direction was clearly the direction of the Chen gold mine. It's the Chen gold mine. What's going on? Someone was puzzled. Such a shocking phenomenon. We can see it clearly even from 100,000 miles away. There must be a rare treasure, or an expert's cave, or some ruins. Someone guessed. That must be it. I understand now. The Yuan Luo Palace must have received some information. Their original target was the Chen gold mine. The attack on the Seven Stars Island was just an illusion. Someone roared. Everyone was moved. Perhaps it was true. Perhaps the attack on the Seven Stars Island by the Yuan Luo Palace was just an illusion to confuse them. Not only could they restrain the forces on the Seven Stars Island, they could also lure away some experts from the Chen gold mine. Then, the Yuan Luo Palace would gather their forces and take over the Chen gold mine. No, report this to the higher-ups. Report it to the general. Someone immediately sent the news out with a message transmission jade talisman. Then they decided to send people to the Chen gold mine to investigate. At this moment, the Chen gold mine had completely changed. The mine had disappeared and a cave entrance appeared under it. A beam of light shot out from the cave entrance and pierced the sky. It only disappeared after half an hour. A sky god's cave dwelling, ha ha ha. There really is a sky god's cave dwelling. Quick, send the news to the palace master. A bulky man laughed wildly. The others were also full of smiles as their eyes flashed with a fiery light. A sky god's cave dwelling. It was a cave dwelling left behind by a sky god. It was simply unimaginable. The chaotic galaxy was vast and there were countless cultivators. There were also countless divine spirits that had reached the empty god realm. However, there were only a few who had reached the sky god realm in history. Now, the sky god that everyone knew was the pavilion master of the Cloud Peak Pavilion, the strongest force in the chaotic galaxy. That was the only known existence of the heavenly god realm in the chaotic star river. One could imagine how valuable a cave dwelling left behind by a sky god was. Even if the sky god had left some useless things in the cave dwelling, it would still be a supreme treasure to others. The people of the Yuan Luo Palace immediately spread the news. Not only did they inform the palace master of the Yuan Luo Palace, but they also gathered more experts of the Yuan Luo Palace. Not long after, groups of experts flew over from the sky. They were all experts of the Yuan Luo Palace. They had rushed over to increase the strength of this place. 100,000 miles away, there was also a group of people from the righteous army that had met up with Lu Ming's group. They had already spread the news and informed the other party of their location. What's going on? Someone from the righteous army asked. The Chen Jinghuang mine was ambushed by the Yuan Luo Palace. They sent out more than 1,000 empty gods, and more than 200 of us were killed. Only these people escaped. Someone explained helplessly. Damn the Yuan Luo Palace. Someone from the righteous army roared. Why did the Yuan Luo Palace ambush the Chen Jinghuang mine? Someone asked. There should be a treasure on the Chen Jinghuang Island. As soon as someone explained, a few figures flew over from afar. They were the people that had been sent to observe the Chen Jinghuang mine. A cave dwelling has appeared on the Chunjinghuang mine. A large number of experts from the Yuan Luo Palace have already gathered there. Someone who had gone to inquire about the news said. Chapter 26:11. What? A cave? So that's how it is. It must be the cave of an expert. The Yuan Luo Palace must be after this cave. They can forget about monopolizing it. We'll wait here for the general to arrive and kill our way back. Okay. The righteous army was shocked to hear that there was a cave of an expert in the Chunjinghuang mine. They had excavated the Chunjinghuang mine for so many years, but they hadn't found anything. Thus the righteous Sky Army began to wait there. The Chunjinghuang mine. You guys leave a group to guard the outside. The rest of you, follow me in and explore. A burly old man ordered. Yes. Everyone bowed and accepted the order. They looked at the old man with respect in their eyes. This old man was a top expert of the Yuan Luo Palace, a terrifying true god expert. Every true god was a top expert in the Yuan Luo Palace. They ruled over a region and had the power to decide life and death. Under the old man's orders, the people of the Yuan Luo Palace left a group of people to guard the cave while the rest followed the old man into the cave. 100,000 miles away, Lu Ming and the others were waiting quietly. Lu Ming was also resting on the surface of the sea. Crack, 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 crack. Qiuqiu opened its mouth and bit with all its might. Its eyes stared in the direction of the Chunjinghuang mine. What do you want to do? Lu Ming asked. Crack, 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 crack. Qiuqiu's large mouth kept on biting as its teeth collided. It even extended a tentacle and pointed in the direction of the Chunjinghuang mine with a look of desire. You want to go to the Chunjinghuang mine? Lu Ming asked. Crack, crack. Qiuqiu's round body rolled a few times. Okay, I'll go with you, but be careful, Lu Ming said after some thought. He was also curious and wanted to see what was going on with the cave of the Chunjinghuang mine. Qiuqiu turned into a bracelet and wore it on Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming didn't tell anyone else and headed for the Chunjinghuang mine alone. 100,000 miles was soon covered. So many experts. As they approached the Chun gold mine, Lu Ming discovered that there were at least a few thousand Yuan Luo Hall experts on the Chun Gold Island. With so many experts around, it's impossible for us to approach them head-on. What should we do? Right from the sea. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he dove into the sea. He dove down to a depth of 1,000 meters, and approached Qinjindao. No one from the Yuan Luo Palace was guarding the sea because the entire Qinjin Island was made up of Chun gold mines. They weren't worried about it. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the seabed of Qinjindao. At this point, Qiuqiu directly flew out, opened its mouth wide, and bit at Qinjindao. Whoosh! Qiuqiu's speed was extremely fast. Soon, a large hole was bitten out of Qinjindao's body. Then it kept moving forward and soon, a passageway appeared. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Perhaps they could use this to enter Qinjindao's cave. Lu Ming looked delighted as he followed closely behind Qiuqiu. Crack, crack, crack. Qiuqiu's speed increased as it moved deeper into the island. Originally, Qinjindao's mines were extremely hard. Even an expert would find it difficult to dig a passageway. Moreover, it would cause a huge commotion and the experts of the Yuan Luo Palace on the island would discover it. However, Qiuqiu didn't make any noise as it swallowed the Qinjin mine. After an unknown period of time, Qiuqiu, be careful. There's movement ahead. Lu Ming whispered. Because there were bursts of explosions ahead. As if a great battle was taking place. Qiuqiu slowed down a little. When it bit down on the mines, it didn't make any noise. After a while, the mines seemed to have been dug through and a gap appeared. Lu Ming looked outside through the gap and took in the scenery outside. There was a huge building outside that was built with a type of black rock. It was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it with a glance. At the front of the building, there was a large door. At this moment, a group of people was attacking the door. However, there was clearly a great formation on the door. Rays of light flashed, and the group of people couldn't break the formation, no matter how hard they tried. Especially one of the old men. His aura was extremely terrifying and gave off a terrifying feeling. Every move of his exploded with terrifying power that bombarded the great formation on the door. What a terrifying expert. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Even though there was still some distance between them, the aura emitted by the old man still made him fearful. The Yuan Luo Palace already has such a terrifying expert. This cave dwelling is definitely not small, Lu Ming thought. However, the experts of the Yuan Luo Palace couldn't break the Great Formation, no matter how hard they tried. Damn it. The defensive power of this Great Formation is too strong. Even the surrounding walls have a Great Formation. It's impossible to break it open. Now, we can only wait for the Palace Master and the others to come and find a way to break it open. After attacking for a while, the old man stopped and said unhappily. The people of the Yuan Luo Palace were also helpless and could only stop and wait. Qiu, let's leave, Lu Ming whispered to Qiu. Then Qiu turned around and left the place. Then it approached the building. Not long after, the vein disappeared and a pitch-black wall blocked their path. This wall was the wall of the building. Lu Ming took out a divine weapon battle sword and slashed it on the wall. However, there wasn't a single mark. The stone of this wall is very special. It's sturdy and indestructible. There's also the power of the Great Formation on it. It's impossible to break it open. Looks like we can only stop here. Lu Ming sighed. This cave dwelling must be extraordinary if it could attract the Yuan Luo Palace. If they could sneak in and obtain some treasures, they would definitely be rich. Lu Ming was also tempted. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it. At this moment, Qiu opened its mouth and bit at the wall. Crack. A small piece of the wall was bitten off. This works. Lu Ming was tongue-tied. There was a great formation on the wall. Even that terrifying old man of the Yuan Luo Palace couldn't break it open. Yet, Qiu could bite it open. It had completely ignored the great formation. Now Lu Ming only had one thought. Qiu's teeth were too good. Crack. Crack. Qiu bit with all its might. Although it wasn't biting fast and could only bite off a small piece each time, it would definitely bite through the wall and enter the building. Lu Ming waited expectantly. At this moment, more and more experts from the Yuan Luo Palace had arrived at the Chun gold mine. And more experts from the Zhengtian army had arrived 100,000 miles away. However, neither side made a move. They were also waiting for the arrival of the strongest experts from both sides. Baidu searching 81 Chinese networko. No advertising message. Chapter 26:12. The headquarters of Yuan Luo Hall was situated on a giant planet. There was a giant city on this planet. Two figures were discussing something in a great hall in the city. One of them was a middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to Kong Long. He was the Yuan Luo Hall master, Kong Ji. The other was an elder with 3 eyes between his brows. He had long golden hair, and was also from the 3-eyed race. He was of the same race as the foreign tribe's divine ancestor. This elder's status in Yuan Luo Hall was not to be underestimated. He was a grand elder and was extremely powerful. He was on the same level as the Yuan Luo Hall master. His name was Mo Kansas. The two of them were the strongest in Yuan Luo Hall. A sky god's cave dwelling. I didn't expect there to be a sky god's cave dwelling on northern Shang planet. Elder Mo Kan of the 3-eyed race had a fiery look in his eyes. I thought it would at most be a true god's cave dwelling. I didn't expect it to be a sky god's cave dwelling. This is a great opportunity. The Yuan Luo Hall master's eyes were also fiery. Hall master, I'm afraid that Fa Ming of the Righteous Army has also received the news. I'm afraid he will rush to northern Shang planet. This is troublesome. Emokin frowned. Fa Ming was the name of the ancestor of techniques. That ant from a minor thousand world. If we had known earlier, we would have killed him back then, and there wouldn't be such trouble now. Murderous intent flashed in the Yuan Luo Hall master's eyes when he mentioned the ancestor of techniques. Unfortunately, he has already matured. Even if the two of us join forces, we may not be able to kill him. Emokin said helplessly. When we obtain the treasures of the sky god's cave dwelling and our strength increases greatly, we will definitely kill him. Moreover, I already have a plan this time. That old man Fu Heng still owes me a favor. I have already sent him a message. He will delay Fa Ming for a while. The Yuan Luo Hall master said. Hall master is wise. I am relieved with Fu Heng's help. Hall master, let us depart now. Emokan said joyfully. Let's go. The Yuan Luo Hall Master and Emokan led a group of Yuan Luo Hall experts towards northern Shang planet. Righteous Army, Righteous Star. An expert's cave dwelling? Since the Yuan Luo Palace has placed such importance on it, let's go take a look. Within a palace, the ancestor of techniques also received the news. He took a step forward and was about to head towards the teleportation portal to planet Northern Shang. Brother Fa Ming, where are you going in such a hurry? Right at this moment, an aged voice rang out, and a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. This figure was an old man with silver-white skin. Clearly, he was not a human. The old man wore a long white robe. He stood above the clouds and smiled at the ancestor of techniques. Fu Heng. The ancestor of technique frowned and said, Fu Heng, what wind blew you to my righteous army? Brother Fa Ming, it's been tens of thousands of years since we last met. I'm here today to play a game of chess with you. Fu Heng smiled. You want to play chess with me? Another day, I'm not free today. The ancestor of law said. I can only play this game today. If it were any other day, I wouldn't be able to play this game. Fu Heng smiled and stepped forward. He arrived before the ancestor of technique and blocked his path. Kongji asked you to come? The ancestor of technique's expression darkened. Back then, I owed him a huge favor. I have no choice but to repay this favor. Fu Heng sighed. It seems like the cave abode in planet Northern Shang is truly extraordinary. To think that Kongji would ask you to delay me so that I can't rush to planet Northern Shang. Given how smart the ancestor of technique was, he figured out everything after thinking about it. Brother Fa Ming, let's play another game. I'll leave once the game is over. Fu Heng smiled and waved his hand. A huge flag appeared in the void. The ancestor of technique frowned. Fu Heng was extremely powerful. If they really fought, he was not confident at all. In fact, there was a high chance that he would lose to the other party. Instantly, thoughts flashed through the ancestor of technique's mind. Alright, since you're so interested, let's play a game. The ancestor of technique was helpless as well. He sat cross-legged in the air, facing Fu Heng across the chessboard. At the same time, he sent a message out informing the people of the Righteous Army that before he arrived at planet Northern Shang, they were not to interfere no matter what happened. Then he began to play chess with Fu Heng. Planet Northern Shang, Chen Jinghuang Vane. The Yuan Luo Hall Master, Kong Ji, and the others arrived. Greetings, Hall Master. The true immortal realm elder from before, and the others from the Yuan Luo Hall bowed. How is it? Have you all investigated this cave abode? The Yuan Luo Hall Master asked. Hall Master, we've already investigated it. However, there's a powerful defensive formation outside the cave abode. I can't break it with my cultivation. I'm afraid that we'll need the help of the Hall Master and the Grand Elder to break it. The true immortal realm elder reported. It's expected that there's a great formation. Let's go. The Yuan Luo Hall Master led a group of experts into the cave abode and arrived before the door of the building. Boom. The Yuan Luo Hall Master attacked right away. A terrifying attack blasted at the door. Rays of light immediately flickered on the door, blocking the attack of the Yuan Luo Hall Master. Boom. With a violent explosion, the great formation of the door shook violently. The strength of the Yuan Luo Hall Master was much stronger than the true Immortal Realm Elder. The true Immortal Realm Elder was only at the first level True Immortal Realm, while the Yuan Luo Hall Master had already reached the 4th level True Immortal Realm. It's effective. The Hall Master is so powerful. The eyes of the others from the Yuan Luo Hall lit up as they flattered the Hall Master. Let's attack together and break the Great Formation as soon as possible, the Yuan Luo Hall Master ordered. Then, the experts of the Yuan Luo Hall attacked together. However, this Great Formation was indeed very sturdy. Even if their attacks were effective, they couldn't break it in a short period of time. They needed to slowly grind away the energy of the Great Formation before they could break it. It would take a long time. On the other side, Ball was still biting the wall. At this moment, a huge hole had been bitten into the wall. It was at least a meter deep. This wall is really sturdy. Lu Ming was also speechless. Now he could only wait patiently. With his cultivation, there was nothing he could do to help. Just like that, a day passed. The wall had already been bitten 3 meters deep by Ball Ball. Crack. With Ball Ball's bite, the wall was finally bitten through. It's done. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Crack. Crack. Ball Ball also became spirited and bit harder. Soon, a hole appeared and the wall was completely broken through. On the other side, dim light came from the other side. Lu Ming's body shrunk and rushed into the hole in the wall. In the next moment he appeared in a passageway. This passageway was surrounded by pitch-black walls. They had directly dug through the wall in the middle of the passageway. Lu Ming identified the direction, and then strode into the depths of the passageway. Baidu searching 81 Chinese network. No advertising message. Chapter 26:13. The passage was a few hundred meters long. After walking through the passage, Lu Ming found a courtyard. It turned out that the passage just now was just a small path on the side. This was the main courtyard. Boom. Boom. A series of explosions came from outside the courtyard. It was obvious that the entrance of the building was outside the courtyard. The Yuan Luo Hall Master and the others were attacking the formation of the entrance. They would never have thought that before they could break the formation of the entrance, someone had already entered the building. I have to speed up. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he went into the courtyard. There was a large hall in the courtyard. Lu Ming immediately looked around. The large hall was empty and there was nothing. Lu Ming was a little disappointed. However, there was an inner hall after the large hall. Lu Ming walked into the inner hall. The inner hall was a little messy and there was a huge platform. Lu Ming looked carefully and recognized that this platform should be used to forge weapons. Some materials were casually piled up in the corners. Crunch. Crunch. Qiu had already started eating. It stretched out 2 tentacles and grabbed the materials and started eating. This is star silver, black sky gold. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and discovered 2 types of extremely precious refining materials. Star silver and black sky gold were both materials that could be used to forge middle-grade divine artifacts. They were very precious. Wait. Lu Ming rushed over and quickly grabbed the star silver and black sky gold in his hands and put them away. These were only the materials that Lu Ming knew. There were many others that Lu Ming didn't know. They probably weren't of low grades. Lu Ming and Qiu swept these materials away like a whirlwind. Crunch. Crunch. Qiu glared at Lu Ming, as if saying that Lu Ming had snatched its food. These materials aren't cheap. Take them out and exchange them for something else. Lu Ming chuckled. Forging materials that could be used to forge middle-grade divine artifacts were definitely priceless. However, other than these materials, they did not find anything else of value. Lu Ming speculated that this should really be the cave residence of a powerhouse. That powerhouse was refining tools here, and some of the materials that he didn't need were left in the corner. These were the materials that Lu Ming had collected before. However, the item that the expert didn't care about was still shockingly valuable to others. Lu Ming looked around happily, but didn't find anything else. Lu Ming left the inner hall and returned to the outer hall. He discovered that there was a corridor at the side of the outer hall. Following the corridor, he arrived at another courtyard. In front of the courtyard there was a tall building. However, the entrance to the courtyard was closed. There was also a grand array on the entrance. Lu Ming tried and realized that he couldn't enter at all. He was blocked by the array. Looks like we have to take a detour again. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then went back the way he had come. He arrived at the side passage and exited through the opening Qiu had bitten open. How can I block this opening? Lu Ming pondered. Later, if Yuan Luo Hall Master and the others broke through the array and entered, they would probably find this opening. Qiu seemed to have seen through Lu Ming's thoughts. It opened its mouth and spat out a sticky black liquid that looked like a black liquid metal. The black liquid metal poured into the opening and rapidly solidified, completely blocking the opening. Lu Ming was a little dazed. He speculated that this black liquid metal was the impurities that Qiu had eaten. Anyway, the opening was blocked. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Then, Qiu continued to gnaw on the Chunjingquang vein, and went inside the building. Estimating that it had passed the entrance, Qiu began to bite the black wall again. A few days later, Qiu bit through the wall. Lu Ming entered through the opening and found that he had entered the building behind the entrance. There were secret rooms here. Lu Ming began to search. At first, several secret rooms were empty. He did not discover anything until he came to the largest secret room. There were several shelves placed around the room, and on the shelves, there were some jade bottles. Godly pills. Lu Ming's eyes glittered. Godly pills were the most useful for martial gods. There were actually some godly pills here. Lu Ming picked up a jade bottle and saw runes carved on it. These runes were used to seal the bottle to prevent the pills from leaking out. However, many years had passed, thus the power of the seal had weakened. Lu Ming soon broke the seal with the Tao of Ruler. He then opened the jade bottle. A strong medicinal fragrance immediately filled the air. There are more pills. Lu Ming was overjoyed. However, Lu Ming had no idea what the pills in the jade bottle were called, nor what they were used for. Lu Ming knew nothing about the pills. Screw it, I'll put them away first. I'll identify them later. With a wave of his hands, Lu Ming put away all the jade bottles. There were more than 50 jade bottles. After putting them away, Lu Ming inspected the secret room. There was a dark mark at the center of the room. This must be a secret room used to refine pills. The mark at the center must be where the cauldron was placed. Lu Ming speculated. Even though Lu Ming was not familiar with godly pills, he was an expert in pill alchemy in the heaven realm, thus he was familiar with the steps of refining pills. He was able to deduce many things by observing the layout of the secret room. It was obvious that this was a secret room used to refine pills, but the owner of the room had left with the cauldron and most of the pills. Perhaps some of the pills that were not important to the owner of the cave had been left behind. They were the pills that Lu Ming had found before. However, the owner of the cave was probably not to be underestimated. Even if the owner of the cave didn't like them, it didn't mean that Lu Ming didn't like them. After walking out of the secret room, Lu Ming began to search again. Then he found a passage. However, this passage was also set up with a formation, so Lu Ming couldn't pass through it at all. This cave is really big. There are more inside. Let's continue. Lu Ming was full of smiles. This cave had obviously been abandoned by its owner. Almost all the good things had been taken away, but even if there were some left behind that were not important to the owner of the cave, they were still precious treasures. Lu Ming went out through the hole they came in from. Qiu repeated the same trick and spat out liquid metal to block the hole. Then they continued to dig deeper into the cave. After walking for a while, Qiu continued to bite a hole in the stone wall, and Lu Ming entered. This time, the place they entered was a little special. They seemed to have entered a passage. The passage was very large, at least 100 meters in diameter, and there were smooth walls on all sides. In front of the passage, it was pitch black, and they didn't know where it led to. Lu Ming muttered to himself for a moment, and then walked along the passage. Hoo-hoo! Suddenly, there was a terrifying whistling sound in the passage. Then there was a strong suction force in the passage, and Lu Ming was sucked in. Baidu searching 81 Chinese Networko. No advertising message. Chapter 26:14. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. The suction force in front of the passage was too strong. Lu Ming was not prepared at all, and was sucked in at once. Swish. Lu Ming was like a small boat in a huge wave, drifting with the current and being thrown out. Soon the passage came to an end. However, there was an even larger passage at the end of the passage. The passage that Lu Ming was in was just a branch. The two passages converged together. Lu Ming was directly thrown into this larger passageway. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The larger passage was at least a few thousand meters in diameter, and was filled with endless gales that blew in one direction. It was because of the gales that it produced such a terrifying suction force. The endless gales blew on Lu Ming's body like sharp blades, cutting Lu Ming's body and causing waves of stinging pain. Lu Ming hurriedly circulated his sovereign power, and covered his body to resist the attack of the gales. Whoosh whoosh. The gales whistled as Lu Ming was carried forward by the gales. In the blink of an eye, he had flown over 100 li. No, I can't be carried like this forever. Lu Ming's mind raced as he mustered all his strength and rushed to the side of the passage. The side of the passage was full of bumpy rocks. When Lu Ming approached the side of the passage, Lu Ming grabbed a protruding rock and finally stabilized his body. There's actually a hurricane passage in the depths of this cave. Where does it lead? Lu Ming pondered. Could it be that the true core of the cave was in the depths of the passage, and that he had to pass through the hurricane passage to reach the core of the cave? This was very likely. Many experts would set up formations or traps around their cave abodes to prevent others from entering. This hurricane passage was very likely set up by the cave abode's owner. Go along the side of the passage and take a look. Lu Ming made up his mind. Since he had come here, he did not want to give up. Immediately, Lu Ming followed the side of the passage and climbed the protruding rocks, slowly heading deeper into the passage. However, Lu Ming realized that the closer he got to the depths of the passage, the stronger the gales became. Lu Ming was very draining to resist the hurricane's power. Every once in a while, Lu Ming had to stop to rest and recover his strength. Just like that, Lu Ming walked for 3 days but still did not reach the end of the passage. This passage seemed to be endless with no end. Roar. At this moment, Lu Ming heard a beast roar. Beast roar? What's going on? Could there be desolate beasts or divine beasts here? Lu Ming revealed a puzzled look, but in the next moment his eyes widened. This was because he saw a huge desolate beast soaring in the hurricane and flying toward Lu Ming. This was a strange desolate beast. Its body was like a goshawk, and it was covered in green feathers. However, its head was that of a lion. It was Lu Ming's first time seeing such a desolate beast with a lion's head and a bird's body. This desolate beast was completely unafraid of the gales. With a flap of its wings, it flew against the wind. Its gaze was like lightning as it swept towards Lu Ming. Swish, swish. It flapped its wings a few times and flew towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Its sharp claws swiped at Lu Ming. The wind howled and it was terrifyingly sharp. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He grabbed the rock with one hand and the meteor spear with the other. He stabbed out. Dang. The meteor spear stabbed at the other party's sharp claws, producing the sound of metal clashing. The lion-headed harpy was sent flying, but Lu Ming's spear also trembled violently, causing Lu Ming's arm to turn numb. What terrifying strength! Lu Ming's heart turned cold. He did not dare to be careless. Roar! The lion-headed harpy retreated and spread its wings to stabilize its body. Its eyes turned even colder. With a flap of its wings, it charged towards Lu Ming like a gust of wind. Its wings were like blades as they slashed towards Lu Ming. Swish! 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 Lu Ming held his spear with one hand and stabbed out rays of spear light as he engaged in a fierce battle with the lion-headed harpy. In a blink of an eye, both sides had exchanged dozens of blows. Finally, Lu Ming stabbed the lion-headed harpy's lower abdomen. The lion-headed harpy roared angrily as it retreated frantically. Feathers fell from the sky as it was swept away by the gales and disappeared at the end of the tunnel. Roar! Roar! The lion-headed harpy was infuriated. It constantly roared and flapped its wings rapidly. Swish! Swish! Wind blades formed and were sharper than ordinary divine weapons as they shot towards Lu Ming. Not good. Lu Ming did not hesitate and activated the battle character art to double his combat strength. Now Lu Ming could activate the battle character art's double combat strength after activating it twice. After activating the double combat strength, his strength increased greatly. With a shake of his spear, hundreds of rays of spear light were shot out, destroying the wind blades one by one. At the same time, the spear swept towards the lion-headed harpy along with the wind. Lu Ming's attack was already astonishingly fast. With the wind, it became even faster. The lion-headed harpy wanted to dodge, but it was too late. It was directly hit by the spear. Bang! The lion-headed eagle body beast exploded. What surprised Lu Ming was that after the lion-headed harpy exploded, there was not a drop of blood. It directly turned into energy and disappeared. Fake. It's not a real creature? Lu Ming was also stunned. Could it be that it was condensed by the array? However, this lion-headed harpy was too real. It was no different from a real one. Lu Ming could not distinguish it just now. After killing this lion-headed eagle beast, Lu Ming continued to move forward along the side. However, this time he did not go far before he heard a few roars. Then, Lu Ming saw the lion-headed harpies again. Moreover, this time there was not one but three. The three lion-headed harpies pounced on Lu Ming as soon as they saw Lu Ming. Then let's fight. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He waved his spear and fought with the three lion-headed harpies. This time, they exchanged more than 100 moves. In this hurricane passage, Lu Ming had to resist the wind, and it was difficult for him to exert his full strength. However, the lion-headed harpies were like fish in water. They could exert their strength to the extreme. Therefore, even if the lion-headed harpies' level was not high, Lu Ming still spent a lot of effort to kill them. In this kind of environment, it's not bad to use it to train myself. Lu Ming smiled slightly. In this kind of adversity, Lu Ming had to go all out against the lion-headed harpies. He had to use his god's power and the battle formula to the extreme. After that exchange, Lu Ming felt that he had gained some understanding of the god's power and the battle formula. Although it was not much, it was still much faster than boring and bitter cultivation. Afterwards, Lu Ming found a large protruding rock and used it to stabilize his body. He circulated his energy to recover. Every time he used the battle formula, he needed to rest and recover. He could not use it continuously. Several hours later, Lu Ming had fully recovered and continued deeper into the passage. However, he did not go very far before several lion-headed harpies appeared and began to fight with Lu Ming. After exchanging more than 100 moves, Lu Ming finally managed to kill the lion-headed harpies. He had gained more understanding of the god's path and the battle formula. Baidu search Dong 81 Chinese Networko. No advertising message. Chapter 26:15. Just like that, Lu Ming continued to advance and kill along the way. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. There was still no end to the passage after 3 months. There were two main reasons for this. Firstly, this passage was too long. The second reason was that Lu Ming was advancing very slowly. This was because he would encounter the lion-headed eagle beasts every once in a while. Naturally, he would be slowed down. There was even one time when Lu Ming encountered more than 10 lion-head eagle beasts appearing at the same time. Lu Ming was no match for them, and could only retreat against the wind. Luckily, these lion-head eagle beasts seemed to have their own territories. They stopped pursuing Lu Ming when he retreated to a certain area. Lu Ming continued to fight with the lion-head eagle beasts. Meanwhile, the Yuan Luo Hall master and the experts of the Yuan Luo Hall had finally broken the formation of the outermost door after 3 months. Crack. The door opened and the Yuan Luo Hall master and the others rushed in excitedly. They were imagining that there was a large amount of treasure waiting for them. However, it was like a basin of cold water had been poured over them. Nothing at all. They searched every nook and cranny, but it was empty. There was nothing there. The Yuan Luo Hall master's face darkened. They had also searched the passage that Lu Ming had entered previously, but that gap had been blocked by Qiuqiu. They had only scanned it casually and did not discover it. Soon, they arrived at the inner part and were blocked by the second door. Hallmaster, there is another door here. Perhaps we are only at the outer part of the cave, so there are no treasures here. Perhaps we can find a fortuitous encounter through this door. Great Elder Mo, Ken of the Yuan Luo Hall said. That's right, the treasures must be hidden inside. We will definitely find the treasures once we break this door. The others of the Yuan Luo Hall spoke one after another. The Yuan Luo Hall master's expression turned slightly better as he said, All right, let's work together and break this door. I will not mistreat you all when we find the treasures. Thank you, Hall Master. The others expressed their gratitude and began to attack the door together. However, their expressions turned ugly as soon as they attacked. This was because the strength of the array formation on this door was much stronger than the first door. The first door had taken them several months to break open. This door would probably take even longer. But now that things had come to this, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and attack. In the air above the righteous Sky Army, the ancestor of techniques and Fu Heng were still playing chess. What they were playing was not a real game of chess. It was a game of cultivation base and intelligence. Every move was a contest between the two of them, and required a very long time. They were still playing chess with all their might. In the hurricane passage, Lu Ming was still moving forward slowly, fighting against the lion-head eagle body beast. In this way, Lu Ming entered the hurricane passage. 8 months had passed. After 8 months of continuous fighting, Lu Ming had made great progress in all aspects. Lu Ming felt that his cultivation already reached the limits of a 5-star heavenly emperor, and could already break through. My cultivation has indeed improved very quickly by constantly killing and tempering myself here. Lu Ming sighed with emotion. If he cultivated step by step outside, even in a good environment like the Chaos Universe, Lu Ming would need at least 5 years to break through. This was still under the premise that he had Jing Yu's portrait to study from time to time. But here, in less than a year, Lu Ming felt that he could break through. I have to find a better place to break through. Along the way, I also saw some pits, but I can break through in those pits. Lu Ming pondered. The walls here were bumpy and uneven, and there would often be some depressions. They were like shallow caves, and were very good hiding places. Lu Ming continued forward. After a few more battles, Lu Ming finally found a pit. Entering the pit, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and circulated his cultivation to adjust his breathing. A few hours later, Lu Ming recovered to his peak state. Then, he took out a pile of divine crystals and began to break through. This time, the breakthrough came naturally. There was no difficulty at all. Several days later, Lu Ming successfully stepped into the 6-star Heavenly Emperor realm. The price was that he consumed a total of more than 10,000 divine crystals. Stepping into the 6-star Heavenly Emperor realm, Lu Ming's strength became a little stronger again. However, the further one went in the Void God realm, the greater the gap between each level. When he broke through in the Heavenly Emperor realm, it became more and more difficult to fight across levels. If he did not use the battle character tactic, Lu Ming could at most contend with a level 4 Void God realm powerhouse by relying on his Tao of Sovereign. Moreover, it was barely enough. After successfully breaking through, Lu Ming continued forward, fighting with the lion-headed eagle beast to temper himself. In a flash, 1 year and 3 months had already passed since Lu Ming entered the Hurricane Passageway. And at this time, Yuan Luo Hall Master and the rest were still blocked by the second door, and did not break the array. Hall Master not good. At this time, an expert from Yuan Luo Hall came in to report. What is it? Yuan Luo Hall Master asked with a gloomy face. He was in a bad mood. He had been here for more than a year, but until now, he had not obtained anything. If this went on, it would be troublesome when Fu Heng could not hold the ancestor of technique back. Hall Master, the walkabout sect leader has brought people here. The expert from Yuan Luo Hall reported. That old man Situ. Yuan Luo Hall Master gritted his teeth. Brother Kong, you are too unkind. There is an expert's cave here, and you want to take it for yourself without informing me. At this time, a cold voice sounded and a group of people rushed in. The leader was a skinny middle-aged man. This person was the walkabout sect leader Situ Haonan. Brother Situ, you have misunderstood. There is a large array here. I originally wanted to break the array and inform you. Yuan Luo Hall Master said with a fake smile. Break the array and inform me? Situ Haonan sneered. Brother Kong, no matter how you put it, we're still allies. We joined hands to deal with the righteous army, and my walkabout sect helped you hold back quite a few of their experts. That's why you had the chance to occupy this immortal cave. So my walkabout sect also wants a share of this immortal cave. Brother Kong, do you have any objections? How much do you want? Yuan Luo Hall Master said. Half. The treasures inside, we will each take half. Situ Haonan said. Half. Yuan Luo Hall Master's face darkened and said, Brother Situ, your appetite is too big. Too big. Haha. Situ Haonan sneered and said, If I turn and leave now and attract Fa Ming, I'm afraid you won't even get half. Yuan Luo Hall Master's face turned ugly. Everything was for benefits. Yuan Luo Hall and the walkabout sect had only joined hands for benefits. Now that an expert's cave was in front of them, their relationship was no longer as friendly. He had no doubt that Situ Haonan would do anything if he refused. Chapter 26:16. The Yuan Luo Hall Master squeezed out a smile and said, Brother Situ must be joking. Alright, half it is. However, the great formation here is very sturdy and difficult to break. Next, the experts of the walkabout sect will have to attack together. Of course. Situ Haonan smiled. Immediately, the experts of the Yuan Luo Hall and the Walkabout sect joined forces to attack the Great Formation. With the two of them working together, their speed increased greatly. It only took a month to break the Great Formation and open the door. Let's go. The experts from both sides rushed into the door, ready to plunder the treasures. But after entering, they were dumbfounded. It was clean and smooth, and there was nothing inside. They came to the place where Lu Ming took the pills. There were a few shelves here, but there was still nothing on the shelves. Completely empty? The Yuan Luo Hall master's face was gloomy. His chest heaved up and down, and he almost vomited blood. Could it be that this cave dwelling was empty, and the master of the cave dwelling did not leave anything behind? It should not be. This was the cave dwelling of a heavenly god. Logically speaking, even if such a figure left, he would take away some valuable treasures, but he would still leave behind some unimportant items. They were not important to heavenly gods, but to them, they might be priceless treasures. But how could there be nothing? Search carefully. The Yuan Luo Hall master roared. They searched inside and out, but they couldn't find a single strand of hair. Finally, they came to the depths of this area. There was a passage here blocked by an extremely powerful formation. There's more inside. Perhaps, the depths of the cave dwelling are inside? Perhaps, the treasures are inside? The Yuan Luo Hall master and the others could not help but have such thoughts to comfort themselves. Then, they had no choice but to continue working hard and attack the Great Formation. However, the Great Formation here was even more astonishing. It was much stronger than the previous Great Formation. Even if the experts of the Walkabout sect joined forces, it would take a long time to break it open. Time passed quickly. It had already been 2 years since Lu Ming entered the Hurricane Passage. After continuous battles, Lu Ming improved very quickly. Unknowingly, his cultivation had reached the peak of a 6-star heavenly emperor. Lu Ming found another pit and began to break through to the next realm. In the end, he successfully broke through the realm, breaking through to 7-star heavenly emperor. Peak 7-star heavenly emperor, Lu Ming finally reached. The next step was to combine the 10,000 yuan into one and condense the divine flame. After condensing the divine flame, he would be able to break through to the martial god realm and enter the second step of cultivation. To the current Lu Ming, 10,000 elements returning to one and condensing divine fire was not particularly difficult. When Lu Ming arrived in the Your Wilds universe, his minor world had already fused with the Your Wilds universe, transforming it into pure world energy and sovereign power. Moreover, as Lu Ming's cultivation increased, the proportion of sovereign power in his body grew larger and larger. Currently, Lu Ming's sovereign power had reached 99%, and only 1% of his world energy remained. As long as he converted all the energy in his body into sovereign power, Lu Ming could start trying to combine all the origin powers and form the divine flame. This trip to the Immortals Cave helped Lu Ming save a lot of time. Continue. After the breakthrough, Lu Ming continued to move forward along the passage. Huff huff huff. Rumble rumble rumble. This time Lu Ming continued to move forward. Not only did he hear the terrifying whistling of the wind, but he also heard deafening collisions. Lu Ming continued to move forward and discovered that he had finally reached the end of the passage. At the end of the passage, there were a few passages that merged and converged. Each passage was filled with strong winds. When the winds from a few passages collided with each other, a shocking explosion could be heard. On top of that, the winds from a few passages had gathered in a larger passage, causing the wind in the passage to be shockingly strong. Lu Ming had a feeling that if he entered the passage, he would not be able to hold on for long before his body was torn apart by the wind. It seems like I have to stop here. I'm afraid I won't be able to enter the depths of the Immortals Cave. Lu Ming pondered. There's a cave here? Suddenly, Lu Ming discovered a pitch-black cave on the side of the wall. Lu Ming climbed along the wall and looked into the cave. He discovered that the cave was pitch-black and bottomless. Lu Ming had not discovered a similar cave along the way. Where did this cave lead to? Lu Ming was extremely curious. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming decided to take a look. Lu Ming circulated his sovereign power, and his eyes glowed. He could see the pitch-black cave with a single glance. Lu Ming entered the cave. There was no wind in the cave. Lu Ming carefully moved forward along the cave. After several thousand meters, he reached the end of the cave. Then, Lu Ming discovered that he had arrived on a large platform. The platform was extremely wide. On one side of the platform, the whistling of the wind could be heard. Lu Ming walked over to take a look. In the direction of the platform, there was a hurricane passage. The wind there was extremely terrifying. It was many times stronger than what Lu Ming had encountered before. Lu Ming's expression was grave. He did not dare to approach the hurricane passage. He stayed away from the hurricane passage and looked at the other parts of the platform. On the other side of the platform, there was a stone door. Lu Ming pushed the door open and entered. He discovered that it was a passage. There were rooms on both sides of the passage. Oh, could these be bedrooms? Lu Ming discovered that there were stone tables and stone beds in these rooms. However, they were very ordinary and did not contain any treasures. The next few rooms had ordinary stone tables and beds. There was nothing valuable about them. When Lu Ming came to the last room, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There were some shelves in this room. On top of them were various weapons. Lu Ming's heart began to beat rapidly. He picked up a battle sword and inserted his sovereign power. Buzz. The battle sword began to glow. A powerful aura spread out. This is a rank 9 lower grade divine artifact. Lu Ming's breathing quickened. His eyes were burning. This was definitely a rank 9 lower grade divine artifact. One must know that the meteor spear that Lu Ming bought was only a rank 6 lower grade divine artifact. Even so, it was worth 7,000 divine crystals. A rank 9 lower grade divine artifact's price would be many times higher. It would be normal to sell it for 70,000 to 80,000 divine crystals, or even 100,000 divine crystals. There are words below. Lu Ming discovered that there was a small plaque hanging on the hilt of this sword. There were words written on it. Ancient Moon Sword, rank 9 lower grade divine artifact. On the plaque, there was a line of words. It really is a rank 9 lower grade divine artifact. Lu Ming laughed and quickly put it away. He then looked at the other weapons. Clear Wind Hook, rank 9 lower grade divine artifact. Lihi Saber, rank 8 lower grade divine artifact. Lu Ming looked at 6 or 7 weapons. They were all rank 7 lower grade divine artifacts and above. I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich. Lu Ming muttered to himself. This time, he really struck it rich. Lu Ming did not expect that after passing through the hurricane passage, he would gain so much. 6 War Staff, rank 1 middle grade divine artifact. When Lu Ming picked up a long rod and took a look, his eyes lit up immediately. Chapter 26:17. There were even medial grade divine artifacts here. A middle grade divine artifact was equivalent to a true god expert. Only a true god expert could unleash the full power of a middle grade divine artifact. Lu Ming's eyes burned even brighter. He put away the staff and sped up his search. Medial grade divine artifacts, medial grade divine artifacts, medial grade divine artifacts. A moment later, Lu Ming put away all the weapons here. There were a total of 33 divine artifacts. All of them were low-grade divine artifacts or above. Any one of them was better than the meteor spear he was currently using. Among them, there were 20 low-grade divine artifacts. There were a total of 13 medial-grade divine artifacts. There were even 2 divine artifacts, the highest of which were mid-grade divine artifacts. One was a battle sword, and the other was a battle saber. How many divine crystals could a mid-grade divine artifact be sold for? Lu Ming couldn't estimate at all. Even factions like the Righteous Army, Yuan Luo Palace, and the Walkabout sect couldn't take out divine artifacts of this level. They were too precious. Lu Ming had no idea how many divine crystals these 33 divine artifacts were worth. In short, he knew that he had struck it rich. He wouldn't have to worry about resources for a period of time. His disciples, family, friends, and members of the Dragon Alliance wouldn't have to worry about resources either. I can exchange for the meteor spear now. Lu Ming was all smiles. There were several spears among the 33 divine artifacts. The highest grade was a mid-grade divine artifact of 4th grade. There was also a low-grade divine artifact of 8th grade and 9th grade. Lu Ming picked up a low-grade divine artifact and swung it a few times. He felt that it was quite good. After taking all the divine artifacts, Lu Ming wandered around a bit. After confirming that there were no more treasures here, Lu Ming left. Forward. With my cultivation, I can't go in. I can go back now. Lu Ming was satisfied. Then he went through the cave and returned to the hurricane passage. Then he followed the original path and climbed up the rocks to return. Going back was against the wind, so it was extremely difficult. However, Lu Ming had already killed all of the lion-headed eagle beasts in this hurricane passage. When he returned, there were no lion-headed eagle beasts blocking his way. Moreover, Lu Ming's cultivation had increased by another level, so his speed was still very fast. Even though they were traveling against the wind, their speed was still much faster than when they had arrived. After Lu Ming had crawled back for some time, the people from the Yuan Luo Hall and the Walkabout sect finally opened the array formation of the passageway. They hurried through the passageway. At the end of this passage was the place where Lu Ming had obtained a large number of divine artifacts. After that, the hall master of the Yuan Luo Hall, Situ Haonan, and the others discovered that this place was still empty. Other than some stone stools and tables, there was nothing else. What happened? Yuan Luo Hall master roared. He could no longer control his temper. After a lot of hard work, he found that there was nothing here. If he knew that Lu Ming had already reached this place, he would probably vomit blood from anger. Everyone's expression was extremely ugly. Then, when they discovered the hurricane passage, their expressions became even uglier. The hurricane passage here was already the convergence of several passages. Its power was astonishing. Even the hall master of the Yuan Luo Hall was wary of it. This should be a blockade set up by the cave master. Could it be that the true inner cave is in the depths of these hurricane passages? They guessed. However, for a moment they were hesitant. Usually such a place would be accompanied by danger. Let's observe for a few days before making a decision, Yuan Luo Hall master said. In the sky above the headquarters of the Zhengtian army, the ancestor of techniques and Fu Heng had been playing chess for more than 2 years. And now, it was already the final moment. Break. The ancestor of techniques waved his hand, and a giant chess piece was formed and placed on the chessboard. Fu Heng's expression changed. With a wave of his hand, a powerful force surged towards the ancestor of techniques, preventing him from placing the chess piece. Boom. Boom. The two of them continued to exchange blows. In the past 2 years, the two of them had exchanged blows countless times. After a dozen moves, boom. In the end, the ancestor of technique's chess piece still landed on the chessboard. You've lost. The ancestor of techniques looked at Fu Heng. Brother Fa is indeed amazing. This old man is impressed. The game is over, and this old man has fulfilled his promise. Brother Fa, please don't blame me. Let's go. With a wave of his sleeve, Fu Heng soared into the sky and a starship appeared. He boarded the starship and left the Zhengtian planet. Northern Shang planet. As soon as Fu Heng left, the ancestor of techniques immediately went to the Northern Shang planet. After arriving at the Seven Stars Island, he immediately rushed to the Chun Gold Mine and met up with the Zhengtian army 100,000 miles away from the Chun Gold Island. The army lord is here. Army lord. The Zhengtian army immediately bowed to the ancestor of techniques. What's the situation in the Yuan Luo Hall these past 2 years? The ancestor of techniques asked. Army lord, the Yuan Luo Hall master, and the Walkabout sect master have been in the cave abodes of the experts for the past 2 years. Someone reported. That old fox Situ Haonan is also here. A sharp light flashed through the ancestor of technique's eyes as he ordered. Wait for me here. I'll go check it out myself. Then the ancestor of techniques turned into a ray of light and shot towards Chun Jinquang. It's the Zhengtian army's army lord Fa Ming. Informed the hall masters. As soon as the ancestor of techniques arrived, the Yuan Luo Hall and the Walkabout sect immediately noticed him. Under the lead of a few true God Realm experts, they became cautious and sent a message to the Yuan Luo Hall master. The Yuan Luo Hall master and Situ Haonan received the message at the same time. Fa Ming dares to come alone? Fine, we'll make him stay today. A cold light flashed through the Yuan Luo Hall master's eyes. After spending a few years and not getting anything, he was filled with anger. Fine. After we get rid of Fa Ming, We'll split the Zhengtian army's territory, Situ Haonan said coldly. Old Mo, hide in the dark. Fa Ming might think that you're still guarding the headquarters. Later, Brother Situ and I will fight with Fa Ming. Then you sneak attack Fa Ming, the Yuan Luo Hall Master ordered. The Yuan Luo Hall Master was wary of the ancestor of techniques. He and Mo Kim were both at the 4th level True God realm, while the ancestor of techniques was only at the 3rd level True God realm. However, the ancestor of techniques was extremely strong. He could fight against the two of them alone. Even with Situ Haonan, they weren't confident that they could make the ancestor of techniques stay in a direct battle. If the ancestor of techniques wanted to leave, they couldn't stop him. Only a sneak attack could make the ancestor of techniques stay. Don't worry. The Grand Elder of the Walkabout sect is also hiding near Qin Jinquang's vein. He can also sneak attack when the time comes. Today we must make Fa Ming stay, Situ Haonan said coldly. The Yuan Luo Hall Master's heart trembled as he secretly called Situ Haonan an old fox. Situ Haonan had asked the Grand Elder of the Walkabout sect to hide in the dark. It was most likely to guard against the Yuan Luo Hall. Fine. Today we'll make sure that Fa Ming doesn't return, the Yuan Luo Hall Master said coldly. The group of people headed outside. Chapter 26:18. Outside the cave, the ancestor of technique stood in the air, his body emitting a vast divine aura. Set up the formation. The experts of Yuan Luo and the free and unfettered sect guarding the cave all had solemn expressions as they retreated and set up a great formation. The ancestor of technique was too famous. A person who had walked out of a lesser thousand world under the jurisdiction of Yuan Luo Palace had broken free from Yuan Luo's shackles and risen to power, establishing the righteous army to fight against Yuan Luo Palace. Most importantly, the ancestor of technique's strength was incomparably powerful. He had fought against 2 experts of Yuan Luo Palace alone, and established a great reputation for himself. Although there was a level 3 true god from Yuan Luo Palace present who had the same cultivation as the ancestor of technique, his face was pale and his heart trembled when facing the ancestor of technique. He had once seen the ancestor of technique kill a level 3 true god expert with one move. He didn't have the slightest bit of courage when facing the ancestor of technique. Kongji, get out here. The ancestor of technique shouted coldly, his voice rumbling and causing many people with weaker cultivation to retreat. Fa Ming, do you only know how to be arrogant in front of my subordinates? The voice of Yuan Luo Palace Master, Kongji, came from within the cave. Following which, more than 10 silhouettes rushed out of the cavern. It was Kongji, Situ Haonan and the others. Of course, the Supreme Elder of Yuan Luo Palace, Missouri Qin, didn't appear. Kongji's gaze swept across and found that only Fa Ming was present. The coldness in his eyes intensified. Kongji, Chen Jindao originally belonged to the righteous army. Now you can scram. The ancestor of technique said. Ha ha ha, what a joke, what a joke. Kongji laughed and looked mockingly at the ancestor of technique. Fa Ming, you're really naive. You've been in the chaotic Star River for so many years, haven't you understood one thing? In the chaotic Star River, whoever is stronger will be able to occupy more territory. From today onwards, this island, no, the entire northern Shang planet will belong to Yuan Luo Palace and the free and unfettered sect. Do you understand? If that's the case, then let's talk with strength. The ancestor of technique was very direct. He stepped forward and a vast divine power erupted like a tide. Boom. The ancestor of techniques pressed down with his palm. Divine power boiled as a gigantic palm print slammed down on Kongji. Kongji didn't dare to be careless. His LV4 True God Realm divine power exploded. A saber appeared in his hand. A saber light shot up into the sky and slashed at the ancestor of technique's palm print. Boom. Energy surged into the sky as divine powers collided, creating shockwaves that spread out in all directions. Not good, block it. The True God Realm experts of the Yuan Luo Hall and the Walkabout sect set up defenses in front of them to block the shockwaves, but they were still pushed back by the shockwaves. Those with weaker cultivations directly coughed up blood, their faces pale. If there were true divinity powerhouses defending them, those with weaker cultivations would most likely be killed by the shockwaves. There was a huge gap between Empty God Realm and True God Realm. At the same time, the saber light and palm print dissipated, and a figure retreated continuously. The person who retreated was Kong Ji. His cultivation was clearly at the 4th level True God realm, one level higher than the ancestor of techniques. But in a head-on battle, he was at a disadvantage. Kong Ji, your battle strength is not enough. The ancestor of technique spoke coldly. He manipulated his divine power and slammed down again. Scorching Sun Saber Technique. Kong Ji shouted. His 4th level middle divine artifact saber radiated a dazzling saber light that was as dazzling as the sun. Then he slashed out with his saber, and the blazing saber light slashed at the ancestor of technique's palm print. Kong Ji had used a divine skill. Fa Ming, take this. The sect leader of the walkabout sect, Situ Haonan, also attacked. His body moved like a flickering shadow as he charged at the ancestor of technique. At the same time, a soft sword appeared in his hand. The sword light was like a poisonous snake as it stabbed at the ancestor of technique's vitals. At the same time, this was also a terrifying divine skill. Kong Ji and Situ Haonan had both used their divine skills. The ancestor of technique's face finally turned serious. A 2-meter-long battle sword appeared in his hand. Swoosh. The ancestor of technique slashed out with his sword, and the sword light exploded. Boom. Boom. There were 2 loud explosions as the ancestor of technique blocked Kong Ji and Situ Haonan's attacks. Fa Ming, since you dared to come here alone today, you shall stay here forever. Kong Ji continued to channel his divine power and unleashed his divine skill to the maximum. Its power was extremely terrifying as he attacked head-on. At the same time, Situ Haonan's body flickered as he moved around at an extremely fast speed. He took the opportunity to attack the ancestor of technique's vitals. The 2 of them worked together and their power increased exponentially. The ancestor of technique focused his attention and fought 1 against 2. It was difficult to tell who would win. The 3 of them fought on the surface of the sea, stirring up huge waves. Then they fought in the air. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them had exchanged more than 100 blows, and it was difficult to tell who would win. Then, the 3 of them fought on the surface of the sea. Whoosh! Suddenly, the surface of the sea rolled and a terrifying light of destruction burst out from the surface of the sea and attacked the ancestor of technique. Emokan. The ancestor of technique shouted angrily. Haha, Fa Ming die. Kong Ji laughed loudly and launched a violent attack. Situ Haonan also attacked with all his might and cooperated with Emokan's sneak attack. Just as the ancestor of technique was about to be hit, the sword light on his body suddenly exploded. Rays of sword light burst out and filled the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Kong Ji, Situ Haonan, and Emokan's attacks were all blocked by the sword light that filled the sky. Swoosh, swoosh. Kong Ji, Situ Haonan, and Emokan quickly retreated. They stood in the air and looked at the ancestor of technique in shock. Fa Ming, you've cultivated your divine skill to the 3rd level? Kong Ji roared in shock. A divine skill was an offensive skill of the martial god realm. It could unleash the power of one's divine force to the extreme and burst out with terrifying power. It was the same as a martial skill. According to the difference in power and degree of mystery, divine skills were divided into different grades. However, the division of divine skills was related to the degree of mystery. For example, if a divine skill only had 1 level, even if it was cultivated to the peak, it would only have 1 level. That would be the 1st level of the divine skill. Some divine skills, when cultivated to the peak, had 2 levels. That would be the 2nd level of the divine skill. 2 levels of the divine skill would naturally be stronger and more terrifying than a single level of the divine skill. Some divine skills, when cultivated to the peak, had 3 levels. That would be the 3rd level of the divine skill. The more levels a divine skill had, the greater its potential and the higher its value. Of course, the cultivation of a divine skill was very profound and complicated. Even if you had it, you might not be able to cultivate it to the highest level. For example, if a person's talent was limited and he had 3 levels of the divine skill, but he could only cultivate it to the 1st level, then its power would be no different from a single level of the divine skill. The more profound it was, the more levels it had. There were 4 levels, 5 levels, 6 levels, and even 9 levels and 10 levels. If one wanted to cultivate a divine skill, the minimum requirement was to reach the peak of the empty god realm. This was because using a divine skill would consume a lot of divine force. Without a strong divine force, one would not be able to support it. Kongji and Situ Haonan both had 3 levels of the divine skill, but they had only cultivated it to the 2nd level. The ancestor of technique also had 3 levels of the divine skill, but he had already cultivated it to the 3rd level. Chapter 26:19. One had to know that the ancestor of technique was only a level 3 true god, but he had already cultivated a divine skill to the 3rd level. This level of comprehension was simply terrifying. I must kill him. Kongji roared in his heart. The ancestor of technique was already so terrifying. If he broke through to the level 4 true god realm, it would be even more terrifying. So what if you've cultivated a divine skill to the 3rd level? You're still going to die today. Kongji roared and charged towards the ancestor of technique. At the same time, Situ Haonan and Mo can also charge towards the ancestor of technique. Each of them unleashed the full power of their divine skills. Sword-breaking technique. The ancestor of technique's battle sword stabbed out continuously. More than a dozen sword lights pierced towards Kongji, Situ Haonan, and Mo Kansas. This was the ancestor of technique's divine skill. It had already been cultivated to the 3rd level, and was extremely powerful. It constantly clashed with Kongji and the others' attacks. In the air, the ancestor of technique's figure retreated rapidly. However, he still managed to block Kongji and the others' attacks. He was only at a slight disadvantage. Kill. Kongji was extremely shocked. With the strength of the 3 of them, they were actually unable to take down the ancestor of techniques. Didn't that mean that without Situ Haonan, he and Mo Kim were no match for the ancestor of techniques? He must kill the ancestor of technique, or he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Situ Haonan also had the same thought. The walkabout sect's strength was similar to the Yuan Luo palaces. The 3 of them charged towards the ancestor of technique again. The 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle. Force him closer to the island. In the midst of the battle, Situ Haonan sent a message to Kongji and Mo Kansas. Kongji's eyes flashed with a trace of ferocity. Violent attacks continuously blasted out, gradually forcing the ancestor of technique towards Chunjin Island. On Chunjin Island, the people of Yuan Luo Palace and the walkabout sect had all retreated far away. They didn't dare to stay there. Slowly their battlefield moved to Chunjin Island. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword light burst out from a secret place on Chunjin Island. The sword light was bright and sharp. Its power was extremely terrifying and not any weaker than Situ Haonan's. The ancestor of technique revealed a shocked expression. He knew that he had been ambushed. There was even an expert on the other side. Needless to say, he knew this was a 4th stage true god realm grand elder of the walkabout sect. The ancestor of technique tried his best to dodge, but Kongji and the other 2 launched a fierce attack, making it difficult for the ancestor of technique to dodge. Puff! In the end, the ancestor of technique didn't manage to dodge it completely. A streak of sword light slashed across his chest, almost cutting him in half. Scram! The ancestor of techniques roared furiously. At that instant, over 100 sword glows were fired, forcing Kongji and the others to back away. With a flash, Kongji and the other 3 surrounded the ancestor of techniques. Very good. I didn't expect that the strongest of both of your forces would be here. The ancestor of technique's face was somewhat pale. Although he managed to avoid being hit in his vitals, he still suffered some injuries and his strength weakened a little. Fa Ming, your fate is sealed today. You're just an ant from a minor kiliocosm. It's impossible for you to defy the heavens. Kongji said coldly. So what if it's a minor 1,000 world? Could it be that you are noble just because you were born in the primordial world? How laughable. If it's a one-on-one battle, all of you are nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs. The ancestor of technique coldly snickered and his face was full of disdain. The faces of Kongji and the other 3 darkened. Indeed, if it was a one-on-one battle, none of them would be a match for the ancestor of techniques. Even though their cultivations were much higher than theirs. You only know how to talk. The winner takes all. Fa Ming, I'll send you on your way. Kang Ji didn't waste any more words and charged towards the ancestor of techniques. At the same time, Situ Haonan and the other two also launched their attacks. Before, the ancestor of techniques was slightly weaker than the three of them. Now that he was injured, he was even weaker against the four of them. As soon as they started to exchange blows, he was at a disadvantage. The Righteous Sky Army Lord is finished. In the future, the Righteous Sky Army's territory will belong to our two forces. Not far away, the people of the Yuan Luo Palace and the Walkabout sect thought excitedly. Boom. Boom. The ancestor of techniques and the other four clashed fiercely. The ancestor of techniques was at a disadvantage and could only block with all his strength. Bam. After a few dozen exchanges, the ancestor of techniques' body was sent flying and heavily smashed into the Chun Gold Island. Boom. Dust filled the air, and the Chun Gold ores flew everywhere. A giant hole appeared on the island. At this moment, Lu Ming had already passed through the hurricane tunnel and returned to the Chun Gold mine. He followed the tunnel that Qiu had dug out and headed out of the Chun Gold Island. Boom. 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 He had only walked halfway when a violent explosion came from above. Then he felt the entire island shake. Then, a terrifying force rushed towards him along the vein above. Not good. Lu Ming retreated quickly. The Chun Gold mine in this area kept exploding, and Lu Ming was sent flying by the force. The ancestor of techniques lay in the deep hole on the island and spat out blood. This attack had worsened his injuries. Whoosh! The ancestor of techniques barely stabilized his injuries and charged out of the deep hole. Kang Ji and the other three's auras locked onto the ancestor of techniques and trapped him in the middle. Suddenly, Kang Ji and the others were stunned because they felt the aura of life in a pile of rocks. Bam! Then the pile of rocks exploded and a figure charged out. This figure was naturally Lu Ming. Qiu, what's going on? Lu Ming was speechless. He had also encountered an unexpected disaster after passing through the Chun Gold mine. When he glanced at Kang Ji and the others, his heart skipped a beat. Kang Ji and the others' auras were too terrifying. To Lu Ming, they were unfathomable. Lu Ming, why are you here? At this moment, the ancestor of techniques also saw Lu Ming and was shocked. He flashed and appeared beside Lu Ming. Ancestor of techniques. Seeing the ancestor of techniques, Lu Ming was overjoyed. So it's an ant from the Zhengtian army. Fei Ming, it's your fortune to have a brat die with you. Kang Ji said coldly as the ferocity in his eyes grew stronger. Kang Ji, master of the Yuan Luo Palace. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as thoughts flashed through his mind. He roughly knew what had happened. The ancestor of techniques was surrounded. Don't worry, Fei Ming. After you die, I'll send the people of the Zhengtian army down to accompany you. Situ Haonan also said coldly. The four of them gradually approached the ancestor of techniques and prepared to launch a thunderous attack to kill the ancestor of techniques. Senior, this battle sword is for you. At this moment, Lu Ming took out a battle sword and handed it to the ancestor of techniques. This combat sword was one of the two middle-grade 7th-level divine weapons that Lu Ming had obtained from the cave abode. Seeing this battle sword, the ancestor of techniques immediately widened his eyes in shock. However, without hesitation, he took it and spat a mouthful of blood onto the battle sword. He didn't have time to refine it now, but by using his blood as a sacrifice, he could temporarily unleash the power of the battle sword and control it freely. Buzz! The battle sword vibrated, and a sword chi shot into the sky. Chapter 2620. That's a medial level 7 sacred artifact. Kang Ji, Situ Haonan, Mo Kan, and the others widened their eyes in shock. At the same time, there was deep greed in their eyes. Kill! The ancestor of technique roared, and displayed the sword-breaking technique. Sword light shone brightly and pillars of sword light shot towards Kang Ji and the others. Attack! Kang Ji and the others attacked as well. 4 terrifying attacks attacked the ancestor of technique. Boom! Boom! There was a violent explosion, and the ancestor of technique took a few steps back. However, Kang Ji and the others' attacks were all blocked by the ancestor of technique. He was only at a slight disadvantage. It's really a medial level 7 sacred artifact. Damn it, how did that kid get a medial level 7 sacred artifact? This kid must have had a fortuitous encounter. Kangji, Situhaonan, and the others roared. However, they did not suspect that Lu Ming had obtained the sacred artifact from the cave dwelling. That was because the cave dwelling's door was too difficult to break open. There were so many of them, and they needed to spend a lot of time to break it open. How could a mere Lu Ming break it open? Moreover, they had searched the cave dwelling, and there were no other entrances. They only thought that Lu Ming had obtained the sacred artifact from somewhere else. Lu Ming, follow me closely, the ancestor of technique said. Lu Ming nodded and followed closely behind the ancestor of technique. Let's see who can stop me. The ancestor of technique's long hair fluttered in the wind. His sword chi was wild as he charged towards Kangji's direction. Stop him! Kangji roared and charged towards the ancestor of technique. Situhaonan and the others also attacked. However, the ancestor of technique controlled the medial level 7 sacred artifact, and his combat strength increased tremendously. He was no longer afraid of Kangji and the others. Both sides continued to attack and exchanged dozens of blows in an instant. However, the ancestor of technique was only at a slight disadvantage. Bam! In the end, the ancestor of technique forced Kangji to retreat and brought Lu Ming out of the encirclement. I won't keep you company today. If you want to fight, we'll fight another day. The ancestor of technique brought Lu Ming and flew into the distance. His voice came from afar. Damn it! Damn it! Kangji roared furiously, his face full of malevolence. Today was such a good opportunity, yet the ancestor of techniques ran away. Plus, the ancestor of technique had acquired a 7th level mid-quality weapon. His battling abilities had greatly increased. This was extremely disadvantageous for them. What should we do? Situhaonan's face turned ugly. They didn't give chase. They knew that even if they caught up, they wouldn't be able to kill the ancestor of techniques. If the ancestor of techniques fought with his life on the line, even if they managed to kill him, at least 2 of them would die. None of them wanted to die. Alliance. We must form an alliance. A true alliance. Otherwise, the ancestor of techniques will destroy us one by one. Kangji gritted his teeth. All right. Situhaonan immediately nodded. Right now, none of them were a match for the ancestor of techniques. They had to join hands and support each other. Only then would they be able to fight against the ancestor of techniques. Also, we have to break into this cave as soon as possible. Once we get the treasures inside, we won't have to fear the ancestor of techniques anymore. Kangji said. That's right. Attack now. Situhaonan said. With that, they immediately returned to the cave abode. They planned to take the risk and try to enter the hurricane passage. The ancestor of techniques brought Lu Ming and flew tens of thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye before stopping. Poof! The ancestor of techniques spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned paler. Senior, are you all right? Lu Ming was a little worried. I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while. Kangji and the others shouldn't dare to chase after us. Let's rest again. Saying that, the ancestor of techniques took out a healing elixir and swallowed it. He began to heal his injuries. The ancestor of techniques' injuries weren't too serious. Not long after, his complexion improved a lot. Lu Ming, it's all thanks to you this time. Here, I'll return this divine weapon to you. The ancestor of techniques smiled, and took out the 7th level mid-quality divine weapon, and handed it to Lu Ming. Senior, you can keep this divine artifact for now. Lu Ming smiled and didn't take it. How can I do that? A 7th level mid-quality divine weapon is too precious. How can I accept it? The ancestor of techniques shook his head. Even he, Kangji, Situhaonan, and the others didn't have a 7th level mid-quality divine weapon. The ones they used before were all 4th level mid-quality divine weapons. Senior, just take it that I'm lending it to you. I can't use this divine weapon even if I keep it. Only you can fight against Kangji and the others with it. Lu Ming said. Now that the Yuan Luo Hall and the Walkabout sect had joined forces, the righteous army was alone, and without reinforcements. If the ancestor of techniques didn't have a 7th level mid-quality divine weapon, he probably wouldn't be their match. Only with this divine weapon could he fight against them and make them fear him. Alright, then I'll keep it for now. I'll return it to you when your cultivation increases. The ancestor of techniques pondered for a moment and didn't refuse. He also understood that Lu Ming was right. If he didn't have a 7th-level mid-quality divine weapon, he really wouldn't be their match if Kong Ji and Situ Haonan joined forces. Putting away his battle sword, the ancestor of techniques brought Lu Ming to meet up with the rest of the righteous army. Ancestor of techniques, how's the situation? Should we kill our way over? We can't let the Yuan Luo Hall take over that expert's cave dwelling. The members of the righteous army said one by one. It's fine. How can the Yuan Luo Hall and the Walkabout sect take over this expert's cave dwelling? Let's return to the righteous army first and spread the news that there's an expert's cave dwelling here. The ancestor of technique said. General is wise. Since we can't have it, they can't have it for themselves either. Ha ha ha. The righteous army laughed. Then they returned to Seven Stars Island and returned to the righteous army through the island's transportation formation. Then, they began to spread the news. Soon, the news of a heavenly god's cave dwelling on the northern Shang planet spread like a hurricane through the chaotic astral river and into the ears of various factions. What? A heavenly god's cave dwelling? A heavenly god's cave dwelling is extremely rare in the chaotic astral river. We can't miss it. Looks like I'll have to make a trip there myself. In the chaotic star river, all the big and small forces were alarmed. Various experts hurried to the northern Shang planet. A heavenly god was a supreme existence in the chaotic astral river. Their divine might shook the boundless starry sky. Currently, only the Cloud Peak Pavilion had a heavenly god overseeing it in the chaotic astral river. A heavenly god's cave dwelling was too attractive to the true immortal experts of various factions. Not long after, experts arrived at the Chun Jinghuang vein on the northern Shang planet. They were all true immortals, and most of them were at the 4th level of the true immortal realm or above. Damn it! Damn that Fa Ming! Damn the righteous army! Kong Ji roared furiously. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. With so many experts descending, how could they have a share? They could only follow the crowd. Even if there were treasures inside, they might not even be able to drink the soup. Any random faction here wouldn't be weaker than the Yuan Luo Hall. Kong Ji really wanted to vomit blood. After discovering this heavenly god's cave dwelling, he hadn't gotten a single thing. Chapter 26-21. One by one, experts began to barge into the cave. However, the wind tunnel at the back was extremely dangerous. Some people barged in and found that the deeper they went, the more wind tunnels there were. Wind tunnels crisscrossed, and the further they went, the stronger the wind tunnels became. Even high-level True God Realm experts couldn't barge in. Later, the Cloud Peak Pavilion's Pavilion Master personally took action. This was a Heavenly God Realm expert. He barged into the depths of the cave, and reportedly obtained some treasures. As for what he obtained, no one knew. After the Cloud Peak Pavilion Master barged into the depths of the cave, and took away the treasures, this matter came to an end. In the end, the Yuan Luo Palace and Walkabout sect didn't obtain anything. Kong Ji and Situ Haonan were infuriated, wishing they could kill the ancestor of technique and annihilate the righteous army. But in the end, they didn't dare to act rashly. They were actively looking for allies, hoping to find more allies to annihilate the righteous army. Of course, the ancestor of technique wasn't idle either. He was also looking for allies to resist the Yuan Luo Palace and Walkabout sect. Regarding this, Lu Ming couldn't help much. He could only focus on cultivating. In the Heavenly God's Cave's wind tunnel, Lu Ming's cultivation rose by 2 levels, reaching 7-star Heavenly Emperor realm. Next, he only needed to strengthen his foundation and advance towards the 10,000 origin unification realm. At the same time, after fighting with the lion-headed eagle beast for 2 years, Lu Ming's comprehension of the battle character formula had reached a peak. Now he could double his battle strength at any time. 100% success rate. However, the battle character in his sea of consciousness was unfathomable and mysterious. Lu Ming understood that he was far from comprehending it. Right now he had only scratched the surface. If he continued to comprehend it, Lu Ming felt that he could triple his battle strength. However, it wasn't that easy to triple his battle strength. Lu Ming had reached a bottleneck and needed time to comprehend it. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. After 3 years of cultivation, although Lu Ming had yet to step into the demigod realm, he felt that he was getting closer and closer to the demigod realm. On this day, a piece of news spread through the chaotic astral river, causing a huge commotion. All the factions, big and small, went crazy. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he received a message from the Ancestor of Techniques. The Ancestor of Techniques had something important to discuss with him. Is there something important? Lu Ming felt quite confused and went to a large hall in the righteous army. He found that there were already 5 or 6 people waiting here. 5 or 6 of them were not very old. They should not have cultivated for more than 10,000 years. They were all part of the younger generation. Tong Xi'er was among them. Lu Ming. Tong Xi'er greeted Lu Ming with a smile. The others also nodded at Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded in response, and then he gazed at Tong Xi'er and said, Miss Xi'er, may I know why the general has summoned us? I don't know either. Tong Xi'er shook her head. The others also had puzzled looks on their faces. You are all here. At this moment, the Ancestor of Techniques walked in from outside the palace. General. Everyone bowed. No need to be so polite. The Ancestor of Techniques waved his hand and said, You must be very curious why I called you here in such a hurry, right? Lu Ming and the others nodded. You should know that our chaotic galaxy belongs to the Qin Tian starfield, right? The Ancestor of Techniques said. Lu Ming and the others nodded again. At the same time, they felt a little strange. Could this matter be related to the Qin Tian starfield? The chaotic galaxy had hundreds of large and small factions, countless planets, and incomparably vast territories. However, compared to the Qin Tian starfield, it could not be compared. The Qin heavenly starfield contained many galaxies. There were at least a few hundred of them. The chaotic galaxy was only one of the many galaxies in the Qin Tian starfield. Moreover, it was the worst and most backward galaxy. The number of experts was also the least. What did the Ancestor of Techniques summon them here have to do with the Qin Tian starfield? The Qin Tian starfield's territory is too vast. There are hundreds of galaxies, and there are many races living there. There are countless experts. However, among the countless factions, other than a few terrifying races, the strongest faction is the 13 sects. The 13 sects of the Qin Tian starfield. Tong Xi'er and a few other youths exclaimed in unison. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He had read about it in the ancient records. The 13 sects of the Qin Tian starfield were 13 extremely powerful, ancient and terrifying sections. It could be said that in the vast Qin Tian starfield, other than a few terrifying races, the 13 sects stood at the peak. These 13 sects were divided into 3 overlords and the top 10 sections. Without a doubt, the 3 overlords were the strongest, followed by the top 10 sections. These 13 sects occupied half of the Qin Tian starfield's territory and countless planets. They had dominated the Qin Tian starfield for countless years. Factions like the Zhengtian Army, Yuan Luo Palace, and the Walkabout sect were ants in front of the 13 sects. Even the strongest faction in the chaotic galaxy, the Yunfeng Pavilion, was no different from an ant in front of the 13 sects. To the people of the chaotic galaxy, the 13 sects were just a legend. They had only read about them in the ancient records. That's right. Every 1,000 years, the 13 sects of the Qin Heavenly Star Field will recruit a batch of disciples from all over the Qin Heavenly Star Field. Now 1,000 years have passed. The Ancestor of Techniques said. He paused here. The 13 sects of Qin Tian are recruiting disciples. Tong Xi'er and the others' breathing became heavy, but they were also puzzled. General, I've read the records. The 13 sects of Qin Tian will recruit a batch of disciples every 1,000 years, but they have never recruited disciples from the chaotic galaxy. What does this have to do with us? Tong Xi'er asked. The chaotic galaxy was the most backward and desolate of the many galaxies in the Qin Tian starfield. It was the weakest galaxy. Every race, every force, those who couldn't survive, or those who committed crimes, all ran to the chaotic star river. Therefore, the chaotic galaxy was a chaotic place where good and bad people mixed together. It had always been looked down upon by other galaxies. The 13 sects of the Qin Tian starfield had never recruited disciples from the chaotic galaxy. Therefore Tongxi, and the others were puzzled. It's different this time. The 13 sects of Qin Tian announced to the world that they will be recruiting disciples from the entire Qin Tian starfield soon, including the chaotic galaxy. The ancestor of techniques said. That's right. The chaotic galaxy will be recruiting disciples. Tongxi and the other youths breathed heavily, their eyes burning with passion. They were all excited. The Qin Heavenly 13 sects had actually opened their doors to the chaotic star river for the first time. If one could join any of the Qin Heavenly 13 sects, it would be a heaven-defying opportunity. In the future, one's cultivation would definitely soar to the skies, becoming a person above all others. The heavenly god realm was the synonym of invincibility in the chaotic galaxy. However, in the 13 sects of Qin Tian, heavenly gods weren't anything special. There were many divine king realm existences in the 13 sects of Qin Tian. Chapter 26-22. Such a powerful force naturally had an unimaginable amount of resources. Their cultivation conditions and environment were simply incomparable to the chaotic star river. Moreover, if they were chosen by a heavenly god or even a divine king, they would have a bright future ahead of them. Therefore, this time, I've summoned all of you to participate in the Qin Tian 13 sects disciple recruitment. However, it's not that easy to join the Qin Tian 13 sects. You'll have to go through layers and layers of screening. It's extremely difficult. The ancestor of technique said. His eyes were filled with anticipation. As long as someone from the righteous army joined the Qin Tian 13 sects and became a disciple of the Qin Tian 13 sects, the righteous army status in the chaotic astral river would soar. At that time, who knew how many powers would try to curry favor with them? At that time, it would be easy to destroy the Yuan Luo Palace and the Freedom Sect. We'll do our best to join the Qin Tian 13 sects. Tongxi and the others said loudly with determination in their eyes. They understood that this was a great opportunity for them. They had to make good use of it. All right, go back and prepare. We'll meet here 10 days later. I'll bring all of you to Yinfeng City. The first round of screening will be held there. All right, Lu Ming, you stay here first. The ancestor of techniques looked at Lu Ming after he finished speaking. Tongxi and the others left while Lu Ming stayed behind. Lu Ming was puzzled. Why did the ancestor of techniques ask him to stay? Lu Ming, the Qin Tian 13 sects only look at talent and not cultivation base when recruiting disciples. Therefore, with your talent, you'll definitely be chosen by the Qin Tian 13 sects. The ancestor of technique said. Lu Ming had mastered the sovereign Tao. With such talent, he would definitely be chosen. Lu Ming, which sect do you want to join? The ancestor of techniques asked. I haven't decided yet. I don't know much about the Qin Tian 13 sects. We'll see later. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, I have a request. The ancestor of techniques pondered for a moment and suddenly sighed. Senior, please speak your mind. Lu Ming said. I would like to invite you to join a sect. After the ancestor of techniques finished speaking, he paused for a moment before continuing. Among the Qin 13 sects, the strongest are the three overlords. The Mystic Academy, the Invincible Kenzo, and the Immeasurable Sacred Ground. However, the sect I want you to join is not one of the three overlords, but one of the top 10 sects, the Kongxian School. Kongxian School. Lu Ming was somewhat puzzled. You must be very puzzled as to why I let you join the three overlord forces. Sigh, I have some selfish motives here. Back then, I had some interactions with Kongxian School. Speaking up to this point, the ancestor of techniques recounted what had happened between him and the Kongxian School. It turned out that after the ancestor of techniques had escaped from the Yuan Luo Palace, he had been traveling and tempering himself in the vast universe. He had once left the chaotic galaxy and headed to other galaxies. During this process, he met a woman and fell in love with her. However, this woman was a genius of the Kongxian School. Her father was also an important figure in the Kongxian School. Her status was much higher than that of the ancestor of techniques. Naturally, the woman's father was strongly against the two of them being together. He even forcefully brought the woman back to the Kongxian School. He had once said that as long as the ancestor of techniques could not break through to the heavenly god realm, he would not allow the two of them to meet. Sigh, with my talent, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for me to reach the heavenly God realm in this lifetime. Therefore, I have some selfish motives. I want you to join the Kongxian school. Speaking up to this point, the ancestor of techniques took out an exquisite dagger and said, "If you join the Kongxian school, if you have the chance, return this dagger to her. Oh right, her name is Yuexin. Return it to her and tell her that I have let her down. However, this is my selfishness. If you don't want to join the Kongxian school, I won't force you," the ancestor of technique sighed. His eyes were filled with nostalgia and helplessness. "Senior, I agree." Lu Ming smiled and took the dagger from the ancestor of technique's hand. The ancestor of technique's incident reminded him of the incident between him and Xian Yanqing. In the Divine Wilderness continent, he and Xian Yanqing had gone through many trials and tribulations before they were together. It was somewhat similar to the ancestor of technique's incident. Moreover, Lu Ming did not really care about which sect he joined. He had Jingyu's inheritance, but he still had not broken the seal on Jingyu's portrait. Once the seal was broken, Lu Ming believed that he would definitely gain something. Moreover, he still had the battle formula to learn. The main reason he joined a sect was to obtain resources. All sorts of resources that would help his cultivation. Moreover, there was another reason. Although the Kongxian school was one of the top 10 sects, it was ranked first among the top 10 sects. In this aspect, it was not much weaker than the three overlords. Lu Ming, thank you. The ancestor of techniques cupped his fist solemnly. Senior, you're too kind. Lu Ming quickly helped the ancestor of techniques up and said, Senior, I have some friends. Can they join the Qin Tian 13 sects recruitment? He thought of Xian Yanqing, Xian Yanjuan, and Dandan. Of course. Those who have not cultivated for 10,000 years can join. I remember that your wife is extremely talented. Originally, I wanted to ask you to bring her along. However, if you want to join the selection, you have to be at least level 1 empty god realm. However, your combat strength is extremely powerful, and you don't have to meet this condition. The ancestor of techniques said. Do I need to be at level 1 empty god realm? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Originally, he wanted to ask Bubbles, his disciples Xiang Xiang, Ouyang Moli, and the others. However, it seemed that only Xian Yanqing, Xian Yanjuan, and Dandan met the conditions. Immediately, Lu Ming bid farewell to the ancestor of techniques and returned to his residence. After returning to his residence, Lu Ming looked for Xian Yanqing, Xian Yanjuan, and Dandan and told them about the Qin Tian 13 sects recruitment. Dandan immediately raised both his hands in agreement. Xian Yanqing naturally wanted to go wherever Lu Ming went. I agree. Xian Yanjuan did not hesitate and agreed immediately. To Xian Yanjuan, she did not care about the God realm or the Supreme Being. She also did not care about the divine skill or the divine skill. What she cared about was the cultivation resources and the excellent cultivation environment of the powerful forces that would allow her strength to increase tremendously. During this period of time, all the forces in the chaotic galaxy were excited. They gathered all the young experts who met the conditions to join the Qin Tian 13 sects recruitment. In a hall in the Yuan Luo Palace, 8 young men were lined up in a row. Kong Long was among them. At the front was the Yuan Luo Palace master, Kong Ji. This time, all of you must do your best. At least, one of you must join the Qin Tian 13 sects. Even if it is the weakest sect among the 13 sects, the Yuan Luo Palace's prestige in the chaotic galaxy will increase greatly. At that time, we will not be afraid of the Yunfeng Pavilion. Do you understand? Kong Ji said loudly. Yes, we will do our best. Kong Long and the others said loudly. Chapter 26-23. The Walkabout sect master, Situ Haonan, had also gathered all the young geniuses who met the requirements. At least one of you has to join the Qin Tian 13 sects. Situ Haonan said loudly as he looked at the 9 young men and women. In the end, his gaze landed on a young man with a cold expression. This young man was his son, Situ Zhao's elder brother, Situ Feng. Situ Haonan's eyes were filled with hope as he looked at Situ Feng. Situ Feng was a martial arts fanatic who was obsessed with cultivation and had no interest in anything else. However, he knew that Situ Feng's comprehension ability was extremely shocking. With his shocking comprehension ability, It was very likely that he would be chosen by the Qin Tian 13 sects and be accepted as a disciple. That was his hope. Once Situfeng joined the Qin Tian 13 sects, the righteous army would be destroyed with a flip of his hand. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The geniuses of various factions began to gather at Cloud Peak City. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Xian Yanjuan, and Dandan also met up with the ancestor of techniques, Tong Xier and the others. It was worth mentioning that Bubbles, Lu Ming's disciple Xiang Xiang, and Ouyang Moli also wanted to go and take a look. They said that they wanted to see Lu Ming's glory. Lu Ming also brought them along. After stepping into the transportation array, they arrived at Cloud Peak City a few days later. This was Lu Ming's second time in Cloud Peak City. Cloud Peak City was as lively as usual. On the streets, people came and went, and there were many shops. After arriving at Cloud Peak City, the ancestor of techniques brought them to the Cloud Peak Pavilion to register. It wasn't easy to participate in the Qin Tian 13 sect's disciple recruitment. First, they had to go through the selection process of Cloud Peak City. Only those who were selected by Cloud Peak City would be recommended to participate in the Qin Tian 13 sect's disciple recruitment. Therefore, a large number of people would be selected from the beginning. After 7 days, those who are participating in the selection process will gather at Cloud Peak Plaza, said the person who was registering. Thank you. The ancestor of techniques cupped his fists in gratitude. After signing up, they found an inn to stay in and waited. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and the others headed towards Yin Peak Square. The Yin Peak Square was vast and could accommodate 1 million people at the same time. At this moment, the surroundings of Yin Peak Square were already packed with people. There were all sorts of races. Lu Ming glanced over and discovered dozens of races. Of course, most of them were here to watch and did not have the qualifications to participate in the selection. Those who participate in the screening enter the square. Those who do not have the qualifications to participate leave the square. Above the square, there was a middle-aged man in battle armor. His skin was golden yellow, and he looked like a bronze statue. This was the Copperskin race, a small race in the Qin Tian starfield. However, the aura emitted by this burly man was terrifying to the extreme. It pressured many people to the point that they could not breathe. He's much stronger than the Yuan Luo Hall Master and the Dharma Ancestor. Lu Ming's heart stirred. This burly man's cultivation was absolutely at the 6th level True God realm and above. It was even possible that he was a terrifying existence at the 7th level True God realm and above. Many people couldn't help but retreat out of the square. Only a few young people who were participating in the selection walked into the square. Go ahead. Just do your best, the Dharma Ancestor reminded. Lu Ming and the rest nodded and stepped into the square. Stepping into the square, Lu Ming immediately noticed a few eyes looking at him. Kong Long, Situ Shao. Lu Ming looked around and discovered Kong Long and Situ Shao. At this moment, the two of them were looking at Lu Ming with a sinister expression. Lu Ming smiled faintly and ignored the two of them. As time passed, more and more people gathered in the square. In the chaotic galaxy, forces like the Righteous Sky Army and the Yuan Luo Hall, or forces that were stronger than them, added up to close to 1,000 people. The smaller ones had 5 or 6 people, while the smaller ones had 7 or 8 people participating. Some of the bigger forces had dozens of people. For example, the Yin Peak Pavilion had sent over 200 people to participate. All the forces had sent out more than 50,000 people. The Yin Peak Pavilion Master has arrived. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The Cloud Peak Pavilion's Pavilion Master was about to descend. He was currently the strongest person in the chaotic astral river. He was also the only heavenly god. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the distance, rays of light flew over and stood in the air above the square. There was a total of 5 people, and 4 of them emitted a terrifying aura. Their auras were many times stronger than the burly man from the Copper Skin clan. However, the 4 of them were following behind a beautiful middle-aged woman. This middle-aged woman was a human and she didn't seem to have any aura. Greetings to the Pavilion Master. However, the burly man from the Copper Skin clan and the other experts of the Yin Peak Pavilion all bowed respectfully to the middle-aged woman. The Yun Peak Pavilion Master is actually a woman. At this moment, many people's hearts jumped and they revealed a surprised expression. For countless years, this is the first time the Qin Tian 13 sects have opened their doors to the chaotic galaxy to recruit disciples. This is a supreme opportunity for all of you. Everyone, you must make good use of it. The Yun Peak Pavilion Master's clear voice rang in everyone's ears. However, all of you must be mentally prepared. The Qin Tian 13 sect's standards for recruiting disciples are shockingly high. Without a certain level of talent, it's impossible to be chosen. Therefore, today there will be a screening. For those who pass the screening, I will recommend you to participate in the later tests of the Qin Tian 13 sects. Speaking until here, the Yun Peak Pavilion Master waved his hand, and a small pagoda flew out. The small pagoda was bronze in color, and the moment it flew out, it rapidly expanded. In the end, it turned into a huge pagoda that floated in the air. It had a total of 81 floors. The screening is simple. You just have to challenge the pagoda. In this pagoda, there will be some puppets on every floor. You will enter the pagoda and challenge it. As long as you pass the 36th floor, you will pass. When you enter the pagoda, a token will appear and follow you. Once you pass the 36th floor, the token will shine and no one will be able to cheat. 10,000 people in a group enter. The Yun Peak Pavilion Master announced. It's just challenging the pagoda. This is simple. Let me go first. A burly young man took the lead and flew into the huge pagoda. Let's go. Me too. Instantly, figures flew into the sky and into the huge pagoda. When 10,000 people entered the huge pagoda, the huge pagoda's door automatically closed. Everyone waited patiently. When everyone flew into the huge pagoda, they could see that the first floor of the pagoda was shining brightly. However, in just a few breaths' time, the second floor of the huge pagoda was also shining brightly. This meant that someone had already reached the second floor of the huge pagoda. However, very soon the third, fourth, and fifth floors lit up. Lu Ming and the rest did not enter. They wanted to take a look first. Chapter 26-24. So fast. The 20th floor lit up. It's the 21st floor. Many people exclaimed. Clearly, there were some terrifying prodigies in this group who were extremely fast. Half an hour later, suddenly, the space around the tower trembled. Then, the figure of a young snake man appeared. A token floated above the young man's head, but this token was dim. Clearly, this young man had been eliminated. He had been sent out without passing the 36th floor. Eliminated. Leave the square. The burly copper-skinned man from before said. The young snake man's face was extremely ugly. He was extremely unwilling. Lord, I was careless just now. Can you give me another chance? The young snake man cried out. He was unwilling to miss such an opportunity. If he could join the Qin Tian 13 sects, he would be able to soar into the sky. Leave the square. I'll say it one last time. The copper-skinned man said coldly. A cold aura emanated from his body. The young snake man shuddered. He didn't dare to stay any longer and flew out of the square. As soon as he flew out of the square, the token above his head automatically dissipated. Next, people were sent out of the tower. They were all eliminated. Those who were eliminated all had ugly expressions. They knew that they had lost a great opportunity. The Yinfeng Pavilion Master and the others looked on coldly. If they couldn't pass such a selection, even if they participated in the recruitment test of the Qin Tian 13 sects, they had no chance of passing. They would only be a joke. As time passed, more and more people were eliminated. Seeing this, the young men who hadn't entered the tower started to get nervous. However, the light on the giant tower was getting brighter and brighter. It's the 36th floor. Someone has passed the 36th floor. Someone shouted. At this moment, the 36th floor was shining. However, the person who had passed the 36th floor hadn't come out yet. It was obvious that he still wanted to continue. The Yinfeng Pavilion Master didn't say that one had to come out after passing the 36th floor. After passing the 36th floor, one could still continue. The higher the floor, the stronger the person would be, and the more the Yinfeng Pavilion Master would value them. As expected, the 37th floor lit up not long after. However, after the 36th floor lit up, The speed of passing became much slower. Moreover, more and more people were sent out. In the end, nearly 9,000 people were teleported out. All of them had failed the trial. However, soon after, there were also those who were teleported out. The tokens above their heads were glowing brightly, indicating that they had passed the trial. Many people looked at these people enviously. The people who had succeeded all revealed looks of joy. Ha ha ha, this is a disciple of my Yellow Wind sect. He passed the selection. That's a disciple of my Flowing Cloud sect. He passed as well. Outside the square, some people laughed in surprise. They were all experts from various forces. Some people were happy, while others were sad. However, the trial wasn't over yet. It took half a day before the last person was teleported out. This was a young man with a cold and arrogant expression. He had made it to the 46th level, and was ranked first in this group. His face was cold and arrogant as he scanned the surroundings, giving off a feeling of being in control of the world. With such talent, there's a high chance that he'll be chosen by the Qin Heavenly 13 sects. Very likely. Around the square, the experts of various forces were all envious. As for the people from that young man's faction, they were all overjoyed. Being ranked first among 10,000 people meant that he had a high chance of being chosen by the Qin Heavenly 13 sects. This was because there were only 50 to 60,000 youths in the chaotic galaxy who had participated in the selection. Out of the 10,000 people in the first batch, 9,000 were eliminated and only 1,000 or so passed. The elimination rate was 90%. Those who hadn't participated in the trial were extremely nervous. Some of them had even started to sweat. However, Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing and the others were very relaxed. Next batch. The Cloud Peak Pavilion Master ordered. Immediately, another 10,000 people flew into the giant tower. Among them, Lu Ming saw Kong Long, Situ Xiao and the others. After the 10,000 people flew into the giant tower closed and everyone waited patiently. The Yuan Luo Palace Master Kong Ji and the Walkabout Sect Master Situ Haonan looked at the giant tower nervously. Their eyes were filled with anticipation and anxiety. This time, it only lasted for 20 minutes before someone was teleported out. After that, more and more people were eliminated. In the end, more than 9,000 people were eliminated. Buzz, another person was teleported out. Among them were Kong Long and Situ Xiao. However, the tokens above their heads shone brightly. It was obvious that they had passed. Their faces were filled with smiles and excitement. When they looked at Lu Ming, their eyes were filled with provocation. Brat, wait until I join the Qin Tian 13 sects. I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Kong Long couldn't help but send a message to Lu Ming. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth rose, revealing a trace of mockery. He then looked in another direction and ignored Kong Long. Ha ha ha. Outside the square, Kong Ji and Situ Haonan laughed. They were so excited that their mouths cracked. Especially Kong Long and Situ Haonan. They even looked at the ancestor of technique provocatively. However, they were ignored by the ancestor of technique. The ancestor of technique knew the talents of Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan. Kong Long and the others were nothing compared to them. The trial continued and some people had yet to come out. As time passed, some people had already passed the 45th floor, and were heading towards the 46th floor, catching up to the first place of the previous batch. Not long after, the 46th floor lit up. They had already caught up with the best result of the first batch. However, it was obvious that the trial was still ongoing. Then the 47th, 48th, and 49th floors gradually lit up. Amazing! Someone from this group actually managed to pass the 49th floor. Amazing! I wonder which faction's prodigy it is. It's very likely that he was chosen by the Qin Tian 13 sects. Look, it's the 50th floor. In the square, countless people stared at the giant tower and discussed animatedly. Even the Yunfeng Pavilion Master's eyes lit up. Feng Er hasn't come out yet. Could it be that Feng Er is inside? At this moment, Situ Haonan was excited. That was because his son, Situ Feng, had not come out yet. Almost everyone else had come out. Could it be that Situ Feng was the one who was challenging the tower? Situ Haonan was extremely excited at the thought of that. Look, it's the 51st floor. Someone shouted. Everyone was shocked. That person had actually reached the 51st level. They were all very curious. Who was it that could reach the 51st level? However, the 51st floor was still not the limit. 52nd, 53rd. A day later, the 55th floor lit up. It was almost 10 floors higher than the first place of the previous batch. That was extremely shocking. At this moment, the void around the giant tower trembled, and the figure of a young man appeared. The token above the young man's head shone like a sun. Chapter 26-25. Big Brother. It's my big brother. Situ Xiao cried out in joy when he saw the young man. The young man was Situ Feng. Everyone's eyes were on Situ Feng. They were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Not bad. The Yinfeng Pavilion Master looked at Situ Feng with satisfaction. As the strongest force in the chaotic galaxy, the Yinfeng Pavilion had the right to recommend geniuses to participate in the Qin Tian 13 Sex recruitment test. Moreover, once someone was selected by the 13 Sex, she would be rewarded. Therefore, the more geniuses there were in the chaotic galaxy, the happier she would be. With Situ Feng's talent, there was a high chance that he would be selected by the Qin Tian 13 Sex. He might even be selected by the 3 overlords. It wasn't difficult to become a disciple of one of the 3 overlords, but once he joined, his future would be limitless. The Yinfeng Pavilion Master's eyes were burning. Ha ha ha, it's Feng. It's my son Situ Feng. It's my son. At this moment, Situ Haonan reacted and laughed in joy. Brother Situ, congratulations. Kongji forced a smile on his face and congratulated Situ Haonan. In his heart he was extremely jealous. With Situ Feng's talent, once he joined the 13 Sex and was selected by one of the big shots, the walkabout sex status would rise. Although he was jealous, he still had to maintain a good relationship with Situ Haonan on the surface. Brother Situ, so that prodigy is your son. Your son's talent is truly shocking. Not bad, not bad. Brother Situ, I'll treat you to a drink next time. You must accept my invitation. Brother Situ. Immediately, the leaders of the big forces around Situ Haonan greeted him with smiles on their faces. It was obvious that they were trying to curry favor with Situ Haonan. What a joke! Situ Feng's talent was too shocking. There was a high chance that he would be selected by the 13 Sex as a disciple. If they didn't curry favor with Situ Haonan now, when would they? Ha ha ha, you're all too polite. He might not be selected by the Qin Tian 13 Sex. It's still not certain, Situ Haonan grinned. Although he had said that Situ Feng might not necessarily be chosen by the 13 Sex, his expression was extremely excited. It was as if he could already see Situ Feng being chosen by the 13 Sex, and even being accepted as a disciple by some big shot of the 13 Sex. His heart was at ease. This Situ Feng actually has such shocking talent. In the crowd, the ancestor of techniques was also shocked. He had heard of Situ Feng's name before. It was rumored that Situ Feng was a martial arts fanatic who was obsessed with cultivation. He did not expect Situ Feng's talent to be so shocking. However, when he thought of Lu Ming, he felt relieved. No matter how great his talent was, how could he compare to Lu Ming? Lu Ming controlled the Tao of the sovereign realm. Once he became a god, he would transform his god force into divine-grade god force. Even in the vast and boundless Qin Tian star field, there were probably only a few who could control divine-grade divine force. Overall, this batch of people was similar to the first batch. About 90% of them were eliminated, and only about 1,000 people succeeded. Among them, there were 2 from the Yuan Luo Palace and 3 from the Freedom Sect. Lu Ming's expression was calm, and he was unmoved. The second batch is finished. The third batch go in. The Cloud Peak Pavilion's Pavilion Master instructed once more. Let's go in. Lu Ming looked at Xian Yanqing and the others. Okay. Xian Yanqing and the others nodded, and then flew into the giant tower. As soon as Lu Ming flew into the giant tower, his surroundings immediately changed. He appeared in a spacious secret room. There was no one around except for him. This was within Lu Ming's expectations. This giant tower was obviously set up with a grand formation. Once one entered, they would most likely be alone. It was impossible to enter with others. A token appeared above Lu Ming's head. At this moment, the secret room lit up and several figures condensed. These figures were all puppets condensed by the grand formation. They charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and swept out, shattering these puppets one by one. He had passed the first floor. There was a staircase in the secret room. Lu Ming climbed up the stairs and arrived at the second floor. As expected, more puppets were condensed. Their strength was slightly stronger than the first floor, but it was not difficult for Lu Ming. With a sweep of his spear, the puppets were shattered, and Lu Ming ascended to the third floor. In this manner, Lu Ming continued to advance with an irresistible force. Third floor, fourth floor, fifth floor. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the 30th floor. At this point, the strength of the puppets was quite strong, but it was still not difficult for Lu Ming. At most, his speed would be slightly reduced. Whoosh! 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 The long spear vibrated and pierced through the puppets, shattering them into pieces. Lu Ming set foot on the 31st floor. Then it was the 32nd floor, the 33rd floor. Soon, Lu Ming reached the 36th floor. When Lu Ming defeated all the puppets on the 36th floor, the token above his head shone brightly. This meant that Lu Ming had passed. Enough! Lu Ming smiled faintly, and did not continue. Instead, he walked towards a light door at the side. Lu Ming did not intend to continue. It was enough. As long as he passed, it was enough. There was no need to attract too much attention. His goal was to join the Qin Tian 13 sects. Now it was just a selection. As long as he could pass, it would be fine. Lu Ming stepped into the light gate, and was teleported out of the huge pagoda. When Lu Ming came out, a few gazes swept over him. This included Kong Long, Situ Xiao, Kong Ji, and the others. He was teleported out so early. The brightness of his token is not even as high as mine. I guess he just passed the 36th floor. Kong Long sneered. Not bad. I thought he was very talented, but it seems like he is only SOSO. Situ Xiao sneered. As for Kong Ji and Situ Haonan, they were also discussing. I didn't expect this kid from the righteous army to succeed. However, looking at the brightness of his token, it is only SOSO. There is almost no hope for him to join the Qin Tian 13 sects. Kong Ji sneered and deliberately raised his voice to let the technique ancestor hear him. Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. He was too lazy to care. He was very clear about Lu Ming's talent. If he went all out, he would not have come out so early. It was obvious that Lu Ming did not want to attract too much attention. It was fine as long as he could pass. Lu Ming did not attract the attention of others. Not long after Lu Ming came out, Xian Yanqing, Xian Yanjuan, Dandan, and the others came out one after another. Naturally, they had all passed. However, the brightness of their tokens was about the same as Lu Ming's. Obviously, their thoughts were similar to Lu Ming's. They only wanted to pass. After a period of time, Tong Xir also came out. Tong Xir also passed. The brightness of her token was much brighter than Lu Ming's. She had passed the 40th floor. Chapter 26-26. After a period of time, Lu Ming and the rest of the group also ended their challenge. However, there was no one else as amazing as Situfeng in this group. The highest they passed was the 45th floor, which was the same as the highest in the first group. Next was the 4th and 5th batches. There were also outstanding geniuses in the last two batches, but there was only one person who passed the 50th floor. No one could surpass Situfeng. This made Situfeng the center of attention, and he became the #1 genius of the chaotic astral river's younger generation. Situ Haonan and the Walkabout sect were naturally flattered. A group of faction leaders surrounded Situ Haonan and tried to curry favor with him. Situ Haonan's face was full of smiles. My son Situfeng is such a genius. My Walkabout sect will definitely rise. When my son joins the Qin Heavenly 13 sects, the righteous army will be able to destroy him. Situ Haonan's eyes turned cold as this thought flashed through his mind. After the 5th batch, this round of selections had all come to an end. Those who passed were elated, while those who failed were dispirited. High up in the sky, the Cloud Peak Pavilion's pavilion master waved her hand, and the giant pagoda shrank and was put away by her. All right, the selection is over. A total of 5,050 people passed the selection. The Cloud Peak Pavilion's pavilion master paused for a moment before continuing. However, this is only the selection I set. Don't think that you can participate in the recruitment test of the 13 sex just because you passed. You still need to pass the test of the 13 sex envoys. Only when the envoys think that you pass will you be considered qualified. Understand? Many people's hearts tightened. It turned out that they still needed to pass the test of the envoys of the 13 sex. Otherwise, they would not be considered qualified and might not be able to participate in the recruitment test. Alright, you all go back first. Gather here in 3 days. The envoys will come and personally test you. The Cloud Peak Pavilion Master turned and left. The crowd on the square also dispersed one by one. Lu Ming's group returned to the inn and waited quietly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, they returned to the square once again. The square was still surrounded by people. However, only Lu Ming and the rest who had successfully passed the previous round could enter the square. Soon, all 5,060 people had gathered. They're here. Someone suddenly spoke. Everyone's gaze turned in a certain direction. There were a few people flying over from that direction. One of them was the Yunfeng Pavilion Master. But now, the Yunfeng Pavilion Master was not walking at the front. Instead, he was walking behind. He was accompanying an elder in a brocade robe with a smile on his face. The elder in the brocade robe was tall and sturdy. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and exuded a majestic aura that gave others great pressure. An expert. The elder in the brocade robe was definitely a terrifying expert. He was even more powerful than the pavilion master of Yunfeng Pavilion. There was no doubt that he was a divine realm expert. Everyone did not need to guess to know that this was the envoy sent by the Qin Heaven 13 sex. Envoy Lin, these are the geniuses selected by my chaotic star river. Standing in the sky, the Cloud Peak Pavilion Master introduced the Cloud Peak Pavilion to the old man in the brocade robe with a smile. Even though she was the Yunfeng Pavilion Master, she did not dare to be careless in front of such a person. The brocade-robed old man's gaze swept over Lu Ming's group of 5,060 people. He frowned slightly and said, "These are the heavens' prides of the chaotic galaxy? Too weak." The contempt in his words was self-evident. Too weak. Many people's hearts tightened. They were too weak? These 5,060 people could be said to be the strongest group of people among the younger generation of the chaotic Star River. However, in the eyes of the elder in the brocade robe, they were too weak. In particular, some of the young geniuses were very confident. Now that they were being looked down upon, they felt a little indignant. With such standards, you still want to participate in the assessment of the Qin Heaven 13 sex. Isn't that a little ridiculous? The elder in the brocade robe added. This time, even the Yunfeng Pavilion Master was a little embarrassed. His face was slightly red. All right, I won't say any more nonsense. If you really want to participate in the assessment of the Qin Heaven 13 sex, you still have to pass through me. Having said that, the elder in the brocade robe waved his hand and a stone door flew out. As soon as the stone door flew out, it expanded rapidly and became 100 feet tall. With a loud bang, it landed on the square. As long as you can pass through this door, you will pass my assessment. Then, it will be difficult for you to participate in the assessment of the Qin Heaven 13 sex. The elder in the brocade robe said. So simple? Many people were stunned. As long as they could pass through this door, they would pass the elder's assessment. It was definitely not simple. Then many people had the same thought. Their eyes flickered as thoughts ran through their minds. Who will go first? The elder in the brocade robe asked. However, for a moment, no one went forward. Everyone had the same thought. They didn't understand the assessment of this door, and wanted to wait for others to go first. Everyone looked at each other. No one wants to go first? The elder in the brocade robe asked again. A trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. I'll go first. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke and stepped out. It was the same whether he went first or later. He might as well go first. Moreover, Lu Ming was confident that he could pass. If he couldn't pass, no one in the entire chaotic galaxy would be able to pass. Lu Ming stepped out and arrived in front of the stone door. Both inside and outside the square, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. It's this kid. Haha, he actually dares to go first. How stupid. I hope he can't pass. Outside the square, Kong Ji sneered. This kid is really stupid. How dare he scout for others? In the square, Kong Long also sneered. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming didn't stop and stepped into the stone door at a constant speed. Buzz! Just as Lu Ming stepped into the stone door glowed and runes appeared. Then several crimson divine lights blasted towards Lu Ming at lightning speed. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming made his move. His palm was like a knife, constantly slashing out and destroying the red lights. It was effortless and without any difficulty. That is, the elder in the brocade robe widened his eyes when he saw Lu Ming make his move. There was a trace of surprise and doubt in his eyes. What kind of power is that? It looks like the legendary Sovereign Tao, but how is it possible in a mere chaotic galaxy? The elder in the brocade robe whispered. The reason why he didn't fully recognize Lu Ming's Sovereign Tao was because Lu Ming had recently found a way to make some changes to the Sovereign Tao. For example, the color of the Sovereign Tao that Lu Ming was using was dark purple, which wasn't as conspicuous. As long as Lu Ming didn't use his full strength, it wouldn't be fully visible. Lu Ming continued to step forward. The stone door glowed brighter and more lights burst out, bombarding Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming casually waved his hand and destroyed all the divine lights. It's simple. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward again. This time, more divine lights blasted, but they were easily destroyed by Lu Ming. After this attack, there were no more attacks. Lu Ming stepped through the stone door. Chapter 26-27. Pass. The old man in the brocade robe said. At the same time, many thoughts crossed his mind. This person is special. I must observe him closely. Although he was not certain that Lu Ming had mastered the Tao of Sovereign, the Tao of Sovereign was not to be underestimated. If it was true, it would be a big deal. He passed. Oh, so it's that easy. I thought it would be difficult. It seems like it's easier than the Tower Challenge. It seems like the Yunfeng Pavilion Master's test is stricter. That's right. If that kid can pass, I'll have a piece of cake. Seeing that Lu Ming had passed easily, many people relaxed and smiled. They all thought that the test set by the old man in the brocade robe was very simple. Who's next? The old man in the brocade robe said. Me. Immediately, hundreds of people shouted and rushed toward the stone door. Since the test was so simple, they would of course go up early to show off. One by one, the old man in the brocade robe said coldly. A powerful aura pressed down, causing the hundreds of young people to stop. You first. The old man in the brocade robe pointed at a handsome young man. Haha, me first. The young man laughed and rushed toward the stone door, as if he was going to rush through in one go. Buzz. When he stepped through the stone door, it immediately lit up. A few rays of divine light flew out and blasted toward the young man. The young man looked relaxed. He unleashed his divine power and waved his hand. He wanted to copy Lu Ming and easily defeat the divine light. However, when the young man came in contact with the divine light, his face changed. His face was filled with disbelief. Then he screamed and flew backward. He fell heavily to the ground and vomited blood. His body twitched nonstop. What? Many people were stunned. How could this young man not even be able to withstand the first attack and be sent flying? When Lu Ming passed the test just now, it was very easy for him. What was going on? Many people were dumbfounded. The young man who was sent flying struggled to get up and swallowed a healing pill to stabilize his injuries. Failed. Next. The old man in the brocade robe said coldly. Wait, senior, wait. The young man who had failed yelled. What is it? The embroidered robed old man said. Senior, this isn't fair. I don't think it's fair. When that brat passed through the stone door's attack wasn't that strong. Why did the stone door's attack become so strong when I passed through? The young man cried out in grievance. He could clearly see that Lu Ming was only at the transformation void martial realm, while he was at the second level of the empty god realm. There was no reason why he couldn't pass if Lu Ming could. Impudent. You dare to doubt the emissary? Yunfeng Pavilion Master shouted coldly. The young man immediately broke out in cold sweat. It's fine. The old man raised his hand and stopped the Yunfeng Pavilion Master. After that, he scanned the crowd and said, Let me tell you, my test is absolutely fair. However, I can also tell you that the stone door will be attacked differently depending on the person who enters. The stone door will adjust according to the age of the person who enters, the strength of their divine power, and so on. Only those who are more talented will be able to pass through it. Those who are mediocre will never be able to pass through it. Do you understand? Moreover, the Qin Tian 13 sects have never looked at your cultivation level when recruiting disciples. This is because cultivation level is meaningless to the Qin Tian 13 sects. Even if you are a divine realm expert, you will not be of much use to the Qin Tian 13 sects. The Qin Tian 13 sects recruit disciples based on their talent and potential. The old man in the brocade robe's voice rang in everyone's ears. Indeed, cultivation level was meaningless to the Qin Tian 13 sects. There was no difference between the first level of the empty god realm and the 9th level of the empty god realm in their eyes. What they wanted was talent and potential. However, the handsome young man still had a look of unwillingness on his face. Why could a transformation void martial realm expert pass through while he, a level 2 empty god, could not? It seems like you are still unconvinced. However, do you really think that you can defeat him just because your cultivation level is higher than his? The old man in the brocade robe said flatly. Of course I can defeat him. I only need 3 moves. No, I only need 1 move to defeat him. The handsome young man shouted as he looked at Lu Ming with dissatisfaction. Oh, since that is the case, I will let the 2 of you fight and let you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Young man, are you willing to fight? The old man in the brocade robe looked at Lu Ming as he spoke. No problem. Lu Ming smiled as he stepped forward and arrived in front of the handsome young man. Young man, I will defeat you in 1 move. I will let everyone know who is qualified to participate in the assessment of the 13 sects. The handsome young man said arrogantly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. He then rushed out and threw out a blow with all his might. A huge palm print was thrown towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's face was calm as he stood there without moving. It was as if he did not see the young man's attack. When the young man's palm energy was close, Lu Ming pointed out a finger. Puff! The finger energy was like a spear as it pierced through the young man's palm print and hit his shoulder. The handsome young man screamed as his shoulder was pierced. The powerful force sent him flying to the edge of the square. He fell heavily on the ground and vomited blood. The square quieted down. 1 move. With just 1 move, Lu Ming defeated the handsome young man. It was just like how he had passed through the stone door earlier. It was effortless. What a powerful genius. Many people were shocked. Lu Ming was only at the transformation void martial realm. It was incredible that he could defeat a level 2 empty god realm expert. After Lu Ming pointed out a finger, he turned around and walked back. A level 2 empty god realm expert with ordinary divine power was no challenge to Lu Ming. What a powerful divine power. If he breaks through to the martial god realm, even if he doesn't have divine grade divine power, he would have at least king grade divine power. I didn't expect the chaotic galaxy to have such a powerful genius. The old man's eyes brightened. Humph. Kong Long, Situ Xiao, and the others harumphed coldly. They were unhappy to see Lu Ming in the limelight. On the other hand, Situ Feng's face was calm. No one could tell what he was thinking. Did you see that? My stone door is absolutely fair. The test will continue. A loss is a loss and a win is a win. If anyone has any doubts, they will be disqualified. The old man announced in an overbearing manner. He had agreed to challenge Lu Ming because he wanted to see how Lu Ming would deal with him. Otherwise, the handsome young man would have been kicked out if he dared to doubt him. The test continued. Another young man stepped forward, but he failed and was sent flying by the stone door. Chapter 26-28. As the number of people taking the test increased, the crowd was shocked to find that the test's difficulty was shockingly high. The elimination rate was shockingly high. Out of 10 people, only 1 would be able to pass. At this time, everyone understood that they had completely underestimated Lu Ming. Lu Ming could pass through the stone door easily. It was not because it was easy to pass through the stone door. It was because Lu Ming was talented and powerful that he could pass through it easily. Situ Feng is making his move. Suddenly someone spoke. Si Tufeng calmly walked towards the stone door. A battle sword appeared in his hand. Sword lights burst forth from his sword. Each time, his sword lights pierced through the air. They didn't collide with the divine lights coming from the stone door. However, those divine lights were disappearing one by one. Si Tufeng also easily passed the test. Pretty good comprehension. The old man nodded slightly. After Si Tufeng, it was Kong Long, Si Tuxiao, and the others. Kong Long and Si Tuxiao both controlled king-grade divine force. Although it wasn't easy, they still passed one by one. However, the other two people from the Yuan Luo Hall and the Walkabout sect all failed. In this way, only 3 people from the Yuan Luo Hall and the Walkabout sect passed. Soon Dandan, Xian Yanqing, Xian Yanjuan, Tong Xier and the others also stepped forward. As the world divine turtle, Dandan also had shocking potential after ascending to godhood. With king-grade divine force, he also passed the test. Needless to say, Xian Yanqing and Xian Yanjuan passed easily. This made the old man's eyes light up. Tong Xier also passed the test, but the rest of the righteous army failed. In this way, including Lu Ming's group, only 5 people from the righteous army passed. This made Kong Ji, Situ Haonan, and the others' expressions turn ugly. The stone door test continued for several days. Finally, all 5,060 people were tested. 500 people. In the end, only 500 people passed the stone door test. The others all failed. This success rate was shockingly low. In the entire chaotic astral river, there were close to 1,000 forces and 50 to 60,000 young geniuses. In the end, only 500 people passed the test. The probability was 1%. Alright, my test is over. The 500 of you can head to the myriad spirit star of the Qin Heavenly Star to participate in the test of the Qin Heavenly 13 sects. Take this jade token. With that, the elder in the brocade robe waved his hand and 500 jade cards flew out, flying towards Lu Ming and the rest. They reached out their hands and borrowed the jade tablets. Each of them had one. The jade tablet was warm and heavy to the touch. There were many tiny runes on it, and it looked very beautiful. On one side of the jade token, there was a picture of a ruin. The pattern of ruins on the jade tablet is a representation of the chaotic galaxy. Different galaxies have different patterns and symbols. The embroidered robed old man said. Many people smiled bitterly. Indeed, the chaotic galaxy was a ruin in the eyes of many powerful and wealthy galaxies. Now use your own blood to carve your names on the jade medallion. This jade medallion will be bound to you, and only you can use it. Even if others take it, they won't be able to use it. This is the proof of your participation in the Qin Tian 13 sects test. The embroidered robed old man said. Immediately Lu Ming forced out a drop of blood and wrote, Lu Ming on the jade tablet. After writing, the blood seeped into the jade tablet and disappeared. This jade tablet was completely bound to Lu Ming's aura. Other than Lu Ming, no one else could use it. This was to prevent people from attacking the participants, snatching the jade tablets of others, and impersonating others. In this way, even if one snatched the jade tablet, it would be useless. Alright, the test of the Qin Tian 13 sects will be held in the Myriad Spirit Star in 3 months. You can go there within 3 months. However, I can tell you in advance. Don't think that you can join the Qin Tian 13 sects just because you pass my test. It's extremely difficult to join the Qin Tian 13 sects. It's considered good if 20 of you can join the Qin Tian 13 sects. After saying that, the embroidered robed old man turned and left. The Yinfeng Pavilion Master and the others accompanied him. It's considered good if 20 of you can join the Qin Tian 13 sects. Many people were shocked and their faces turned grave. Everyone left, each with their own thoughts. Let's go. We'll return to the Just Sky Army first. I'll make some arrangements and take you to the Myriad Spirit Star. The ancestor of technique said. Then, everyone returned to the Just Sky Star through the teleportation array. Lu Ming returned to his residence and left some instructions. He also bid farewell to his parents. If he joined a sect to cultivate on the Myriad Spirit Star, he probably wouldn't return in a short period of time. The ancestor of techniques also made arrangements for the Just Sky Army. Then he took Lu Ming and the others and set off. Xiang Xiang Lu Ming and Ouyang Moli stayed on the Just Sky Star. However, Bubbles pestered Lu Ming, wanting to follow Lu Ming. Lu Ming also brought Bubbles along. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Xian Yanjuan, Dandan, Bubbles, Tong Xier, and the ancestor of techniques. A total of 7 people headed toward the Myriad Spirit Star. The Myriad Spirit Star was located in the center of the Qin Tian Galaxy. It was at least dozens of galaxies away from the chaotic galaxy. It was simply too far. Even if they used the teleportation array, it would still take a long time. They first arrived at Yunfeng City and used the city's super long-distance teleportation array to teleport to the next galaxy. After that, they continued to travel by extremely long-distance teleportation formations. This way, their speed would be much faster. Of course, the consumption of divine crystals was also astonishing. The teleportation array couldn't be made for free. Every time they used it, divine crystals would be consumed. Even so, they still used nearly 2 months to reach the Myriad Spirit Star. At this time, there was less than a month left before the 3-month deadline. What a dense divine qi! Standing on the ground of the Myriad Spirit Star, they took a deep breath and felt the surging divine qi enter their bodies. They felt comfortable all over. The cultivation environment here was much better than that of the chaotic galaxy. The difference was huge. The Myriad Spirit Star was located in the center of the Qin Tian Galaxy. It was the largest trading planet in the Qin Tian Galaxy. This planet didn't belong to a single faction. Countless factions, large and small, traded there. It was extremely prosperous. The Qin Tian 13 sex recruitment test had always been held on the Myriad Spirit Star. The location was the largest city on the Myriad Spirit Star, the Myriad Spirit City. After Lu Ming and the others arrived at the Myriad Spirit City, they found an inn to stay in. As time passed, more and more people came to the Myriad Spirit City. On the streets, young geniuses could be seen in groups of 3 to 5. Some of their auras were extremely terrifying. At first glance, one could tell that they were extremely powerful geniuses. There were hundreds of galaxies in the Qin Heavenly Star Field. The chaotic astral river was the weakest, the one that no one paid attention to. Any other star river was more prosperous and powerful than the chaotic star river. The number of geniuses in the chaotic star river was also far from what the chaotic star river could compare with. In the chaotic galaxy, only 500 people passed the test and could participate in the test. However, in the other galaxies, even the worst ones had thousands of people who could participate in the test. Some even had tens of thousands of people. Chapter 26-29. Every 1,000 years, the Qin Tian 13 sects would recruit disciples. It was a grand event in the Qin Tian star zone, and it was also a day for many geniuses to soar. Soon, there were only 3 days left before the assessment. On this day, the sound of bells rang throughout Wanling City. Let's go. It is the Qin Tian 13 sects summons. They should be announcing the rules of the assessment. The ancestor of technique said. He led Lu Ming and the rest in the direction of the sound of the bells. In the middle of Wanling City, there was a vast open space. This place used to be a huge market. However, during this period of time, the market had been removed and it was used for the assessment. This open space was so big that it could accommodate hundreds of millions of people at the same time without any problems. Soon, the open space was filled with people. Not only were there young geniuses who wanted to take part in the assessment, but there were also many people who wanted to watch the fun. In fact, there were more people who wanted to watch the fun than those who wanted to take part in the assessment. Swoosh! Swoosh! At that moment, a few figures suddenly appeared in the sky, and the place quietened down. There are only 3 days left before the assessment. Now I will explain the details of the assessment and the rules. A majestic man in the sky spoke. The place was silent. Everyone listened quietly, afraid that they would miss any details. All of you should have the identity jade token to take part in the assessment. The middle-aged man took out a jade token. It was almost the same as the one that Lu Ming and the rest had. However, the picture on it was different. 3 days later, when the assessment time is up, as long as you are in Wanling City, no matter where you are, this jade token will bring you to a virtual space. We call it the dream space. In the dreamland space, everything is virtual. Only your spiritual consciousness can enter the dreamland space. Furthermore, in the dreamland space, your cultivation will be suppressed to level 1 empty god realm. If you are already at rank 1 empty god realm, it will not change. If you are not at rank 1 empty god realm, it will not change either. However, although your cultivation is suppressed to level 1 empty god realm, the attributes of your divine force will not change. If you have king grade divine force, it will still be king grade divine force. If you have saint grade divine force, it will still be saint grade divine force. The test is divided into 2 rounds. In the first round, the dreamscape space will be divided into 20 regions. All participants will be evenly divided into 20 regions to fight. However, there is one thing that you can rest assured about. Before you enter the 20 regions to fight, you will enter a special region. There are many incomplete divine skills there. Even if you are a level 1 empty god realm martial artist, you will still be able to cultivate these incomplete divine skills and unleash their power. From now on, you will have 1 year to comprehend the incomplete divine skills. Then you will enter the 20 regions and fight to determine your ranking. This time, we have calculated that there will be more than 1 million participants in the entire Qin Tian star field and hundreds of galaxies. At that time, there will be 50,000 participants in each region. 50,000 people will fight against each other. The rule is that every time you kill someone, you will gain 1 point. At the same time, you will take half of the points from your opponent. Everyone has 2 lives, which means that you will have 2 chances. In the end, the top 100 participants in each region will be able to enter the next round. Those who are not in the top 100 will be eliminated. The middle-aged man explained all the rules in one breath. After he finished, he stopped to allow the participants to digest the information. I see. Lu Ming's heart jumped as he concluded. The test this time was simple. It was divided into 2 rounds. There were about 1 million participants. The identity jade token would bring them into the dream space. In the dream space, even if they were killed, they would not really die. However, their cultivation would be suppressed to rank 1 empty god realm. Of course, those who were below rank 1 empty god realm like Lu Ming would have to keep their identity jade token. Then, they would be given a year to comprehend the incomplete divine skill. After that, the 1 million participants would enter the 20 regions. In each region, there would be 50,000 participants. The 50,000 participants would fight against each other to gain points. Only the top 100 participants would be able to enter the next round. Moreover, each participant would have 2 chances. This was for the sake of fairness. This was to prevent the geniuses from encountering powerful opponents at the beginning. If they were killed, it would be a pity. There are more than 1 million participants. Lu Ming was shocked. After a while, when the participants had digested the information, the middle-aged man continued to speak. Those who are eliminated in the first round may have a chance to enter the Qin Tian 13 sects. As long as you perform well and gain more points, you will have a chance to be selected by the 13 sects. Of course, the better your performance, the more you will be valued. Alright, let's talk about it here. The specific rules will be displayed on your jade tokens later. Take a good look at them. Do you have any questions? After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he scanned the crowd. Senior, I have a question. At this moment, a young man spoke. Speak, the middle-aged man said. Senior, why did you suppress your cultivation to level 1 empty god realm? If I cultivate to level 6 empty god realm, won't I be unable to unleash my full potential? The young man asked. Level 6 empty god realm? Do you think that you are a genius? The middle-aged man asked. The young man did not speak, but his expression showed that he agreed. Cultivation will never represent talent. I can tell you that in the Qin Tian 13 sects, there are a lot of people who have cultivated to level 6 empty god realm within 10,000 years. There are even many true body realm cultivators who have cultivated for less than 10,000 years. Some of them have even reached the heavenly god realm. You are only at level 9 empty god realm. Will the Qin Tian 13 sects lack a level 6 empty god realm cultivator? As long as the Qin Tian 13 sects give an order, how many level 6 empty gods can the Qin Tian star field gather? The middle-aged man's questions left the young man tongue-tied, unable to say a word. There are many ways to raise one's cultivation. There are some treasures, some fortuitous encounters, and some time to cultivate. Therefore, cultivation is useless to the Qin Tian 13 sects. The Qin Tian 13 sects recruit disciples based on talent and potential. There are many ways to raise one's cultivation. Suppressing your cultivation to level 1 empty God realm, and giving you a year's time is to test your talent and comprehension. Only those with high comprehension can join the Qin Tian 13 sects. Do you understand? The middle-aged man said. The young man's face turned red and he did not speak. He came from a big force and had consumed many treasures to reach his current cultivation. However, in the Qin Tian 13 sects, how could they lack treasures?